is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.
War never changes, never changes, never changes.
Yo, what's going on, people? What's up? Hope everybody is well. I'm currently at work, so I'm only actually starting this live stream, and Mellows will be with us very shortly, where he will take over, and he will run the show, obviously. I'll pop in as and when I can. But yeah, hope everyone's good. AJ, M, Shay, Michael. What up? Laureline Mad One. What's up? Whoa, it's getting windy. Oh my God. Goddamn. It's too cold to be working outside today. Too cold. Jap up, what's up, man? Order in Australia. Oh yeah, I don't get paid for my breaks, bro. Get back to work, man. But I'm like I just said, I'm not staying here anyway. Mellows is gonna be here very soon. I think he was just taking the dog out or something. So Mellows will be with us in a minute, and he will take over the stream. Good. Glad everyone's well. We got the open panel. Oh shit. Open panel. Oh, I need to put the link out. I can't actually. I can only pin it in mine. Come on, we've got people. We've got 12 or whatever people watching over on my side, but nobody commenting. So Let us know who you are, man. Let us know who you are. Let us know who you are. Hey, Daniel. Morning, man. Morning. Mr. Chips. Don't start me off today. That's the last thing I want to be singing for the rest of the day at work, all right? Mr. Bloody Chips. I'm a friend of AA. Big up, man. Big up. Jump up. But yeah, link's pinned in my end. Anybody wants to come up. The link has been posted in all the other chats. Again, feel free. As, like I say, man, I need to get on with some work. But my lunch break's coming up soon, so I'll jump on then. Yo, what's up, Mellows?
How you doing, bro?
What's up?
All right, man. I just got back in. What's happened? What's happening?
Swag, what's up? Not a lot, man. Not a lot. Shout out to Easy, Marcy and that. They had a decent stream this morning.
Yeah, how did that go?
Yeah, a decent stream, man, to be fair. From what I see of it, anyway. They were just discussing or debating kind of basically of what people expect or the way we should be conducting ourselves when on these panels.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's like not everybody agreed, but I mean, I think most of it's common sense, right?
I thought so. But it depends. I mean, not everybody was brought up in with discipline, right?
What I had an issue with, and as I've said to him, so I don't feel like it's me slagging him off, I did say to him, look, no issue, getting on with my day, wish you well. But full court press or anyone, yeah, can't sit there and talk about abusive people or certain things they don't like seeing when they sit there and watch it from other people on. Do you know what I mean? You can't sit there and call people out going, oh, this, that, and the other, and, oh, I don't like watching that. But you do.
Oh, he's doing sniper shot.
Yeah, Joseph, what's going on, man? What's going on?
That's what I call taking cheap shots, right? Easy targets. You know, we thought it was probably. You know, when you're in one of those, what do they call it, in enemy territory, if you like, dangerous ground. You know, the first person that you attack is usually the one that that can take that will get dropped with the first hit. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. But yeah, it was all good, bud. It was all good. Oh,
hello, Mama Bear.
Good morning, Mama Bear.
Audio issues. Give me a minute.
She'll be with us. Joseph, hope you're well, man. Hope you're well.
Yeah. BBA in the live. Yeah, I think they're kind of disappointed when I spin up these lives and you're not here. So, not fucking man, not Mellow. Who the fuck is Mellow, man? Fuck Mellow. What the fuck is Mellow on BBA's channel. You know what I mean?
Mello, sorry guys, Mello's my partner in crime, man. So
It's like when they come
suck
in
it
looking
up,
for Grim. It's like,
suck
where's
it up,
Grim?
buttercups. Suck it up, buttercups. You know what I mean?
You know, where's Grim? Oh, it's fucking Mellows again.
Well, you know,
You used to.
unfortunately, I can't fucking split myself in half into fucking several pieces. Hope you are not too tired from work, Joseph. I'm at work. I'm at work. I'm just on my break. I'm about to head back in a minute. Mama Bear, are you with us?
Yup.
Good morning, Mama Bear.
Morning, Mama Bear.
Just get coffee.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Hold on a second. Put the kettle on.
I'm at work, motherfucker.
Just getting up, made coffee, firing up the computer, and I see the live come on. I didn't even have time to set up this morning.
Oh,
You got me before I set up.
yeah, Mello's caught me off guard. I've been in Jitsi a few times this morning, no one there. And Mello's like, oh, set one up if you want to start it. I'm just going to go let the dog out. I was like, yeah, go on then. I'll go set up. But I'll start it. I'll start it.
I'm going to give Mama Bear the keys to Jitsi, so
Yeah, but
waiting for me to have
all right, Sam. Well, I'm going to jump out, leave you with Mama Bear, and I'll be back in a bit. I'm just going to go do something. So I fucking, you know what I mean? I always feel bad. Like,
Hang on, pause. You're going to go and do something. Fucking.
well, I'm going to do something.
You should keep that sort of stuff, away from your life, man.
I'm going to do something. And Christine, big up yourself, girl. I didn't really feel like I needed anyone to defend me this morning, but I appreciate you putting the record straight, because that individual at first was trying to make out you were one of the individuals that I was apparently meant to have disrespected. And then when you said no, he kind of changed his tune to, oh, no, I didn't mean you. I just meant that you would have seen it. So, big up yourself, Christine.
Yes, Christine, I did see your message in Discord.
But if you want a topic, people, here's a topic for you. When you talk about equality between male and female, where does that equality start and where does that equality stop? Like, when you talk about equality, do you mean in every aspect of life that women and men should be equal? Because if so, no offense, but women should not be exempt to being called out on their bullshit by a man. Like, I don't know what world people live in, but like, to call a woman out on her bullshit, a man to call a woman out on her bullshit, in my eyes, is no different from a woman sitting there and calling a man out on his bullshit. But some people seem to think that like women are exempt to the rule and that women basically have free reign to do what the fuck they like and be as abusive as they like.
Oh, I agree.
I don't live in that world.
I agree. Women should be called out. If they're doing shit, they should be called out, just like men should be called out. I agree.
Right? Exactly. But yeah, there's a topic for you if you want to discuss it. Otherwise, I'll be back soon.
All right, Mr. Chips, why am I going to start my own movie? Oh, Mr. Chips is going to feature Mama Bear. Good morning, Christine.
Morning, Christine.
Good morning. I only have a couple of minutes because I have wound care. It's an hour away from here and I got to go to. Yeah, my lovely spider bite. I'm just
How are you doing,
adding.
Christine?
Oh, it sucks. Oh my god, it just freaking sucks. I couldn't sleep last night. That's why I happened to get on a panel, and my name was called out at 2 a.m. because my arm was painful. But I want to add to this because there is apparently, I didn't realize this. There's a huge misconception. If a woman is in anywhere, I don't care if it's in real life at my grocery store or it's on a panel or whatever. But if you have a woman up there cussing a man out, putting a man down, I'm sorry. It's a free for all. Have at it. Now, do I agree that if I'm yelling at you and I haven't called you a name, or if I haven't, put you down if I'm yelling because of my thoughts, my feelings, or something happened, I haven't done those things to you, then yeah, probably not call me names or go after me because you might feel I'm a weaker sex. But yeah, it was funny though. He did kind of change his mind last night.
It's a bit funny though is how some people are quick to criticize others, but I mean, for an example, I think I quickly saw a clip of that little brief back and forth with Forecourt and Bear.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the guys mentioned that he's okay with Alexander abusing people.
Right.
He won't call Alexander, but he will be quick to call out BBA, who's no longer there.
Right. Ding, ding, ding. There you go. Ding, ding, ding. Because.
So why is it okay normalizing it, normalizing behavior? Why is he justifying, or is he okaying the actions of one person who's, on Eli's, and then
He
condemning?
wouldn't give me an answer several times. Wouldn't give me an answer.
He wouldn't give me
That's
an answer.
called hypocrisy, right?
Damn right it is.
Yeah.
Well, and another thing, because there was another person that I kind of got into it with, because this person, in my opinion, white knights, and probably not white knights for two of the most horrible women that I have come across online. And it's okay. It's okay for them to slander, for them to hate, for them to call horrible names. But the second I do, this person gets up and white knights for them.
But don't you feel that, especially as a host on one of these panels, don't you feel that the onus, the responsibility to de-escalate and controls the flow of the debate, doesn't that fall squarely on the host?
Yeah.
Well, and that was kind of touched on last night too. And Marcy, and I think Christy, her name was. I'm not sure who some of the women are. You know who Marcy is. She said it perfectly, and I kind of followed up with it. That well, she thinks that there should be ground rules, and I agree. And then Full Court said, well, then you take away our freedom of speech. No. You can still have freedom of speech, but there can still be ground rules. And if those ground rules are broken, for example, you bring somebody's child into it, they used last night. Prime example. There is always a moderator on one of these panels somewhere. Somebody has control. Yeah, put them backstage for a few minutes and let them think about what they did. Flash something, rule broken, something.
See, Forecourt is onto that bullshit that everybody else did, that I did, that this free speech platform and this, that, and the other. And it's not a free speech platform. Although you can say what the fuck you want, that is not free speech, right? That is incitement to violence, right?
Yes.
Most of the time, stuff that comes out
Yes.
there.
Incitement to abuse, incitement to a lot of things.
Right? That's not free speech, right? When you want to protect someone's free speech, right? You allow them the platform to speak, even when you disagree, especially when you disagree with them. You have to give them that, but not talk over them to cancel them. That's canceling. It's free speech, not protecting free speech. You know, if you've got something to say, right? And I don't want, Mama Bear or audience in Australia to hear about it. I'm going to do the stupid shit that we used to see over there. Talk over you. La, 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 la. We've all risen to that level of madness, right? That is not. Yeah, that's not protecting free speech. That's canceling free speech.
Yeah.
There you go, Melody.
Good morning,
Hey.
sir.
Morning, Aya.
Good
How you
morning.
going, Christy?
I'm
That's-
good.
I'm
How
gonna
are
cancel.
you?
I'm going to cancel all your free speech. Hey, Mama Bear, there's a link. I thought you might like it. It's in private chat. I nearly dipped. I just thought I'd drop that link, please.
Not another song,
It's a-
is it?
It's a very interesting read what they're doing.
Let's have a look. Oh,
Oh,
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
bye.
see?
Mm. But yeah, last night was, and like I said, I was sound asleep. And I woke up, and the next thing you know, I'm hearing my name. I'm like, wait a minute, where the hell did my name come from? Right? And then saying, what BBA abused me. Oh, no. I don't know where you got that from, how you got that, but you were out of your ever loving mind till he changed his verbiage.
There's a point of free speech, but then there's a point of taking it to the next level of outright bullying.
Well, here's my other thing, and I have mentioned this several times on a panel. There is somebody who slanders my name, slanders me.
Yep.
Could cause damage, could cause financial damage to me, but it's okay. No, it's not.
Yep. Same way there was somebody coming in.
Under the guise of free speech, to harass people and to hurt people. That is not free speech, man. Fuck's sakes, free speech. We've literally had to fight to the death for the right for us to speak, right? And these people are bastardizing the law, the right to free speech. They have destroyed it.
And people don't understand what free speech and protesting was actually set up for.
There was somebody coming in that chat saying that I was from Canada and I got somebody to commit suicide.
Oh, they're saying that I was putting up dead kids' pictures on my thing. I'm like, what? Get out of here.
And they also came in this platform and was saying the same thing.
Yeah, they don't realize something. They're either listening to somebody who's telling them lies, or they're not hearing what somebody's saying. And I don't know who that freak out person is. I'm going to find out who it is, because that SOB, yeah, the lies. I'm sorry. Free speech was not set up to be towards other people. It was set up for our government. Protesting was originally set up to protest our government, to give us rights, to give us rights to be heard, to give us rights not to be overran by the government. It really wasn't ever set up the way we have taken it to the nth degree. They're not understanding this. But you know something? We're not going to stop that, because it's in everybody's mind now. Free speech means you can say anything, but they're not understanding. You're not free of consequences of that free speech.
Right.
You're not.
Yeah, well, you might be able to call me a fucking cunt, but I've also got the right to punch you in the fucking nose after you call.
Well, you're right. And Mama Bear has known me for a long time, just as I have known her. I'm telling you, for me to actually say a swear word to come out of my mouth has always been so hard for me to do. So hard. That is not who I am. And for me to call another woman a name like that, that is hard. That is the most difficult thing for me to do because that's not who I am. It's not who I've ever been. And it's not what I believe. And I'm a firm believer women need to lift other women because, sorry guys, because I feel women are pushed down and pushed back so much by assertive, aggressive men. So the only way we triumph in life as women is when we have other women who hold us up. Sorry, I didn't mean to be chauvinistic, but that's kind of how I feel. And if you look at the reality of life, women are always pushed down and pushed back.
Well, not anymore.
No, I've fought many battles in my life, and I'll tell you, I'm not going to stand and fight where I am fighting right now and get told.
Yeah, but and it's okay. It's okay if you're drunk, and that somebody should white knight for them because they don't understand really. Well, then don't come on the fucking panel drunk.
New guest, Christine.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Where are you joining us from? I don't recognize you, man. Have you been up here before?
Yeah, I have.
Oh.
He's been.
I just can't get into my other account that has my other picture.
Okay.
Hi, Casper.
Hi.
I fight a big fight in many different areas, and I'm not going to get derated by people that don't know me personally and think they know who I am.
Look at how many times we go to court with women because of the abuse. Look how many times we find women laying in corners, bloodied. Do you really think I want to get up there and cuss another woman out? Come on, guys.
And
come on.
On that note, I've also gone to court with men.
We've discussed this. I have a very close family member who is now an adult who was sexually abused when he was young, and his predator went to prison. This young man, by the age of 16, almost life didn't get saved. This young man turned to drugs and alcohol as a young adult, and this young man has fought his entire life against these demons. And trust me, I have been there the entire way with this family. The entire way. And nobody wanted to give him empathy. Nobody wanted to prosecute his predator because he was a boy. That is a boy's best dream, to have an older woman. Sit down. This is what she did. She deserves to be in prison. And she is now a registered sex offender.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I feel their pain about that, where they don't want to prosecute.
Yeah.
It's going on with my daughter. They won't prosecute her predator.
You don't stop. Don't stop. You keep
Don't
going.
Fight it.
It's the same prosecutor that prosecuted them in 61 and sent them to Nam.
Oh, don't stop. I'm telling you, that's the only way you win. And
take it right above that prosecutor and take it to the state.
That's right.
I've tried. I've contacted the governor. I've contacted senators. I've contacted the DOJ. I've contacted the FBI. Nobody wants to do anything. They just say, contact these people. No, contact these people.
Take a sign right outside the office. Take a sign right outside the office. Take a sign right outside that DA's office and ask why. Put it right on that sign. Why aren't you prosecuting?
Take it to
because
the news.
He's claiming it's hearsay.
Take it to the news.
I have. And unless I can get the documents, they won't do anything because they don't want to get in trouble for slander.
For you.
For you.
I
Get
have.
those FOIA requests. They have to answer FOIA requests, and if they don't answer FOIA requests, it's against the law.
Because the judge put a protection order on it. So I'm going to have to file foreign subpoenas because I live in Kentucky now. So I'm going to have to subpoena the records and fight in court to get them to drop the protection order.
How long is that
On those
protection
records.
order? And yeah, but protection order shouldn't stop the FOIA request.
No, it should not.
No, they'll just redact whatever they need to redact.
Right.
That's just how Kansas's Open Records Act is.
Mhm.
They can put protection orders because it's still an active case. They're still actively investigating it, so it's exempt by all open records laws.
At least they're still investigating it. That's where you scream the loudest.
They're
Kansas,
not investigating. It's just sitting on the shelf. They're waiting for him to croak so they can close it.
take it to
I've
the
been
bar.
fighting for the last 5 years. Since 2019 till now.
So it
To get
took
anything
the
done.
family 3 years.
I've had CPS's lawyer contact his friends with the
Hey.
FBI.
Hey, KS, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What kind of documents do you have already?
The substantiation paperwork from the Department of Children and Family Services. That's it.
Okay, now, you said this prosecutor sent the accuser to Vietnam or wherever he sent him. Now,
Yeah, in 61, he sent them in to Nam.
listen, this is how you backdoor this shit. You can go and get them records and you can get those records where the prosecutor sent him to Vietnam instead of sending him to prison for something. You take that and with what you're going through with him now, and you file with the State Bar Association. Fuck the FBI and all that shit. File with the State Bar Association to show that he's biased against you because he did a special favor for this guy instead of sending him to prison. So you're not gonna get any justice. You take that letter that the State Bar Association writes you back, and you send it to the American Bar Association in Washington D.C. with all the stuff that you got.
I need to subpoena DCFS's records because they have on tape the sheriff, the prosecutor, and the one that was investigating it, telling them we're not going to prosecute you.
This is how you get it, KS. This is how you get it. Now, listen, I've been doing this shit my whole life, KS. There's a back door to this shit. That's why I'm telling you to go this way.
Yeah.
You make a record of it with the Bar Association in the state, and you make a record of it with the Bar Association in Washington D.C. Then you take it and you bring it back and you show it to the chief judge. If the chief judge denies it, then you take it to the appeal court and they'll slam the door in his face because you got a record. And you can take it all the way to that gives you a ground to take it to the Supreme Court because you bypassed all this. You're showing a clear ethical violation and you got all the paperwork to back it up. But the easiest way to get around them, because they're going to make you jump through hoops, is to go after his license.
Yeah.
Paperwork goes to flying all kind of places when the Bar Association start asking questions because they don't want them reprimands in their file and they don't want to lose their license.
Yeah, but the DOJ don't want to do anything. It's
like, you don't have to worry about the DOJ. You just keep working your way around and you build up like the FBI does. That's why they got a 99% conviction rate. They dot all the I's and cross all the T's and put the periods and the question marks where they go. This is how you do the same thing they do.
Okay.
You build a case. It doesn't matter. As long as that case is open and you're building that case, it could take 1 year, it could take 3 years, it could take 5 years, it could take 15. But when you hang a motherfucker out to dry, that's how you gotta hang them out to dry sometimes. It's a process. It's not easy, KS. I had to learn this the hard way. This ain't legal advice like people think it is. This is just what I went through. I done this. But I had to learn the hard way. Because wasn't nobody really teaching me the law. I learned the law on my own going through it. This is why I say you can go after, you make it look like he's biased in front of the bar association. You attack it from that angle.
Yeah.
That's an angle most people ain't coming after the lawyers or the prosecutors. Their law license means a lot to them people. When you can get strikes against their license, it looks bad on their record. It makes it hard for them to get hired at firms because they got strikes against their record.
Yeah.
And you can
I
fix
just got to get the records.
yeah. But see, you just keep, as long as you keep filing that paperwork and record that you filed in that paperwork, and they keep denying it, record all the phone calls and all that shit. Make a whole solid case, and every time you do something, you present a copy. When you send that copy to the bar association, you got all the evidence you need to show that they refusing to do their job.
Yeah.
And you know that's the way you do it. That gets a lot of shit done when you attack a lawyer's license.
Okay.
And call any random lawyer on the phone, and you know how they let you ask them their one free question.
Yeah.
Ask them, say, what would you do if you did something and somebody caught you doing it and they came after your law and license instead of attacking you in the courtroom? They went to the bar association after you and watch what he tells you. Because if you can prove the bias and the prosecutorial misconduct, the malfeasance, and things of this nature, it looks bad. Look at Fannie Willis. Look at Letitia James and Elvin Bragg and Jack Smith. Need I say more?
Okay. I know about Fannie Willis, the one down there in Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know
That's
about her.
prosecutorial misconduct. That's malfeasance. That's dereliction of duty. Her law license should have been gone. Jack Smith, he's an illegal special prosecutor. Merrick Garland put him in there without going through the presidential nomination or the Senate confirmation. He just stuck him in there as a special prosecutor. There's no law for that. He violated the Constitution.
Wow.
And didn't care.
Yeah.
Elvin Bragg took Trump's felonies, took Trump's misdemeanors. Nobody wanted to prosecute him, and passed the law and got him upgraded to felonies so he could prosecute him.
Yeah, which will hopefully get overturned in the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but this is why you see how they're attacking the prosecutors. They're calling them up in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee and all that shit. They're going after them law licenses. When they get done, ain't none of them gonna have a law license. Merrick Garland subject to lose his too in the process. But that's how these things play out. When lawyers are corrupt, you have to follow the trail all the way backwards in order to catch up to the president to figure out how they did it. When in building that case, you build a case of malfeasance and prosecutorial misconduct and bias and dereliction of duty. Because they're officers of court, they have a duty. Under Brady versus Maryland and Giglio, they have a duty to provide you with all the evidence when they fail to do it under in motion to discover with Brady versus Maryland and Giglio, then you come right back behind it and file a motion to compel. That forces them to give it to you. If they still don't give it to you, they're in contempt of court.
Okay.
Most people don't know that after discovery, if you wait and they're talking about, oh, we don't have anything, you file a motion to compel. If you know there's some more evidence, you file a motion to compel. You force them to give it up. If they still don't give it up, and you can prove that's evidence, that's grounds to get that motherfucker removed from your case.
All right.
Go ahead.
Then I got to figure out how to go after the judge, because I can't remember if he's just a magistrate judge that was voted in.
It doesn't matter if he's a magistrate judge or not. If he's, you gotta show with a judge is harder because you got to go a different way.
Yeah, but the judge
You
used to
gotta,
be a sheriff and work with the prosecutor. So
yeah, but you have to build the same thing. You have to build that case up and show all the whole trail,
yeah,
dating backwards and all the way forward to the time. You have to be able to show that, okay, this judge and this prosecutor got these kind of ties. So there's a implicit bias that's clearly showing. That's judicial malfeasance. He should not sit on any case with this prosecutor prosecuting,
yeah.
because they have a connection that predates.
I mean, I even told DCFS that CPS that if you find them substantiated, you're going to have to either hand it to a whole nother county or bring the Kansas Bureau of Investigations in, because that department and that judge are going to show bias.
Right.
See, that's the whole thing. You have to get it. You have to get it all documented and all that, and show their not just their judicial relationship, where you show their personal relationship outside of it over the years, how long they've known each other, and then you go to pulling them court cases out where they're in the courtroom together, and you look at the time that people get on the cases that he prosecutes compared to the time people get on other cases that he doesn't prosecute in front of that same judge. This is how you build a case of implicit bias and an illicit public working relationship where there's benefits for the prosecution because of the judge's personal knowledge and malfeasance. Yeah. KS, they took my post down, right? Somebody complained and said my post was sexual. It's a bottle of Chicken Cock Kentucky bourbon, right? It's real liquor.
Oh, wow.
And somebody complained, so they took it down. I wrote them a letter, and they put my post back up.
And there's a lot of people that want to complain about stupid things anymore.
Yeah, but I wrote Alphabet. I didn't write YouTube or Google. I wrote Alphabet. I sent Alphabet a message, and I got a response from YouTube. They put my post back up. That's what I tell people. A well-written letter to the right people get the job done, especially if you can show a clear cause.
Yeah.
It's like I was sitting here yesterday and I was reading the Constitution, but everybody overlooks one thing. When the founding fathers wrote the Constitution, they were escaping not just a monarchy, they were escaping a democracy. They were escaping a prison without fences because they weren't comfortable in that prison. They came over here. Yeah, it says we the people of the United States. But when they first wrote it, it said we the people of the Republic of the United States. It got changed over the years until they were satisfied and had what they wanted. But they found it a republic. People don't pay attention to a lot of things that are right in their face. When they wrote the Pledge of Allegiance was a snub to the British government. It says, I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the Republic of the United States. They took that out because they didn't want it in there. Because it was a snub.
So I thought the pledge still has to the republic for which it stands.
Yeah. But the first line is that I pledge allegiance to the Republic.
Ah,
That was the very first line. They took the very first line out and changed it
yeah.
because they didn't want people to know that everything they were doing at that time was part of a rebellion. Out of that rebellion was born our Constitution. But everybody overlooks the fact that when the founding fathers wrote the Constitution, part of it came from the Magna Carta, and part of it came from their beliefs, but part of it came from the Native American tribes here in America. The Incans, the Iroquois, the Navajo, the Zunis, and the Hopis, and all the other ones, they watched how they interacted. And in their interactions and the things that they knew, that's how we got the Constitution and all the laws that came from it. When they started separating stuff and saying you can't do this and you can't do that, they screwed the world, and they knew what they were doing.
Yeah. I mean, why can't we go back to law of the land versus law of man?
Because they don't want it. They don't want people living in a world where there's no chaos. If there's no chaos, there's no control. As long as there's chaos, they have control. As soon as you take the chaos out of the picture and everybody gets along, they're at a loss because they can't influence the masses and make them do the things that they wish they could do. Oh, I want you to do this. I want you to do that. That's why they advertise things the way they advertise them. It's mass crowd herd mentality. It's an illusion. They play on the subconscious. The same thing with the laws and everything like that.
Oh, like how they did back with the pandemic. Oh, if you don't get the jab, you can't go to the grocery store.
Yeah. If you don't wear a mask, you can't do this. Now, my whole thing with it, and everybody kept saying, man, there's something wrong with you, Mitch. Now, think about this. All those dudes on them cargo ships were going all over the world, and not one of them died. And they was in every country of the world, and not one of them died. You explain to me about a pandemic that wasn't created by man.
Partially, I think it was created by man from a virus they found in the ice, and they weaponized it and released it.
They mutated it with a cold virus because it was in the rhinovirus family. That's what colds and flus.
Yeah.
They took a cold virus and blew it up to the nth degree and purposely let it go to see what it would do. They were looking for a bio weapon that you could breathe in without nobody noticing.
Yeah, and it didn't work like they wanted it.
But I look at, I study history. You got to look at the past in order to understand the present so you can see where the world's going in the future. And all these wars have been going on forever, since before written history. There's been a war.
Shoot, war's been going on ever since Adam and Eve.
Exactly. And, that's always going to be the thing. War, it generates revenue. That's why there's so much of it. But The war that people should be fighting is for their humanity, for their human decency and some respect.
Yeah, pretty
All
much.
that other bullshit need to fall by the wayside. All the arguing and fussing and fighting about nothing, throwing, calling each other names and doing that shit. That's for children. That's what children do. You know, I've seen a lot, kids, and I've done a lot. I've been in some dark places where I wouldn't recommend nobody to go. But my whole thing is, if I can keep someone from going where I've been and pass on some of what I know, at least I know it won't die with me. It'll keep it. At least I know some of it will continue on, because education helps bring people together. It helps build bigger relationships. It helps build communities of like-minded people that like to see things progress instead of regress. But
I mean, I miss the '90s when everybody seemingly got along with each other. I
yeah,
miss that.
you know what I miss? When you look out the door and all the kids are out in your front yard playing touch or tackle football or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I miss the '90s like that, where you had like one person that was sitting on the block watching all the neighborhood kids, and they were riding bikes, doing whatever, and you listened to them and showed them respect, and they'd show you respect.
Yeah. Even though, that was like, I grew up in the projects in Detroit in the '60s, the '70s, and the early '80s. Yeah, I'm an old guy, but you know, even then that the kids would still be out in the neighborhood playing. Everybody wasn't stuck to the iPad and video games and all that. They were actually outside playing and building relationships that lasted through school and all. Some of them are still friends. Some of them ended up married, whatever.
Yeah,
But it's a process, and the way the world works, they push an agenda to keep you away from that. They want you to have sterile relationships. They don't want you to have anything meaningful. Everything has to be superficial. Most of the stuff you see nowadays has no substance.
yeah. I mean, Paul Harvey back in '65 did a radio show saying it was called "If I Were the Devil."
Yep, I
And pretty
remember
much
that.
everything he said in that has come true.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that. I used to listen to Paul Harvey. I used to sit with my granddad. He used to have me listen to Paul Harvey. I used to listen to all the old radio shows and stuff. Walter Cronkite used to do the news.
Oh, I miss Walter Cronkite.
Yeah. But you see what I mean, Kev? We just sat here for about 10 minutes and had an intelligent conversation without an argument.
Yeah,
And this is what Mellows and Mama Bear always try to get across. You can you can have intelligent conversations or debates without an argument.
yeah. I mean, everybody is entitled to their own opinion. Why should we all argue? We don't all have to agree.
And that's like Christine was saying, free speech comes with consequences.
Yeah,
You know, what you say, this is my thing, this is what I tell people. What you say out of your mouth was in your heart anyway. That's what you felt about that person anyway before you said it, because out of the mouth the heart speaks.
yeah.
And I
But
listen and I hear a lot of stuff, and you can tell some of them actually mean it and some of them are joking because of the way they talk to each other. Like I I get a wrench I use my wrench to drop a link. I hate blocking people. I hate timing people out. I like when the stupid motherfuckers in the chat because it give me something to do because it break up my boredom because I work by myself and I feel like if I get blocked or timed out, I consider it a badge of honor. So if I block or time somebody out, it's at the behest of the person that hosts the chat. It's not I just did it because I got tired of the motherfucking mouth or whatever. I follow the instructions that I'm given. The best leaders were the best followers.
I mean,
And
if free speech was absolute, you could say whatever you want with no consequences. And the
exactly.
Supreme Court's already said free speech ain't absolute. I can't go in the middle of a crowd and say I have boom booms on me because now that's no longer free speech. That's an implied threat, and you're going to go to jail.
Yeah. It's like you know like the old saying, you know you can scream fire in a crowded movie theater, but why would you? You know what I mean?
Unless there's an actual fire, you don't really want to do that because that incites fear.
Exactly.
Give me a minute. Good luck, Christine. She left the panel. Good luck, Christine. Welcome, CP, to the stream. Good morning, Summer. To the stream, and good morning, everybody else that has joined during this conversation.
You got any input, CP or mellows?
Sorry, man, it was just a little bit noisy. I had to mute up. Thank you, Mama Bear. How you doing, Mitch?
I am
Hey,
here,
Mitch.
guys. Getting ready to go out filming.
Hi, CP. Welcome to the panel.
I would head out filming, but I'm leaving a laptop on with the stream
Okay.
to just get what showers up.
All right, that's what we're here for. You know,
Or you can entertain my crowd.
we'll try.
I only was up for like 2 hours doing this, 2.5 hours. No.
I just popped up because KS was asking questions about the law, and
Yeah.
I could inform him on what I know, and it's not legal advice by any means. It's just I've been through this shit. That's why I posted my rap sheet, KS. So if I say something about the law, I'm actually talking about something that I've been through. I fought the system. I know what it's like to fight the system from the inside. I didn't fight it like most people are fighting it from the street. I fought it from behind the chain link and razor wire. I fought it from them jail cells. I know what it feels like to have to deal with them one on one. That's why if I can help, I will. But always remember, they got like fine law and West law for cases, whatever case you want. You look those up. But always track it all the way up to the Supreme Court and look at the Supreme Court cases and find the Supreme Court precedents. The Supreme Court will tell you whether it was handed down to a federal court, a federal appeal court, a state appeal court, or a state federal court, or back to the lower court that it originated from. But all the Supreme Court laws are precedents. So you do your own research and track them laws wherever they take you. And when you're typing, there should be a box that says where you can type in the word shepherdize. And for every positive case, it'll give you the negative cases and the sites to go with them. For all the negative cases, give you the positive and all the sites.
Yeah, I think Google Scholars has that on there.
Whatever you using, make sure you track them all the way back to the Supreme Court cases. That helps you
Yeah.
shut all their doors because this is what you want. You want to close all their avenues off before they get there. I tell people the best thing you can do is come in through the back door while you run in screaming in the front door like you don't know shit, and then you drop a bomb on them. You can't play their game if you don't understand their rules.
Yeah.
Hey, Mitch, I've got a question for you. And for everyone in the chat who's listening, by the way. Does Mama Bear not sound a lot happier, better these days?
She does. She doesn't have to deal with all the bullshit.
But the one thing you gotta remember, you want to also look into the judge, because there is also, remember, you can take down a judge. You can take down a judge because Summer is proof positive you can take down judges. Because in Louisville, through the Breonna Taylor case, they took judges off seats. So remember that, KS.
And
You
you
can
gotta
remove judges from seats. If they are doing dirty and the sheriffs are doing dirty, police are doing dirty, you can take down judges.
and you go to
So
take down the
remember that.
judge.
Remember that.
Yeah.
If your child is being done dirty and they are not going to prosecute, and you have proof that the judge said it, the attorney said it, the prosecutor said it, and the judge said they will not prosecute this guy, you have that proof. Don't sit on it.
Yeah. I get, like I said, I get file subpoenas because CPS has it, and they're where it's like, yeah, if you go file a subpoena, we'll have to hand over that whole file, everything we have, besides like the forensic pictures, because they're a little more strict on that. I don't want those. I just want.
When you go after that judge, KS, you have to file, take all your evidence and file to the Judicial Ethics Commission, because judges have a different kind of qualified immunity than the police. The police use the Fourth Amendment to try to finagle their qualified immunity.
Yeah,
under the
I got to look at a new case law that just passed with the Supreme Court that just took away qualified immunity.
Yeah, they're still debating the finer issues of it, because they're trying to make it completely across the United States instead of just in a few states. They want to make it no qualified immunity for the police. What
both state and federal, they want to take it away,
and they're trying to write in the rules for excessive force. What are the grounds for excessive force, and all the constitutional violations and all that? They're trying to get all that shit together.
Yeah.
But anytime you go after a judge, you can't challenge a judge the regular way because of the way their qualified immunity is.
Yeah, Kansas has it with like prosecutors and judges, absolute immunity, where you can't sue them.
Okay, there's a way you get around that.
Yeah.
You take it to the
Just
judicial.
because they have classified immunity doesn't mean they always get it.
Exactly. You take it to the judicial. You take it to the Judicial Ethics Commission. That's where judges get reviewed at. But like I said, the judge is a lawyer, so you backdoor his ass too. You run his rap sheet, get all his information, and you show his bias. You send all that stuff to the bar associations, and you get their replies, and you stack all that shit up together, and you send it into the Judicial Ethics Commission. They do the reviews on the judges. You show the judges bias and malfeasance and dereliction of duty, and it's proven, and they can't deny it, and they refuse it, then you got grounds to sue the judge.
Yeah.
But it's the process. That's how you get judges removed from places. You can get a judge legally took off the bench, but it's the legal process that you have to follow. It ain't easy. Believe me.
Yeah, and I know I got to
easy.
hurry up and do it because I'm running out of time with the statutory limitations to do it.
Have you filed a motion to discover?
Not yet.
File a motion to discover with Brady versus Maryland in it, just to keep it open.
Because I have 10 years plus, like 13 years to get it done.
Hey, listen, file a motion to discovery, and file a complaint with the bar. Say, file a complaint with the bar and complain about whatever. Find something in there. There's something in there that you can use as a complaint
Yeah.
with the bar association about them not doing their job. You know, all those little things add up in the end. It builds a case against them. Every time you go and file a FOIA, make sure you record it. Any phone calls, any messages they send you. If you had to file a subpoena to get CPS records, file that subpoena. Oh, we got some BNC socks in the house.
Well, what?
Hey, they should have been white at the bottom and black at the top, so the stains wouldn't show so bad.
But you need to see the stain to see if it's full.
Oh, why couldn't they be Manchester United?
Hey, you don't get the reference to that, do you?
No.
That can't. That's Team Blockcast, the Bustin' Nut Crew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty good there, BVA. Or was that Mello did that? You did that, Mello?
That one was BBA, one of BBA's ones.
That's pretty good. Hey, my friend said she liked that second song you did for me. Not the bluesy one. She said she liked that.
There's Lost Souls, like a cup that I made for her.
Susan Lost Souls. I like that. That's pretty good. Exploring the world.
Make some videos. I'm gonna take some of her drone shot footage. Make some videos of it. Or even make a song. Susan, you're gonna have to help me out with some words. Oh, my shoulder's gone. I've got a really uncomfortable seat here. When I sit here for too long, I end up with problems in my neck and my shoulders. It's not my neck, it's my back. Not my back. It's fucking something else. Oh. Yeah. I'll make some better PNC socks. I need to delete some of these files from here. I've filled it up. There's so much shit in it. Got to redo this one. A bit grainy, isn't it? The classic, of course. I need to fix this one. Make it bigger, you know?
Oh, really? Where's the woodpecker?
Hey? And this one I want to fix as well. For some reason, it's done a W. I've got to edit the title. Redo the image. It's just the top that needs redoing.
I'm gonna jump off here for a little bit.
All right,
I
bro.
gotta do some cleaning. I'll be back later.
Be here all day, man.
All right, kids. Have a good day.
You too, Mitch.
Take care, guys. Hey, Nanya. How you doing, bro?
Everybody keeps saying that.
Yeah.
But we two totally different. We two totally different kind of people. He do what he do, and I do what I do. I may not agree with some of his opinions or thoughts, but that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mellows. You know what me and you know what we need to do, Mellows. Me, you, and BBA need to sit down. You know, I got a paper copy of the Constitution, right? We need to sit down and take our time and go through the whole entire Constitution and make a series of videos about the Constitution and the amendments to it and and look at the revisions and the laws that came out of it and why they came out of it. I think that would make for an interesting discussion.
Yeah.
Between America, because we got Americans and we got English, and the Constitution is a little bit of both because the people that wrote it came from England.
Yeah, I mean, the founding fathers take a lot of credit for writing something that they didn't actually write. They adopted something.
They
Exactly.
took it from the Magna Carta, didn't they?
Well, yeah, they altered it to. They had to alter it because the Magna Carta referred to kings and sovereignship, whereas in the free world, everyone was sovereign, right? We are free. You know, that was the whole idea, and then that we cede our sovereignty to those who we elect to make important decisions for us. Decisions that at the time we had no concept. We didn't know what was best for us because we didn't have all the facts. But these people were well resourced. They knew better, so we trusted those people. It's different.
And people
We
have
have
to remember at that time too, on both sides of the world, a lot of people couldn't read or write. So it was whatever they were reading off of that paper. That's what it was because nobody could read. Most of the people
well,
that
a
they
hundred
were
years later, and the invention of the internet, people are much getting wiser and a lot more difficult to rule over. Right? I mean,
yeah,
an
you know,
educated person makes a very poor slave. Right?
yeah. I like what Patrick Henry said. Patrick Henry said, "For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, to know the worst, and to prepare for it." And you got to think about that when he wrote that. That was a time of all the rebellion and the war and all that stuff that was going on. And that's one of those statements that Patrick Henry made that slid through the cracks. But if you think about it in the larger scheme of life, it's profound as hell. Because that's exactly.
Can I ask a question? You know the Constitution, right? Do you think it's outdated?
They keep
No,
adding
I'm not saying.
amendments.
Sorry, Mitch.
They keep adding amendments to it and trying to update it to modern times. But the bare bones of it, if they would have left it alone, it was fine just like it was. The more they add to it, the worse it gets. Because other amendments that they're adding are taking away stuff from the original amendments.
Yeah, everyone's good, Mark, man. I appreciate you asking, bro. Hope everything's good with you, your family. Yeah,
That's
thanks
why
for asking.
that's why I said that would be a good discussion when we sit down and actually look at the Constitution and where it came from, the laws that were written because of it, all the Supreme Court ruling. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I'm not
And
disputing it. Like,
yeah,
the Constitution
yeah.
needs
Well,
scrapping, but I mean,
no, it's odd in its entirety. What now?
You know, I
it's
think
like take the bare arms thing. Sorry, Mo, just quickly say this and I'll shut up. Like the bare arms thing. I imagine when that was written, that would have been quite easy to all bare arms and overthrow your government. Your motherfucking government have nukes and that now, yeah. So, like, you're never going to overthrow your government. You can have all the guns in the world as long as they got tanks, jets. Like,
Yeah,
they're winning. You know what I mean? So, like, things like that, I think are a little bit outdated
yeah.
in the
Well,
sense of at the
yeah.
time it probably made sense. Now, when you look at it, yes, should you be able to bear arms? Yes. But the idea that you could bear arms against your government, let's be honest, in modern day, that isn't going to work.
Yeah. We understand that from because we're sensible people. We think with logic instead of common sense.
I think it's because people have lost the history, right? Lost the past. They don't remember.
Yeah,
They don't know. You know what I mean?
that's why.
Americans, think that most Americans think that it was their founding fathers that wrote the Constitution, forgetting who the first Lord and Master was, right? The Lord Protector. The first Lord Protector written in the Constitution, in any Constitution, was Oliver Cromwell. So if you want to
Yeah.
give anybody credit for creating the Constitution that you have adopted and you use over there, it would be Oliver Cromwell.
And you know the thing about Oliver Cromwell. If you pay attention to a lot of his speeches, he gives Cicero a lot of credit for a lot of the concepts that he had in his speech patterns. Because Cicero was in ancient times, Cicero was one of the greatest orators around, and Cromwell picked up where Cicero left off.
But, like, I want to ask the question as well. I know it was asked ages ago. I don't know if we ever determined the answer or came to some reasonable answer to this. But, like, are our rights like our God-given rights, or the rights that we have, are they not rights that have been given to us in the first place? And if they have been given to us, then can we really moan when these same rights that were given to us are taken away? Just playing devil's
There's a
advocate here. Devil's advocate.
Well,
there's a
if they can
difference
be taken
between
away, they're not rights, they're privileges.
That's what I was gonna say, Mello. There's a difference between God-given rights and the privileges that man gives. Man's privileges come with a contract. God's privileges don't come with a contract. They come with faith and belief. They're two totally different things. God ain't gonna take your faith and belief away. Only you can do that. Man can take your privilege away because man gave you them privileges.
This is why the right to speech is God given, is because only you can stop or prevent yourself from saying the things that you want to say.
But it's not right.
Your
Because
fear,
you said yesterday, Mellows, about Speaker's Corner, and you were like, the central hub of freedom of speech started here. So if it started there, it tells me originally there was no freedom of speech, and it was something that had to be fought for.
Well, the Speaker's Corner, we're talking about, 1100 something. Back then there were no freedoms. We were all peasants and servants, and we were all lords and masters and barons and kings and shit.
Right, so we've been given rights then. So we can agree we've been given rights because we didn't have them before.
No, we had to fight for them. Our ancestors literally had to die for those rights.
And that was
wrestled with people who wanted to take control of those rights and change them to privileges.
And
we sacrificed millions of people. Our ancestors literally died to preserve those rights, to take the rights back.
I was looking at something historically, and I was following a trail, and as far back as you can go in written history, one thing I found out, until someone asked for somebody to rule over them, there wasn't a bunch of strife and struggle in the world. There wasn't a bunch of chaos and murders and arguing over who's got the biggest dick and all that. Everybody got along.
Yeah. The peasants had to revolt against their barons, right?
They were trading, they were bartering, they were buying and selling with the goods that each other had. And if a man did business with you and he gave you a bag of salt, that told everybody you were worth doing business with, because salt was a rare commodity.
And that was the significance of Oliver Cromwell and the Constitution, right? That it was altered. It was the contract between the monarch and the citizens were altered forever, changed.
Yeah.
They were charged with being the Lord's protector over the citizens. They were charged with the duty to protect and preserve our religion, our way of life, our rights, our laws, right?
Yep.
So, they swore this oath to protect and preserve our way of life. And then we cede our sovereignty to these people who now, have the responsibility to protect all of us, not just one of us, not just the few.
You notice in the Constitution, it says life and liberty. Liberty is a naval term, right? It means to come ashore. That's why the Statue of Liberty isn't on land. That's why it's on the island out in the harbor. It's a beacon towards liberty. When the ship comes into port, the sailors get off the ship. That's taking liberty. That means they get to go ashore and have fun. And a lot of people miss the significance of that, because when they wrote that, they sailed across the ocean. So they were taking liberty on shore of a new land. And that's like Washington, D.C. is under the maritime laws. That's why they don't have any city police. And you hear all these people talking about their sovereign citizens. That's an oxymoron. You can't be a sovereign and be a citizen. It's
Right.
impossible. Because if you're sovereign, that means you're a country all your own. And I was in
You're a
prison.
king. Basically, it means you're a king over where you walk.
Yeah, you legally, your home is your kingdom. That whatever 1/3 of an acre lot you got is completely off limits to the government.
Right.
But in order to do that, I was in prison with a lot of them that claim to be sovereign citizens. So I start asking them questions, right? Because I've read the maritime laws and the uniform custom code, or whatever the fuck they call it, but it's UCC. And man, if you sit down and read that shit and put it all together, you gonna be halfway loony if you don't understand any case law at all, because it's maritime law, it's not land law.
Right.
And that's what they're using.
Do
They're
you think
using
it's
maritime.
possible? Do you think it's possible to take your sovereignty back, to become a sovereign citizen?
There's the Moors are
This day and age,
sovereign.
do you think it's possible?
You need a few nicks for that.
It's possible, but it takes some doing. It don't just happen overnight. They got lawyers that do strictly that, and they'll tell you it's a process. It's not just writing a letter. You have to be able to cite case
Didn't work out
laws.
too well for Gaddafi, did it?
That's what I try and say to people that preach it on here, because there's a lot of people I've met, right, just on these panels, Mitch. More so on these panels than anywhere in my life have I met people that seem to say that they study common law, and every time I ask one of these individuals, do you do this, and do you are like, so you don't do that then, and you don't have a driving license, and you don't pay council tax, and you don't do I do, but but bollocks, man. How can you sit here telling everyone else this is what they should do when you're not actually practicing it yourself? That's the problem I have. Like, if I ever meet anyone that's like, yeah, man, and they've got evidence to prove that, great, fantastic. It's nice to see that someone's putting it into practice. But what a lot of people on here, and you've just said it, people that start trying to educate people in all of this sovereign citizen common law stuff, is what you just said. It's a process. It's a process, and it's a process actually that I believe probably to learn it properly takes many years. But the people that sit there on these panels and preach it make out like you can just start tomorrow. I can wake up tomorrow. I'm a sovereign citizen. Go out there and just start. That's going to get people in trouble. That shit.
Yeah, I read the maritime laws and the UCC code. I barely scratched the surface of, even though I read both of them, I barely scratched the surface of doing the research into all the laws that apply to them because of the fact that they're maritime. The maritime laws are different because once you get outside 13 miles and you get into international waters, the captain is the law of the ship. It's worse than the law of the land because the captain can hang you from the yard arm. The captain can throw you overboard or whatever the case may be.
There's nothing you can do. Yeah.
And at sea, the captain is the law of the land. Whatever he say, that's what it is. Because there's no actual jurisdiction 13 miles out from any country.
Yeah. Law at sea is very, very well. Not, I don't know if it's complex is the right word, but it's kind of confusing. A lot of people don't actually.
It's convoluted.
What's the one thing we all like to do, right? Or people like to do? People like to go on cruises. People like to go on cruises. Do you know how many people step onto a cruise ship and have never thought about what the laws are once they leave that dock?
The reason why
they just assume that, like, let's say I'm a British citizen, right, and I jump on a cruise ship from Southampton. Everybody just assumes that you're under British law. Once you fucking leave, like, you're under the fucking land of the sea for one. Not that we're not already maritime law, but
I think it's contractual law.
It's not the same, man. It's not the same.
Admiralty law is basically just contractual law. Right?
Yeah, and
when you think about it, there is nothing any of us can do about. You can't remove contractual law from your life, from your way of life, right? You would have to. Money, for instance, the currency, right, that you use, right, is basically contractual law. It doesn't. It's basically just a piece of paper that you put faith in, right, and then you exchange it for goods and services, right. This is basically a contractual law, so you can't disassociate yourself and say, well, I'm not gonna fuck with that Admiralty law. I'm just gonna do common law of the land. You cannot escape it. Contractual law, all statutes and acts of Parliament and the House of Lords that are ascended and had royal assent approval, all of these things are all contractual law or all Admiralty law. We govern when we vote for people. This is contractual law. We are giving them our implied consent to govern us, right?
Yeah, and see that
you can't escape it. You can't say, right, I'm going to become a sovereign citizen and I'm not going to do that. You can't. You have to have to have a passport. It's a contractual. It's under Admiralty law. When you get
the contract,
right? When you have somebody bring you up on allegations and charges of harassment or something, and they drag you into a court under common law, you are there. Right, the minute you pass that gate, it's a contractual obligation that you have, right? By implied consent, you cede whatever the judge says and whatever the judge deems, he is now fucking going to tell you what's going to happen. He's going to decide on who's right and who's wrong on either side by hearing all the facts. Well, in fact, if it's a jury trial, he gets to decide on the punishment, right? Or what facts the jury gets to hear. These are all contractual, all under the Admiralty law. The minute you bring in the court, right, that's where most people don't understand common law, Admiralty law. You can't have one without the other. Admiralty law is built upon the foundations of common law.
Yeah. What's that background noise, CP?
That's CP. You gotta mute your mic, CP.
She's not there. She's out filming, she said.
We've muted her.
Yeah. What's up, Aussie?
Yeah, I did it too. What up, Mitch? How you going, bro?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Bragging. Yeah, hey, good, man. Good.
Hey, you see what I was saying though, Mellows? You see what you see how this conversation went? Yeah. It's the logical progression of a thought process. And we just had a constitutional sovereign citizen Magna Carta Admiralty law discussion, and we didn't come to verbal sparring or cussing each other out or nothing, because we all have the simple common logic, but we all have respect for each other, and we all have the milk of human decency that the younger generations don't have anymore.
Ozzy, panel links post.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Damn. You're doing pretty good, Mama Bear. I remember when it was just 3 of us on there. You up to 78 now.
Yeah.
I remember when it was only 3.
We're getting there.
That's saying something. That tell you how long I've been hanging out with Mama Bear. I remember she only had 3 subs. And I was one of them 3.
Yeah, Jenny in the chat, she was my first subscriber.
What'd you say, Nathan?
Hey, Jenny in the chat, she was my first ever subscriber before I even had a channel.
Yeah. That lets you know good people.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, Ozzy, I made you a new. I didn't like the last overlay. Deleted it.
Like.
Do you want to try the new one?
Yeah, sure, bro. Go for it.
Okay, can you see it? Bring it up. You should be able to bring it up.
You can bring it up. I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, see, that's mine.
A little bit better.
Yeah, that's it.
I got rid of that grain. It was making the picture look.
Are you
I like that
up?
one?
No. I just thought I'd animate it a little bit.
No, like the red rock. Yeah, we got the big red rock.
Yeah,
that'd look pretty bad with that. Instead of that, or even like,
I would like
where the gappies under the sun.
Yeah, what I would do is like to try and get that character, more of him, like more different characters of him.
Hey, you know that movie,
picture
Kangaroo Jack or whatever it is?
Yeah, Kangaroo Jack.
Yeah, there's a scene in there where the kangaroos got that hat on, and there's a big rock in the back, and the sun's just peeking out from behind that rock, and it's like he's standing there, kind of in the silhouette.
Well, I can take that big rock and I can cartoonify it, right? And
Yeah, there's plenty of cartoonified pictures out there as well.
of that,
Already.
yeah.
The Looney Tunes got the
Yeah.
kangaroo that beat up the mouse
I'd rather make my own images so we don't,
or the
have
cat.
any issue. I mean, I can cut and edit
Yeah.
and things like that, but it's just too much. If we make our own images, probably be better off. I was
Yeah.
actually thinking, what I was thinking of doing, because I've got, have I shown you the Aussie character?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what I was thinking, what I wanted to do was try and create a kangaroo character, that kangaroo character. Just get a few actions created, made, But I want to use him like a roadrunner. So because I'm not going to be able to create many actions for him, but I might be able to have him come into a scene and quickly say something and get the fuck out.
Yeah, you know, you could add depth with that picture. Like when you got the red rock there, you could put like kangaroos in the distance, but just black silhouettes of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, my idea was to have the Aussie character.
Small ones, so it looks like
Yeah.
it's deep. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're looking into the distance.
Yeah. Well, my idea was to have that Aussie character and do all the actions and the words and the speaking and so on, and then have this.
Didn't I hear when I woke up last night? Oh, was it like, yeah, you said, fuck it, if he's not happy with it, he can fucking make his own.
I don't remember saying that, but yeah.
Or something like that. It was at the end. It was right at the end. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, mellows with me, please.
Well, I deleted some of the other ones because they were just annoying me.
Yeah.
I'm running out of space here. I've got to delete it, basically.
Yeah, then you showed that, and you go, you reckon he'll be happy with it? If he's not fucking happy with it, he can make his own or something like that. Or fuck. It made me laugh before I went back to sleep. That was funny as fuck.
And the song, I'm still stuck with the song, bro. You're gonna have to help me out with the song. Everything I spit up, it comes out all fucking gay and shit. He's not gonna like this shit.
I'm hoping it's lyrics, bro. I'm fucking.
I wasted about 150 credits trying to come up with songs for you, man. You're gonna have to help me out with some lyrics.
I can't even fucking think of any.
You know what I mean? I'm like, every song is like shit. You know what I mean? And I'll make something else. You know, I like Mama Bear. Have you heard Mama Bear's song? That was first try, man. It was like it was meant to be. Do you know what I mean? I just went out there looking for Mama Bear lyrics. Do you know what I mean? Come up with the Mama Bear lyrics. I copied and pasted the lyrics into the AI, generated a new script basically. Out popped out a fucking #1 banger, man.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't even fucking. I'm hopeless with lyrics, bro.
Maybe
I'm no good with all the fancy words and shit. And, I wanted about the police, not about kangaroos. Kangaroos, that's just an emblem. You know what I mean? I don't want nothing about kangaroos. I want it about fucking recording cops or something like that. Fuck kangaroos. Fucking we eat them cunts.
Eat the kangaroos. Maybe we can call them kangaroos. Well, I don't know, man. I need some help with some lyrics, or maybe a song. If you got a song that you like, I might be able to bastardize it. You know what I mean? I can chop some of the lyrics out, add something in there. You know, maybe Ozzy or Nathan or something. You know, and just see what the AI comes up with.
Yeah, I'll figure something. No rush. Got plenty of
If
time.
anyone else has got any ideas, please help us out because the AI is not helping me out on this one.
No rush, bro. I'm gonna learn to edit first before I fucking can put it in my videos. I'll put a part of it in my videos, you know.
Yeah. Sometimes all it takes, right, is just a few lines of text, right, and then you just generate it, and then once you give the AI an idea of what.
That's the thing. It doesn't need to be like 2 minutes long or whatever. It only needs to be like just a quick 30-second fucking 45 second. Yeah, not even that. You can Doesn't need to be a whole fucking song about me. I don't want a whole song. Just something that I could use for an intro or even an outro. Either one, you know.
I like the war song. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Should we spin that out and see what it does? You see now, Michael, he's not complaining anymore. He's fucking actually contributing. Shit, man. Do you know the rules of fence sitting? Yeah, Nathan, tell him the rules of fence sitting. Do not contribute or build to the fence, right?
Only I can fucking build a fence, bro.
Yeah, you want to build a fence? Ask Ozzy.
Yeah, there's a lot of fences out there.
Fences.
Yeah, I don't want nothing like that in my fucking song. I don't want it to fucking put myself down while I'm put it in my video. Like, fuck it. I want nothing to do with fence sitting. I want nothing to do with the colour blue. And I want nothing to do with fucking kangaroos.
No fucking kangaroos. No fucking. Oh, shit. Oh. All right, so we're back in. We got some more. We can hear some other tracks that other people have generated.
Oh, fucking. We
can. No, I meant other people that that use the software because they make it public.
Oh, right.
That's like I've made all my songs. They're all public. I haven't made them private. So anybody who's using the software can look through the library and see what's out there. Who's not there. I haven't tricked any out yet, but I bet there's some good ones.
Yeah, I've heard of when I listen to a lot of and watch a lot of videos now. I notice these AI songs that people have made up now. You know what I mean? They're in auditors' videos and shit.
Have you heard the Northwood ones?
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard them all.
A whole bunch of those ones. We've got,
I'm not much of a music person, bro. Like, I went through stages in my life of music, but I'm not very music. Couldn't give two
no,
fucks
what
if
I
I wanted.
meant to say is the words that we used on that we might be able to modify. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's more about recording the cops because that's what my channel's about, you know. And
yeah, that's well. What's he got?
being on the streets of the camera, you know, shit like that. Yeah. I don't know. It's what I'd rather. He's fucking talking about Australia shit. Fuck the government. Australia's just based on the government, on the fucking first settlers. Fuck that shit, bro. Even I'm part and part, you know, I'm a pizza. I've got orders from bloody me, but I can't stand our government. Never have and never will. Never have and never will.
Oh, we're about Don't Stand So Close to Me. Remember that song? We could change that. That'd be a good one, no?
As I said, I'm not much of a music person, so I don't
Remember
what
Sting.
names of songs and shit.
Don't stand so close to me. We could change that song.
Nah.
We could fuck with that song. Or does everyone stare?
Maybe you could look at a bit of 1/4 music and get a bit of I don't know. No.
Maybe we could add the chorus. Don't stand so close to me.
Can't get close to me anyway because they know not to get too close. They always stand back. Eventually they'll get close. They'll get sick of it. And get their fuck.
So what's this song? Does everyone stare? So what I did is I done a search.
Something about tyrants, fucking police. So I can't even think of anything else. Oh, what? No, it doesn't stand so close to me. Never ever listened to that type of music either. I like my rap music. I listened to like Corn and all that back in the day, but
How about Fuck the Police and WA? I fought the law and the law won. Sound of the police. Whoop, whoop, sound of the police. Long arm of the law. Fuck the police. That's got to be the one. NWA.
I don't know. It's big swag in the building. What up, bro? See, I like his music. See, out west, for a lot of, like when I was younger, I listened to a bit of grungy music and that sort of shit, Corn and System of a Down, but most of the time it's all been Tupac and Eazy-E, Ice Cube, Dr. Dre, all the Aussie hip hop. Big Swag can help you out with some lyrics. Big Swag, help us with some lyrics here, bro. We'll get you stunted. Something about the police, fuck the police, and yeah.
I'm going to put in NWA's lyrics and see what comes up. It might flag me up again. I've already had some flags. Doesn't like diss songs.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a clue, bro. When you're about to make lyrics, I'd be a rapper. I wouldn't have a clue.
You have to do this in 2 parts.
I know you might be able to get, like, maybe listen to some Aussie hip hop and get some rhymes out of fucking some lyrics about cops out of Aussie hip hop. That's all I could think of. The ex-swag's going to tell his son to write something if he can. Fucking oath, brother. That'd be mad.
Nathan, you know the only rap BX know is when he rap his lips around the blunt.
Nah, his son's got good music, bro. Much respect for his son. Fuck, I reckon he's fire. He should be driving around in a Lambo. I swear, if he lived here in Australia, he'd be driving around in a Lambo. Four-wheel drive Lambo.
Hey, BX son gonna be rapping, and BX gonna be rapping his lips around the end of the blunt. Talking about, yeah, that's the one right there. Now,
That's it.
Now let me get a light.
That's what managers do, bro. That's what managers do. Sit back, sipping on Hennessy, smoking a big blunt, while the boys are up there spitting rhymes.
BX don't drink Hennessy. BX drink Ripple. He been hanging out with Fred Sanford.
Or some Chivas Regal. Sipping on Chivas
No,
Regal. Fucking hell.
BX gonna be drinking sham pipple. He gonna have some champagne and Ripple mixed in the glass. Somebody got some purple Kool-Aid. You know he from New York. They still drink cold duck up there.
Fuck it.
Yeah, it's basically
Hey. It wouldn't be right if I didn't come in and make y'all laugh at least once.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the thing about it. Ain't nothing wrong with a good laugh.
Fucking
But you
knife.
got,
I'm wrong with a
but
laugh.
but you got to remember this though. In that good laugh, if you can laugh at others, you have to be able to laugh at yourself. And I can laugh at myself, so I can laugh with you, I can laugh at you, and I can laugh at myself. So
That's it, man.
makes for a good day. But I ain't gonna chill BX. I'm just getting warmed up. You better hope this storm front don't land over here, cause boy, if it do, it's on and popping today.
I wish I could fucking write. I wish I knew how to write lyrics. I'm hopeless, but I've never got into that shit.
You need a dictionary, a
I did
thesaurus, an urban dictionary, an ebonics
exactly,
dictionary.
bro. Exactly. I did the graffiti site and a bit of break dance. That's about it.
And last time I tried to break dance, I was going left and everything else was going right.
That was a long time ago.
I look like
Hello, mate. TGA in the building. Hello, mate. Hey, down. Fucking. Oh, never fucking clue. Fucking useless. Useless, can I?
Good morning, GGA.
Hey GGA, welcome to the shit show, bro. Oh, let's see if it will flag this one. Oh, it took it. Oh, no. I'm going to have to break up this song into 3 parts and then try and stitch them together. Oh, shit. Where is it? Oh, there's a problem. Another flag is saying, nope, I don't like the word fuck.
What's up, GGA?
Yeah, I want fucking me in me intro. Me.
Yeah, I mean, NWA is fuck the police, fuck the police, fuck the police, and he says, no, don't want to do that.
Yeah, no, I don't want fucking me intro or me outro. Just flag my video straight away. Puts it straight on the
Reaper.
Puts it straight on the limited fucking swear word fucking.
Hey, I said,
hold on, Grim. Hold on. Grim said he want to know when I say something. Hey, Grim, fuck you, you rusty old sot.
Lyricist sounds like a disease. Fuck you know. It's a fucking almighty good disease to have. That.
So that's a no. Maybe if we take out fuck the police, see if we do that. Because there's some good lyrics in there.
I'm going to shout out Yardley Skin next video and tell him the Foxtrot Oscar.
You should do a shout out video. Just a
Yeah,
little clip.
that sounds like.
and just just put them up and release them. You know what I mean?
If I knew how to edit, I would. I'm fucking
Well,
useless.
that's what the whole
I'll
point
learn.
of
I'll learn eventually.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of this community, right? I mean, some of us may know how to do things that others don't. You know.
Yeah, that's it, bro.
You know, those that don't know how to do things will learn, and those that can't do things will get the help and support that they need. You know what I mean? That's my idea of a community. I don't know if anyone's got a different idea, but you know.
No, that is fucking. That's what you call a fucking community of,
It's helping each other, whether it's sharing knowledge or assisting in whatever it may be. You know.
Yeah, exactly. That's why. Fuck this weed that I got strong, bro. It's been smashing me last night and today, bro. I've been just fucking wrecked it all day. It just made me so. But wow, it's fucking chronic.
No, we're fucked. It's really the end of the world. We need the lights.
You'll be using the stove soon.
You know, Flint. It's like fucking rubbing sticks together.
use them one lighter. Nah, but if you got a spark, you just get a little bit of toilet paper, put it into a little twist, make a little wick, make a real tight wick out of it, and just spark it until it lights up, bro. I'm telling you, it'll light up, and then you got a flame.
Who here has
jail, bro?
Who
That's all
here
you need in jail, bro.
Who has sat there with a bucket of lighters before, like going through each lighters trying to find one that works?
That's like I said.
Putting two together to see if you can get them to light.
Hey, listen, I got like 15 lighters now. All of them, if you shake them long enough, they got a spark or two left in them.
Right.
And, you know, I'm constantly burning stuff because I got these live oaks and these water oaks, so they're steady dropping leaves and tree branches. Man, you know how hard it is to find a lighter that works sometimes?
You ever use two lighters to light one?
I use 3 lighters to light one. I had one lighter that didn't have no flint, and I had 3 other ones that barely had a flint in them. So I turned them all where I could get one good spark, and I got one spark out of them, and I got my fire started.
You end up with blisters on your thumbs and shit. You know.
Like I said, no, you just make a wick. You just make a wick out of toilet paper, and then you spark it. If you got a flint with a spark on the light, and then you just use that wick.
And it's that's when you're in jail. I can
even on the outside.
I can light a cigarette with a battery. I can light a cigarette with a battery and a piece of copper wire.
Yeah, a piece of even a battery and a bit of tin foil.
Yeah. You got to be careful with the tin foil though, because the tin foil pops and goes out.
The gas stove is not too bad. The electric ones, I don't know. That's a fucking nightmare, isn't it?
I can start a fire with a pair of eyeglasses in the sun.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when you want to have a fucking, you want to have a cigarette or you want to have a fucking.
If I want to have a cigarette, if I want to have a
bong or whatever, and you haven't got a bong or whatever, and you haven't got no lighter, fuck that, bro. And you got spark, just roll up that toilet paper, bro.
If I need a cigarette, and I ain't got no light, and I know I got cigarettes and ain't got no lighter, and the stove too far away, and I'm gonna start me one good fire, and it gonna last until I go to the store the next time.
You know what I need to do is invest in a one of them things that you take camping with, a magnesium fucking block.
Oh, you talking about a fire starter?
Yeah,
flint. It's just a flint. Yeah, flint.
It's a magnesium block, isn't it? And you scrape it, and then
it's a flint.
You use a flint on the other side to try and spark it.
Yeah, they call them fire starters.
Yeah, You
Yeah,
get them little,
you don't even really need the magnesium, but the magnesium helps. But you don't
okay, sure
really
it
need
does.
that.
You put that shit, it'll burn anything.
Yeah,
A
fucking hell.
knife,
Did you
a
see
knife on a rock will
Nadal's
start a
video?
spark.
Did
No,
you see Nadal's short of the video that he put up?
no,
He lights something in the gutter, like there's stuff in the gutter. He just
Hmm.
lights it up and it goes and burns away and then disappears. It just stops.
Yeah,
It's freaky. I
methane
don't know what
gas.
I
It's
don't
burning the
know what was in the
methane
gutter. No,
gas.
it was white. It looked like fucking snow, or it was
Yeah.
white.
So what
Like
was it,
white.
like some sort of chemical spill and he just lit it?
Yeah. Either that
Have a look at it, Mellows, and you might be able to tell me. I didn't know what it was.
I'm not subscribed to him. I
I
don't know
wouldn't
what
have
he's
a clue.
yeah, because methane
Just right,
gas. When you're down in them sewers, the methane gas builds up down in there, and it's vaporous. Eventually, it has to dissipate and go somewhere. And over the years, it probably just sticks to the walls a little at a time, and it turns and white, so it's all gas build up on the wall.
I've
But ain't
seen
No,
videos.
this is in the gutter. This is in the gutter on the road, and it was white, like
Yeah.
white.
Right.
Fucking, I don't know. It looked like there's snow or something. And he
Hey,
just goes, "Fuck, watch this!
Damn it.
Don't try this at home." And just lit his light up, and then the whole thing just went, whoosh, and then just
you know,
when it went, bro,
powdered coffee.
I was like, "Whoa!"
That powdered cream that goes in coffee, that shit burns.
I don't know.
It's
No, this
it's
is like
flammable.
a foot and a half. This is like a foot and a half wide, and like a pile of it. Like this was, he didn't put it there. It was already there. It's all down the street. Like, and he just, what's this, guys? And he lit it up, and it. I was like,
Sodium
what the fuck is
sulfate
that?
burns. Sodium sulfate, that's salt, but it burns.
That's what it might have been. A salt spill or something like that, because they have all
sodium-
the ice over there
sodium-
in the cold weather.
Sodium sulfate burns. Sodium phosphate burns. But it just sodium phosphate flames up and goes right out.
It just spilled on the side of the road, bro.
That's probably something that
His
just fell
channel,
out.
what's his channel? Nadal Studio Pro or whatever it is.
What I'm saying is that there are environmental protection agencies that should
Flour burns.
should be fining people for that sort of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Companies, you know what I mean? That spill.
If you ever look at it just in the street, there's a car park there. It's crazy, man. I was like, what the fuck is that shit?
Where's that chemical come from, though? I mean, that's the story.
Yeah, for him just to see it and then light it up, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Now they'll probably put it there.
No. There was way, man. You would have needed a fucking 3 wheelbarrows full of the cunt. It was all down the street. Like he put like a witch's hat cone, like in between where it so it wouldn't jump down the street and keep going. And he just did a little section of it. Like it was like, what the fuck? And you could see it in the gutter down the street. Look at it. Have a look at it, and then you'll be able to tell me.
Drop the link in the back. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, that could have been anything.
Mama Bear, you know how to do that. I can't do it on the computer.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, stuff like that. I mean, you've seen DJ audits pick up on things like that. Do you know what I mean? And it is important. If there are companies out there that are just
there it is, Mellows.
Yeah, you know
they should be
a truck could have tipped over, and there's white dry cleaning substances that you mix with water that are powder that you dry cleaned and that shit there's flammable.
Don't try this.
You see it down the street when he shows the end picture. You can see it down the next gutter.
Don't try this at home.
You gotta put it up on the big screen.
I won't do that, man. We could get a strike.
No, could get a strike. I might. I doubt
Don't
Nadal
try
would.
this at home.
Don't trust no
Yeah,
company these days.
Yeah, you might get a strike.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. What do you reckon it is, Mellows?
I mean,
Don't try this at home.
It could be a number of things, man. Whatever it is,
It's in the street like that. Like it should not be in the street like that.
Home.
No way. whatever that is, should not be in the street.
What's it look like?
It should not be in the street. It looks like ice or snow.
Like street salt. Like that street salt they put down.
It's probably if it's rock salt, it's got an anti-caking agent and an anti-icing agent in it. That shit is flammable.
This is highly flammable. This is like a fuse.
Highly flammable. It goes up.
Yeah,
it goes up.
If it's
fuse, yes.
Does it look real crystalline?
Yeah. More jelly.
Is it
more jelly looking? More jelly looking. But
hold on. Slow down, Nathan. Slow down. I'm asking questions.
It's in the private chat, Mitch. Then you'll be able to have a go look at it and watch it.
I'll look at it later. I'm asking questions. I'm trying to get Mello's first opinion of it from what he saw. It's crystalline in color, like
it's white, pure white,
and it's jelly like.
It looked like it was like a crystalline powder that went down, but it's almost like it's melted into a jelly.
What is it? Is there snow on the ground?
No, it's the dry day. It looks like a nice warm day.
All right, so that means whatever it was left over from the winter time, because I bet you
whatever it was, it poured down the drain.
Yeah, it was probably that road de-icer. It's got a solvent like antifreeze in it. That when you mix it with rock salt, it turns kind of jelly like as it melts, but it melts through the ice.
That would not burn like that.
That solvent is flammable. If you pour that solvent on the ground and throw a cigarette in it, that solvent will go up in flames. That solvent is almost pure petroleum, but it's got some other chemicals that they add into it. It's like antifreeze.
It's weird, man. You have to have a look at it, Mitch. Trust me. It's freaky.
No, I was just asking. What the fuck? I'm just asking from what Mellows is looking at.
You gotta look at it, bro. I can't. Words can't.
Words can't explain it, eh?
Because you can take styrofoam.
For me to explain it anymore, I would need to understand what the chemical is. You know what I mean?
I like to see.
I wouldn't have a clue.
Because napalm's easy.
A flammable chemical that shouldn't be like.
But Nadal's from Morocco.
Whatever it is.
Them motherfuckers over there are mercenaries. Them bitches know how to build bombs and all kind of shit over there.
Mitch, whatever it is, someone poured it down the drain, and that should not be going into the drain, bro.
It's down the street, but you can see it when it goes to when he stands up. You can see it. It's down the next gutter, like the next house along. It's down that gutter as well. It's all the way down the street, like.
That sounded like it was deliberate.
If you had that shit there, that's a wick to light any fucking fire, bro. Like that just burnt like.
Is there any long skid marks or scratches in the road where something fell?
You gotta take a look, bro.
Okay. No, bro. It's in the gutter.
I can't play it. I would play it, but I won't play it. No.
I'll check it out later.
Not without Nadal up here. You know what I mean?
I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
Ammunition that they can use, because it's not just me.
Aid the basement in the building.
Welcome to the panel, Aid.
Hey, you all right, guys?
What they do, Aid? Long time no hear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All good, man. How you doing, Mitch? You good?
All right,
hey, I still ain't got my pigeon peas and rice and my curry goat, man. What up?
I don't think you're in England. I don't know where the ethic. Oh, in America. Oh man, that must be some fresh baby shark. Fun down there to sort that out. Jeez.
Did you see Nadal's video, Aid?
No, not yet. No.
I was going to see a bit of your opinion on it. I wouldn't have a clue what
Yeah.
fucking shit is. It's crazy.
What we do is we drop it in the front because sharing the video and let everybody see it for themselves, and then they can tell us what they think.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Already
check it.
Yeah.
Already
I'm
dropped.
gonna go check it out later.
I already dropped this link.
I'm still
Already dropped.
subbed. I'm still subbed in the dog weird ass. Just cause ain't no telling what he might be up to.
Did you
I've
drop
already
the
dropped
link
this
to
link.
the channel or to that video? Oh, there.
No, to
I
the
dropped
channel.
I
the
dropped
channel.
this channel. They can look it up.
All right, here's the link to the video.
I can drop the link video as well. Fucking hell.
All right, let me fetch it.
I got it. I just did
It's
it.
already done. Already done.
It may not have gone into everyone's chat though.
It's the only chat in my fucking chat at the moment is just all links.
It's only going to go into the four that I've connected to. It won't go into Aussies or CPs or anything else.
I'll get it.
Okay.
I'll grab it. I'll grab it.
That's all you can see in my chat at the moment is links.
Right. It's a spamming.
Mama Bear's going in 6 chats. Every time she drop it, it's going in 6.
Yeah.
And Grim's got 1, Bear got 1, BBA got 1, Eyes on the Audit got 1.
Bear's got 2 channels up. He's got his backup.
Yeah,
well.
banter.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the way they're dropping on my side because I'm just on the stream.
Right.
I'm not re-streaming it, right? I'm not re-streaming it because I'm subject to have to get up and go do something.
I just dropped it.
But I'm just
Dropped
watching.
it.
I'm just watching how many different streams it's in. Because Mama Bears is showing in 6. It says Grim, it says BBA, it says Bear Banner, and it says Eyes on the Audit.
I just dropped the link with no explanation to just that specific video.
See, that's like what you and BBA was talking about earlier. The reach that it has with all of these combined streams, even though they're not everybody's not on one, the information that needs to be out there still gets out there and it still reaches more places. Because everybody might not come in one chat because everybody might not agree with everybody and everybody don't want to start no drama.
This multi-stream is a right pain in the ass, Big G says.
There is something that I'm working on behind the scenes. I don't mind telling you that, although we're multi-streaming to other channels and see what from the people on the panel, we can see all the chats from all the different panels. What I'm working is reversing that and combining all the chats into our own chat, like something like Discord or Telegram or even, our own app. So basically what we'll do is combine all the chats into one chat. So instead of having to go to one channel, you could just go to this chat and all the chats will be combined into it. The only issue would be that I'm thinking of that we might have is the constant spamming. So when we chat in the panel, it will be basically it will be brought into this one chat like 4 times, 5 times, however many channels are connected to it. See what I mean?
Yeah,
I get that.
Yeah. So
Well,
like
that's
we
why
see the spamming when Mama Bear puts one link in it and it goes to 6 different channels. In here, it will be like that on the other side for the viewers. They'll see all our response. The people on the panel will be responding to them. So it's just a matter of maybe creating a bot that can just separate and just have one chat instead of having 6 chats come over. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but basically you wouldn't be going to YouTube and using a chat. You'll be going to our chat, and everyone who's connected will be going all the chats from all the different places will be going to this one place.
because a lot of people are confused because they're like, How's he talking to them and I can't see them in the chat? Oh, they're on another chat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because StreamYards has combined all our chats into
Yeah.
one. So what I'm
Like
going to reverse engineer that
on
idea.
on mine, when I'm not like I might be streaming, but I might not be in my chat. I just tell people feel free to chat amongst yourselves. Don't do this, don't do that, because it's not accepted.
Yeah.
And you know, for the most part, I don't have any problems with my chat. Just because people drop in to see what's going on, say hi, what's up, and all that, and do what they do, and keep it moving.
Yeah.
But I don't have a lot of issues, but like a lot of times people like, why ain't you restreaming? Well, I can, but I always before I restream something, I always ask first, and I tell people that before you restream stuff, you should ask the person that's doing it if it's okay, because other people might see you doing it and they doing it, but they're doing it for nefarious purposes.
Mm.
So you should always ask if it's okay if you restream it. And people are like, man, Mitch, you just weird. No, it's professional courtesy. Because I've done a lot of jobs and I've been in a lot of places and I watch the interactions with people. The people that have and I've been hanging acoustic panels in advertising agency offices, and the people that have the most clients have the best people skills because they're actually listening to their clients and they're adapting whatever marketing strategy they have on the fly because they're listening to what the people that are making this project are saying, because they already did their demographics to create this product. That's the same thing you're doing. You're creating a product, but out of professional courtesy, there's certain things that you do and don't do, and you should always ask questions about it.
Got a new panel guest. I don't recognize Aussie Bruce.
Don't know.
Aussie Bruce.
No.
Hello.
No, I don't know.
If you ain't gonna talk,
Yo, what's up?
Hey, Aussie Bruce. How you doing, bro?
Hey, man, how you going? All right?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Where you hail
Hey,
from,
good,
man?
bro.
What channel did you come to us from? You a subscriber to one of the channels here?
Yeah, no, I'm from I know what in Australia.
It's in Australia. Okay. You a friend of his?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good mates. Yeah.
You get. Yeah, he doesn't like auditing Australia by the sounds of it.
No, he's all right.
Man, you sound
Just why you went.
you sound a little sketchy there, bro.
Yeah, in Australia. He frequents his panels. He's not here at the moment. How did
What, you
you
calling me
find?
sketchy?
No, it's
Yeah,
your response. It's your response to the man's question. The man
got
asked
a
you
lot
a
of
question.
trolls.
The man asked you a question, and you kind of sidestepped it. You didn't give him a straight answer. He
Mitch,
asked you the first.
let me deal with this, Mitch. Aussie Bruce, we have a lot of people that want to do some nasty things, porn bum us, do all kinds of crazy things. So we've got to be careful who we let out. Audits in Australia.
Yeah, I just thought it was open mic night. Thought I'd come and say
Yeah,
hello,
it is. It is, but because we don't know who you are, Audits in Australia is not here, so he can confirm that you're one of his.
Can you show your face in the background?
You want to see
Not
my
while
face?
you're on the channel, just while you're in the background, and then it's got a screen up so no one can see your face.
But
the camera's just all black.
There you go.
That's a cheek, you mad cunt.
I don't know how to do it. How do I get the live cam up?
Just go to where it says start cam.
So, so funny.
I'm fucking with Big G down in the chat. You talking about my accent sounds kind of hillbilly. I told him it's 100% black. Big G. You know.
Bruce, just
Uh,
you know, what are you doing there, bro? You gonna
There you go.
see what? You see what I mean, Bear? We
you ain't gonna pull that
even
blanket.
though
You ain't gonna pull that blanket up, are you?
Mellow,
And fucking.
you know, Mellow. Even though we're on the panel,
ain't gonna pull that. Mitch, chill for a sec. Hey, you're not gonna show that. You're not gonna pull that blanket up and show your dick, are you? You mad cunt. That one, no bomb bombers here, bro. I'm just a simple question.
I'm wearing trackies, mate, so don't worry. You can see my trackies if you want. I'll show them to you. It's all good.
All right, sweet as.
All right, bro. You can turn your camera off, man.
No, leave it on.
You want to leave it on?
I got nothing to fucking hide, dude.
No, just AA's got all in Australia's got a lot of trolls, bro. That's we're just being safe. We're streaming on a lot of channels here, and we don't want to be bomb bombed. You know, them putrid cunts.
Right. Yeah, that's fair enough. I understand that.
So what brings you over here, man? I mean, how did you find us?
I'm just a lurker. Just known about these channels for a while.
Okay.
I kind of just sit back and watch you guys.
All right.
So what's the topic? You said open mic tonight. What open topic? What's going on?
Whatever you want to talk about, bro. What you got in mind? What kind of things you want to discuss?
Hey, Deb. Hey, Deb. What up, girl?
We've been talking about a whole range of things tonight.
Yeah, I've only just joined. So what's the topics you've been talking about? What's going on?
You name it. Take a pick.
We're just having a yarn.
Take a
bro.
pick.
We're
Yeah.
just having a
Take a
yarn. brother.
pick. Whatever you want to talk about. Yeah. Whatever you want to speak about, we'll speak about it, man.
Where you from, Bruce?
You've been watching it.
You in Melbourne, are you? In Victoria?
South Australia.
Oh, South Australia. What a good weed is that. What a good weed is that.
Oh yeah, mate. You fucking better believe it.
Yeah, fucking oath.
I'm on a
South
fucking
Australia's
few
always
fucking
been.
joints right now.
Yep. South Australia's always been the best fucking weed.
Tea time. Susan, what do you think? Any good? We're gonna have to make some new ones. We're gonna put these cups in on a store. All different ones. See if we can make it positive.
I want the blood stuff.
Hey? See if we can make an Aussie Nathan one. What do you reckon?
Yeah, she got at least have some sex appeal and a bikini on or something.
Bikini? I can
Who was that person? Who was that girl there?
I don't know. She just advertises that McDonald's uses.
Some model. Yeah.
It's a model that he uses.
All right. I'm gonna go and make a new design for a new cup. I'm gonna make a new Aussie cup. Unless you want me to make something else. What you guys discuss politics?
I've got to mute up. I was going to speak to my son here.
Oh, yeah? Oh, shit. Yeah.
So, do you have a channel, Bruce?
Do I have what?
A channel?
A channel of what?
A YouTube channel?
Yeah, I got a YouTube channel.
You'll put it in back chat?
What do you want to? You don't want to see my YouTube channel? It's fucked.
Why not?
Why is it fucked?
Because it's probably about 15 years old. I mean, you can go and look at my channel if you want.
Yeah, drop the link in the back. We'll take a look. I mean, that's what the community is about.
Right, in the private chat.
Yeah, just put it in the private chat. You won't be able to put it in the front chat. You don't have a spammer.
I think that's it. In the private chat, yeah.
In the private chat, yeah.
I think that's my channel.
You want to make things difficult.
Yeah, I see that.
Some old videos here, right? This is a sim game you play.
This is a what? Sorry.
This video that you've uploaded is a sim game you played.
Sim game? What? What do you mean? Are you on the right channel?
Yeah, it's the one that you posted. This is your channel, right? Nope. Wrong one. This is your channel, right?
Yeah, that's my channel.
That's what I was saying. Is this a sim game that you play?
Sim game?
Yeah, the video.
It's not a sim game.
What is it?
Looks like skate. What game is it? Is that skate or?
Yeah, it's skate.
Yeah.
It's a sim game. That's what I said.
Tony Hawk was the best.
Some old videos here you got, man. 15 years ago. Fuck. You still play these games?
Nah, I don't play them anymore.
I remember these games. Similar. Didn't they do a similar concept now with Grand Theft Auto, where you could just mod this game and you can just carry on? Reminds me a little bit of Minecraft style. So what have you been up to in the 15 years on YouTube, just lurking?
Oh, yeah, pretty much, I guess. I mean, working.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that's like one of your sock accounts.
A what?
That's one of your alternate accounts.
No.
That's
No,
the
I only
only
have one account.
That's cool, man. You're welcome here. We are a bit cautious, especially the new people. You said Audit in Australia knows you, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Audit in Australia is my brother. Man. If you're a friend of Audit in Australia, you're my friend.
Oh, right, hang on, just trying to fucking light up a joint.
We're just cautious.
Still struggling with your lyrics, Ozzy. Fuck the police.
Oh, whose auditing videos are we going to watch today?
I know GGA showed up earlier. We could grab one of his.
Yes, let's grab the GGAs. That sounds like a good one. Which ones of GGAs we gonna watch? Let's see what we can find at GGAs.
Barking, Mr. Chips is banging it. He's gonna fucking dominate the charts. You know that.
Yeah, he's gonna do one on me.
Mama Bear. He's serious competition. What are we gonna do about this guy?
I don't know. No idea yet. Gotta do some thinking on that one.
Well, let's see. Let's see what the competition's saying, Mama Bear. Let's see.
Uh-oh. Did you drop one?
Is Mr. Chips in the chat?
Was there?
Mr. Chips. Drop this link in the chat as well.
When you're feeling sore and down, don't despair. There's a magic cream, it's beyond compare. For those tender moments when you need relief, reach for the tube, it's a soothing relief. But her cream, oh, it's a dream. Takes away the pain, makes you wanna scream. With joy and comfort, no more misery. But her cream, set your worries free.
It's got to be a Eurovision song contest. How the fuck are we gonna be?
A cherry cream, oh, it's a dream. Takes away the pain, makes you wanna scream. With joy and comfort, no more misery. But her cream sets your worries free. Had a rough day or a long, long ride, or maybe you slipped and hurt your pride. No need to suffer, just grab the balm. Rub it on gently, it works like a charm. But her cream, oh, it's a dream. Takes away the pain, makes you wanna scream. With joy and comfort, no more misery. But her cream sets your worries free. But her cream, oh, it's a dream. Takes away the pain, makes you wanna scream. With joy and comfort, no more misery. But her cream sets your worries free.
Fantastic.
That was fucking awesome, wasn't it? Oh,
this.
Yeah, we could nominate that for the Yummies.
Yep.
That was definitely one for the charts. Top of the charts. Top of the morning. Give it a view, a like, and a share. You know, he's kind of fucked up the whole thing. I'm going to have to steal his song and use it for the video. Or I'm going to have to whip my AI into shape and see if we can come up with a better song. I'm coming for you, Mr. Chips. I'm coming for your number one, top of the chart. Butthurt Cream Award is mine.
Nah, that was pretty mad, bro.
See what we do. What we need is one. We need one for Bruno. We want we're rebranding at the moment.
That second song you did for me is pretty damn good.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I like that one.
Alrighty, where were we?
I don't know if you can compete with Mr. Chips though. You got to bring your A game with Mr. Chips.
Right? He ain't fucking around, is he? He's just putting them out there.
You got to bring your A. You got to bring your A game fucking with Mr. Chips.
Right.
I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting something else.
No, it's good though. It's good that yeah, I enjoy the interaction, you know, the inspiration, the ideas, the community coming together and making stupid songs and sharing them with each other. You know, it's fun. You know what I mean? It's a fun way of building a community, I think.
And everybody gets to express a lot of things in the making of a song, and nobody gets offended.
Okay, let's find a good audit.
The Armed Fisherman.
I can't play something that I have not had express permission to use. Material.
If he says, if Armed Fisherman says something,
he might not.
Old guy mix was on the panel, and
if it was my channel,
he loved when people share his stuff.
I get that, but if it was my channel, I would play it more, right? But I've got 6 other channels here that they don't know.
He's a real Second Amendment guy. He go fishing with his firearm.
Okay.
He like everybody following Dalton and everything else too.
Now we'll review it. We'll make it. We should make reaction videos to them because that way we can use them as a fair use. We have to edit them. See what I mean? We can't just play them out here live. We have to edit the videos.
Well, you can play like 10 or 15 seconds of it and then pause it and we can talk about it.
Yeah, we can do stuff like that.
Okay. Good guy audit. Let's find a good guy autism. Active. Yeah, I can't even talk today. I haven't had enough coffee yet. Let's go to good guy. Let's see what we can find good of him. See, he did the town hall in Rochelle, North Central.
And like Ozzy pointed out to me the other day, I may have been given permission to use some of the material, but other people who are connected, who are stringing the same, haven't had that. Right, so I kind of opened them up to getting strikes, and then you know what it's like. Today, everyone's happy with each other. Tomorrow, someone pisses each other off, and they go back and they see videos, and they go and strike each other just for the sake of striking each other.
Now, next time I talk to the Armed Fisherman, next time he's live, next time I catch him live or whatever, I'm gonna talk to him and get permission to be able to free stream it.
If you connect to us when you do that, and you bring him up, we maybe bring him up on a panel. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get him. I'm gonna see if I can get him to come over. I don't have his Gmail, but he usually responds to me when I say something to him, and like if I post something on one of his videos, he usually responds to me.
Yeah, no, because I mean, once they've come up on the panel and they said, "Yeah, use my stuff," do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's a different argument altogether. Do you know what I mean? It's not just that; it's peace of mind and it's courtesy as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the whole thing. The more information we get out there about different things, the more people can actually learn. And I'd rather be doing something worthwhile than some bullshit.
No, but I mean, here's an example. I could have put stuff up from Eli's panel or Eli's channel, up on my channel previously, but and Eli wouldn't have had an issue with it. But the moment I, came over here and did this, he would have used that as an opportunity to reach out and strike me for his materials. You see that this is, although people are happy with you today, tomorrow they'll go back 6 months ago, a year, and you've got material of theirs on your, they're a year ago they were happy with you, but now they're not. So they'll go back here and give you a strike on all it, and all you need is 3 strikes. So if you've put 3 videos up, boom, you're gone. Your channel's gone, bro. And so when you do things like that, you got to really be careful who you fuck with.
I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna go over there on one of his videos and drop him a message in there and have him and ask him to come by here. That way we can have a conversation with him, and then we can get there. Then you can get it. You can get the permission yourself to restream it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just out of
professional
experience.
courtesy.
Yeah, and courtesy. Yeah,
human decency.
Often, you often get a better received when you ask them their permission before you start doing it. Every time I've done that, I've never had any issues. No restrictions, notices, no nothing. You know what I mean? You do it properly, you won't get it.
That's why, like I said, I always ask, but he always every time he's live and I catch him live, he's always mirror, share, restream. He wants the information out there. But I'm like you. Even though they say it, I still like to ask.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are a few people that I know and confident that I won't have an issue with. I know that Will Turbot, for instance, I know
that's like
he wouldn't have any issue with me playing any of the videos that he has.
If you happen to be looking at my page and you see something you like, I wouldn't give a damn if you play it or not. I could care less.
It's the same with Bear. It's the same.
You doing me a favor.
You build these relationships with people. You know what you can and can't do, right? What's acceptable or not. You know what I mean?
Just don't call me late for dinner or blow my high.
Yeah, Mellow, where are you from, brother?
What are you talking to?
Right.
I live in the UK at the moment.
Yeah, no shit. What part?
The middle part.
All right. Well, okay. Like Midlands?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, my family's all English, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mum from the Midlands. Dad was from Sidcup.
Yeah. Oh shit, man, where is this guy? I need to make a quick phone call, guys.
Hey, it is Taco Tuesday. Who's getting tacos and who's making tacos?
We got a Taco Tuesday here. You get 5 tacos for $5 at this Mexican restaurant, and it's authentic Mexican food. They bring the food out on a hot plate, and they got the best French fries in town, and they're a Mexican restaurant. And when they bring them out on a hot platter. think that's where I'm
Cool.
going tonight. Taco Tuesday.
It's fucking Wednesday here.
It ain't my fault you counterclockwise.
Count what?
The water spins backwards over there.
Yeah.
If it's spinning backwards over here, that means it's a hurricane or a tornado brewing. Or your toilet clogged up.
Wait a minute. In Switzerland, after 10 o'clock, you can't flush your toilets. It's illegal. If you live in an apartment complex. Remember that. And the jury is deliberating in the Hunter Biden case. What will happen? And will Biden pardon him if he is convicted?
Sorry about that, little bit. I was just taking a quick call.
It's fine.
All right.
Well,
GGA.
nothing like a good cup of coffee to go with a good bowl of God's green cabbage.
I was just thinking, maybe we could redo some of your avatars in your YouTube banner for Mama Bear.
Yeah. Did you see that vice president in African was killed yesterday in a plane crash?
We ain't gonna speak on that.
Another accident. Is it another accident?
I can't say much about that. Because it seems kind of odd. All of a sudden,
I'm gonna say, let me
guess. His
guess.
plane crashed. Did you see? It had just had routine service too.
It was bad weather.
Coinky dink.
Inexperienced
pilot. Good excuse. Bad weather.
Inexperienced pilot, bad weather.
Conveniently, coincidentally, just recently, the Iranian leader was taken down in a helicopter with bad weather. Right? Bad weather, everyone's climate.
Bad weather seems to happen often around world leaders,
right?
Or presumptive world leaders.
Probably the biggest threat to you as a world leader is bad weather. I wonder why they.
Yeah, man. Listen, the T word or anything else is not a threat to them. Bad weather is the government's biggest threat. All we got to do is pray for a whole lot of rain.
Bad weather
and thunder.
Is, basically, it's an act of God, right? It's unavoidable accident. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we got to pray. We got to pray for electromagnetic storms aimed at government official planes that are flying in planes they ain't got no business in.
Yeah.
I wonder how many will fall out the sky every day.
We need to pray, man. Let's pray. Someone lead a prayer.
Let's hold hands. We gather around in a circle and sing Kumbaya.
We are gathered here today on this panel to say a few words.
Say good riddance. To say good riddance
of
your governmental dogs.
To bad rubbish. We're gonna say amen, hallelujah, and let's keep this shit moving.
Amen, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
How in the hell we get sidetracked, Mellows?
I don't know. I'm sitting here trying to make a cup for.
I was listening to you talking about designs for Mama Bear, and all of a sudden we got sidetracked.
So we're gonna make a cup like I did for Susan.
Hey, you
like
know
a
what you need?
bubble mug.
You
How
know
about
what
we
you
make a
need?
bubble mug?
Hey, Mellows, make Mama Bear into a gangster truck driver, right? Sitting like in the cockpit of an 18-wheeler, but instead of a steering wheel and windows, she got a whole row of computers in front of her and a keyboard.
His wife was on the plane as well.
That's a hell of a coincidence, ain't it? But that falls right into what Sun Tzu said in The Art of War. There's no innocence in war. You never leave anybody behind, because those that you leave behind eventually grow up to be your killers.
Due to poor visibility, and the pilot was advised to return. He was headed turn back to the airport. It was located in a forest area in the mountains.
Man, who is this Route 4 or whatever the fuck down here? Talking about Junel, a.k.a. What his name is a felon. Check out the link. We don't care if he's a felon. I'm a felon. What they got to do with the fuck anything? I love felons. Felons gonna keep it real. People like you that want to put people real names out there and shit, y'all the phony motherfuckers on the planet. Y'all need to learn that we don't care what station you is in life, where you been, what you done. Everything you went through in life is what makes you who you are. So that bullshit you just put in the chat, you could take that shit somewhere else if you gonna be
Why
like
are
that.
you doxing somebody?
Yeah,
Where is it? I can't
that's
see
just fucking cooked, mate. Like, it's just cooked, mate.
Why are you doxing somebody?
I can't hit him from here. I just sat back down in the chair and hit the chat, and that's the first thing I saw.
Fucking cookers, mate.
That's
Sorry.
why I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mama Bear, but I had to speak out.
Why are you doxing somebody in our chat?
Who's doxing who?
RTE 4.
He's
got in
gone.
my chat.
Towley's there. Towley said you want me to hide him or time him out.
I already got him.
Is he in my chat?
I got him.
Know, I don't know whose chat. I think he's in.
I got him. He's gone.
No, I still see him over here. He's still
it'll stay in our chat, the people that are up here.
Oh, okay.
But it'll be gone from YouTube.
All right. Susan says she's still listening 6 miles from home. She on a bicycle.
I got him.
Good shit.
Get your pedal on, Susan. Take a couple turns for me. The local councilor was caught out sleeping in the council meeting, and deputy mayor took a picture and released it to the public. Now the people are up in arms about leaking the picture and want her to apologize.
We don't dox people's names here. So
yeah, we know that.
Linda Lou said she read the charges.
He done it in Easy's chat. He done it in Easy chat earlier. He's done it in a few. So he's got a fucking.
Who's he
doxing? Anyway, Juno.
Oh.
Did you see in the chat earlier about what Deb said about Givaldi? That's putrid, that shit, bro.
Yeah, I didn't see that actually.
Yeah. They've investigated. They paid $100,000 for a fucking outside investigator who's another fucking cop anyway, and found that they done nothing wrong on that
That's
day.
fucked.
That's bullshit, brother. All the parents are going crazy, like. Yeah, the armed fisherman done a video on it. It was putrid, brother. It's fucking. And all he had to say was, I was just doing what I was told to do. So the fucking
That's
government there
always
told him, paid him $100,000 and told him what to do in the investigations, and he did it and found no wrongdoing. Fucking what a load of shit.
that's always the excuse of just following orders. They call it.
He was working. He was working for the city council and the mayor. They hired him. The mayor and the city council hired him, and gave him $100,000, and he was doing what they told him to do, and he found no wrongdoing. Like, that's a bit sus. It's a cover up, stitch up, big time.
But you know how he gets away with it. He gets away with it by plausible deniability. I didn't know I was doing wrong. This is what they gave me, and this is what they told me. This is what I was approved to do. I didn't know they were committing malfeasance. So he's got a layer of plausible deniability based on the fact that they gave it to him, even though the kickback scheme was already cooked in there. But it gives him one step removed from it, so it doesn't look like he was in on the conspiracy. So they don't take the kickback money, so later on when they go to jail or prison, they can get that money. That's what the scheme. That's how the schemes work. They give one person the plausible deniability. He may get caught, but he may go to jail or whatever. But when they get out, the money is still sitting there untouched.
Yeah, he's not going to go to jail. He had nothing to do with it. He just fucking did what he was told. Where those other cops, man, all those fucking 77 minutes of them standing around doing nothing. Fucking disgusting, mate. Bunch of fucking bitches, bunch of pussies.
Yeah, that's the way. That's the way they are. But let one of their children, let one of their children or something be involved in something. They're gonna go in there. They're gonna run in their head first. They ain't gonna be thinking about it. But
100%.
Until it happens to them or they experience it themselves, they don't care.
Even if my kid was if my kid wasn't in there, and I would have ran straight in. Fuck them. Like, fuck. That's putrid, bro. Especially when you got fucking all the gear on. You got all the gear on. You got fucking all these fucking crazy ass rifles.
Now, me being the parent of 5 children, I look at it like this. If my kids would have been in that school, I would have went in there with no bulletproof vest on. Me and Youngin would have had some words. Look here, bro. This is what you about. This what you about to get. You gonna stop while you ahead. You ain't got that many. You can work something out on this shit. Where
you think that cunt was gonna let you get close enough to him to talk to him? No.
But think about it. Mitch, come on. Listen, I grew up around people. I grew up in Detroit in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. We were the murder. No, listen, Nathan. I grew up. We were the murder capital of the United States from the 40s to the mid 80s.
Yeah, that don't mean shit. By the time I was listen, you can't tell me he's going to stand there. That dude was going to stand there and talk to you.
Listen, you can actually talk to those people. Man. I've talked to some serious shooters that have shot motherfuckers that were standing right next to me, Nathan. I've had blood splattered. I've had motherfucking brains splattered on me.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about people Nathan, in your hood.
Nathan,
I'm talking about some fucking random cunt in Givaldi. There's no way he would have just shot you as soon as you walked in.
Listen, that's where he had a purpose, but people with a purpose. I was in prison with people that had purposes like that, Nathan. And you know what all of them said? If somebody would have walked in and talked to me, it might have been different. But nobody, I was crying out for help, but nobody wanted to listen. Everybody's about me. I talked to I talked to Cruz. I talked to Cruz, the dude that killed all them. I talked to Cruz, the dude that killed all them people in Parkland.
Yeah,
He he told me the same thing. I was sitting in the holding cell with Cruz. He told me the same
Say
thing. He
that
said
after.
nobody
That's
wanted to talk to me. He said if anybody
That's
would have
after they've
walked up and sat down and talked to me, things would have been
Mitch, think
different.
about it, brother. Mitch, think about it, brother. That's after they've fucking done it and they've had time to think about it. Like, fuck.
No.
They're not thinking at the time they're doing it. It's totally different, brother.
Listen,
You can't say
Nathan,
it's gonna happen.
when Cruz,
It could have went both ways.
listen,
It could have went both
I
ways. He could have shot you in the head. It could have went
I
both ways. He could have
literally-
shot you in the head, or he could have listened.
Nathan, I literally
it's 50-50.
I literally spent an hour and a half over lunch in a holding cell waiting to go back to court. I was going to trial while Nicholas Cruz was going to trial. I was sitting there talking to that man, and he kept telling me the same thing. He said, man, all the time they saw what was going on. They saw that I needed help, and everybody turned a blind eye to it. Nobody would sit down and talk to me. He said, if somebody would have just talked to me, things would have turned out different. I wouldn't have did this. He said, I was crying for help, and when nobody helped me.
He should have just fucking blew his own head off instead of fucking shooting kids. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, and you have to remember, he has a child. Nathan, he is not that smart. Nicholas is not that smart. He has a childlike mentality. He doesn't grasp reality like most people. He never has. Even as a child, he was distant and he was in his own world. He's always had problems, even as a child. His mother didn't know what to do with him. That's why his grandmother had it. His mother had problems. Nobody knew what to do with Nicholas, and nobody tried. They failed at the trying because they were running him through the system.
His parents should have fucking flushed it down the toilet. That's what they should have done. All of them cunts.
Yeah. But there were so many discrepancies in that case that they were never going to give him the death penalty. The appeal court was going to overturn the death penalty because of what the judge said at the very beginning. And believe me, the appeal court didn't miss it. The judge said at the very beginning that she knew one of the victim's family members at the very beginning of the trial. That right there was grounds for her to be recused from that trial. But he was never going to. Yeah. And that was going, if they would have gave him the death penalty, they would have overturned it based on that one statement. I'm speaking from experience. I'm not giving legal advice.
I'm not saying I know you got experience, Mitch, but all that shit's out the window when it comes to kids, bro. I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
Listen,
that cunt deserves his head blown off.
I've seen shit happen that doesn't make the news. I watched the standoff in Fort Lauderdale. I watched the standoff between the police and his dude that was holding his girlfriend and her kids hostage in the house. The baby daddy, walked up there and said, listen, man, you got my kids in there, man. I don't give a fuck how many times you pull the trigger. I'm coming to get my kids. And that dude walked in the house and got his kids, and that dude didn't pull the trigger. He stayed in there after he let the kids out. He stayed in there and talked to that dude. He walked that dude out the house.
They should have just blew his head off.
I watched it with my own eyes.
They should have blew his head off as soon as he walked out.
But see, that was the whole.
Or anything like that.
That was the whole thing.
I'm talking about the school
the dude that did it has mental issues. And the dude knows that he has mental issues, but he was willing to talk to him. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, but that's before.
You have sometimes you got to remember this.
Before
whatever you believe.
That case is before he shot anybody. I understand that before he shot anybody. Yeah, you can talk to him 100%. But when they've already shot multiple kids and teachers, there's no point talking. Just blow their fucking head off.
But they weren't talking. Everybody was running. Nobody even made an attempt to talk to that boy. you have to think about these things, Nathan. Sometimes,
What kids?
yeah,
What kids are meant? Kids are meant to.
it may be the
Kids,
heat of the
little kids meant
moment,
to stand
but
up. Little
whatever
kids
you
meant to stand up
believe
and go
in,
and talk to him. Whatever,
listen.
Mitch, bro. Nah, it's fucking stupid.
Whatever you believe in, Nathan. Whatever, wherever you're at that moment. If you're at a spot in life where you have to do something, God always puts you where you need to be when you need to be there for whatever purpose it is.
Fuck
If
God,
you were
God's not
there,
doing nothing.
if you were there, Nathan,
You're doing it on your own free will.
and regardless of whose kids it is, if you would have been there, Nathan, you would have tried to do something.
Yeah, and God would have told me to do it. I would have fucking done it myself. There is no
Yeah,
such thing
and
as God to be able
I'm
to tell
not
me or
saying
God's
that
will.
whatever.
It's not
I'm
God's
not
will. It's
saying
my
God or
will.
anything. I'm saying that you took that
You did.
leap of faith upon yourself to go out there and do it. That's what I've witnessed people do. Take a leap of faith and go out there and actually do something. I watched that man go in there and get his kids and talk that crazy man out the house. Everybody knows that dude is crazy. He's fucked up.
Yeah,
He
he's obviously crazy,
just
but
stands in the middle of the street and starts screaming for no apparent reason at all. He's been like
there's
that
heaps
since
of
he
them
was a
around.
kid.
There's heaps of people. I've grown up around all those type of people where I'm at too, Mitch, and
Yeah.
like where I'm
But,
from out the western suburbs. There's a lot of crazy
but
cunts, and yeah, some people can to be talked to. He obviously didn't want to kill no one, and he didn't want to fucking get killed himself, so
yeah,
he didn't
but
do it.
that's why
But
I'm
when
saying
they've already killed people, when they've already
sometimes,
killed kids,
yeah,
there is no
yeah,
chance. That kid they just started shooting before anyone even got a chance to talk to them
yeah,
in that Givaldi school. That Givaldi school,
exactly.
that
But
was putrid, bro.
think about the things that led up to the Uvalde. What about all the before? Nobody was paying attention to the signs that it was coming. There's
Not
always
every
signs. There's always
millions of
signs.
people.
That's the problem,
How
Nathan.
many million
Nobody's
people?
paying attention.
How many million people? How many millions of people in America? And you got to try and like read it. They've got to try and read everyone and see signs.
No,
Fuck,
no.
man, they got bigger. And
It's not everybody in America. If I'm
that
your
wasn't the point I was
friend,
making anyway. The point I was making is that the cops fucked up. They should have
yeah,
went
they
straight
fucked
in
up.
instead of being
This
bitches and
is
stayed outside for 77 minutes while that kid was running around that school, walking around that
yeah,
school, fucking shooting
yeah.
kids.
See, this is
Teachers.
this
They're
is
all
the
bunch of bitches. Fuck
this
them
is
all.
all a part of that conversation, Nate. All the stuff that led up to it, and the foolish response to it, and it shows you that the police really had no intentions of going in there in the first place. That dude was already there. If you see this man with a gun, why you didn't shoot him when you saw him? You could have shot him in the leg and took him down, and it would have been over. Wouldn't have been no deaths or nothing. It'd have been a wounded man on his way to jail
I
before
mean,
he committed
you got,
a
you
heinous
got a
crime.
bunch of you got a bunch of big coppers that think about officer safety other than before they like that's not their job. They're not signed up to do officer safety. They're signed up to fuck if something like that
Man,
happens, you
listen,
run in and you fucking save more
even if
lives. If you lose your life, you're a fucking
even
hero.
if you don't have a gun, if I see a kid coming into the school, even if I'm at a distance, I see him come into the school with a gun. I'm going around the other way. I'm gonna try to ambush his ass and stop him before he do something crazy. I'm not gonna try to walk in behind him because that's a fool's move. I'm going a different direction and cut his ass off at the pass. When he step around the corner, he going to sleep. I ain't gonna give him a chance to be shooting at nobody.
Exactly.
But that's what a responsible adult would do. They would try to stop
Oh,
it before it happens.
any one of the parents, if they were there, they would have done it. But the cops
What?
stopped them, and the cops sat there and did nothing. So they're liable, 100%. They're liable, and them fucking putrid motherfuckers covered it all up, and all them poor parents are fucking sitting back going, "What the fuck?" It's on body cam. Everything's on body cam. How the fuck did they not violate any policy, anything like that? That's bullshit. Load of shit.
Yeah, Linda Lou. I lived through them riots in '67. I was a little kid. I was getting ready to turn 2 when that shit was going on. And let me tell you, after it was over, even years after it was over with, Nathan, they had riots in Detroit in '67, and they made that movie Detroit, but they didn't tell people that when they ran in their house, the police was indiscriminately killing people in there. They left that whole part out. Them people was in the house having a party. The dude came back from Vietnam, and they were celebrating. And the police got some kind of bullshit tip, and they went in there. They killed a whole bunch of people before the riot even started. They was protesting about the riot started as a protest about the police killing all them people. And I got sprayed with the water cannons, Nathan. I got dogs sick on me. You know, I have every reason in the world to hate the governmental authority. But you know, I hate the suits that they put on, not the person themselves. Because the suit that they put on changes the person. It gives them this a presumed authority. But they refuse to take accountability for the actions that they take.
You're talking in a wider picture, like not every one of them like that. Like
now, I'm not saying that's where I'm going.
They're already control freaks. They're already control freaks and narcissists, and they get that job.
I'm not saying all of them because I know. I had a conversation like I was telling BBA. I was telling BBA and Mellows. I have conversations with a guy that is a cop. He parks his car in the neighborhood, in the driveway, and walks around the neighborhood and listens to the people's concerns about what's going on in the neighborhood. He doesn't sit in his car and harass people. He believes firmly in the Constitution and what it stands for. And I know other cops that have never put handcuffs on me, have known them over 30 years, have never once put handcuffs on me. I'm not saying all cops are bad, because all of them aren't. There's good ones, but the bad ones outweigh the good ones. And the good ones are scared.
Yeah, and the good ones don't stand up. Yeah, exactly. So it makes them a bad cop.
Yeah, and it turns them bad.
They are. They might be a good person outside of that uniform, but when they put that uniform on, they lie for their boys in blue. They fucking cover everything up. They lie on reports, even though they're a good person. And you might say they're a good cop. If they see a cop and something wrong, they're not going to stand up and do nothing. Fuck them, man.
Yeah.
Fuck all cops.
I tell them this. I may respect you as a person, but the moment you put on that uniform, you no longer a person to me. You a duty. And it fucks with them because they don't understand it. Because they don't understand the concept of the word police. The word police comes from the Italian polici. It means policy, to enforce a policy. That's what the police were designed for, to enforce Roman policy. That's what their job was designed to enforce policy. Now they call them laws and statutes and ordinances. And most of them don't even know the right ones. Because they're not taught any of that. They're taught to lie to you to get you to comply. And it's a crock of shit. Because 80% of the laws that they make over here in America, Nathan, infringe on human rights. And they know it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the difference.
Like a lot of the auditors have realised it's far from being land of the free.
Yeah.
And it's only the ignorant people in America that think it's still land of the free. It's the most tyrannical country in the world.
Yeah. See, that's my whole thing, Nathan. That's why, like I was talking to Mellows earlier about getting the Constitution, the Magna Carta, like even your Australian Constitution, right? And we sit and we look at them and look how they were written and when they were written and all the things that came from the original writing, not all the stuff afterwards, because all the stuff afterwards, you get into that, and then you start getting into the changes and all the other amendments to this amendment and all that. You know what I mean? Because like Me and you, we're having a conversation. Everybody might not understand what we're talking about constitutionally, because we're talking constitution on 3 different continents right now, and
Yeah, exactly.
they're similar, but yet they're different, and
Yeah, 100%.
and everything doesn't apply. So if we have like Mello's reading some of the British, like the first part of the British Magna Carta, you reading the first part of the Australian Constitution, and me, I read the first part of the United States Constitution, and maybe we get somebody from somewhere else with a different constitution or whatever, and we look at them and we compare how the founding fathers or whoever designed them and what principles they designed them on. Think about how much knowledge.
Our constitution's written in a way it's so broad that not a normal person can understand what they're fucking talking about.
But that's the whole point of it. We're gonna take it step by step. Instead of trying to read the whole thing, you take one piece and look at it, and you get the viewpoints from different people, and you see how they apply to the situation at the time they wrote it, and what they were referring to when they wrote it, and then you can see as you move along how everything changed once you get past the preamble to all the constitutions and the Magna Cartas and all that. You can see what there was added to it as it progressed before it became a final.
Like it's like America wrote their constitution for the citizens to understand it and fucking and live by it, and people live by it. You know, where here it's written in a way where the normal citizens they wouldn't have a fucking clue what they're even talking about.
Yeah.
Like it's totally different. It's like you. It's like yours is written for dummies and ours is written for fucking scientists. The cunts.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing about it. If you bring it here, and we're reading it we're going through it little by little, and we're looking at what it says, and we're making logic out of it, because that gives us a lot of different viewpoints. Yours, mine, Mellows, BBA, Mama Bear, and whoever, Aid, CP, whoever else, the people in the chat. You know what I mean? And you get a broader viewpoint of how it works and why it works and why they did what they did when you're looking at it.
I need to read it, like have a Bible, a fucking dictionary and shit sitting right next to me to understand what was said in half of it. Like, you know, it's only because I looked into a lot of things that I understand a lot of it, and you know, I've still had other people help me in different sections and all of this sort of stuff, because it's so broad and just it's fucking bullshit. It's broad and no one understands it. And the way they write things in it, and the way they write things into in our constitution, it makes you think that you don't have all these freedoms, but they're still written in there in different ways. That we've still got the same freedoms as what you guys have. It's just written in different ways, except for they fucking guns. They took off us. Like wow.
Like, Deb say the Australian people still Australian Constitution still class her people as flora and fauna.
Yeah, and that's my people.
Yeah, she's
and that's
Aboriginal.
My people. That's how my Mitch, and that's how it is. Yeah. Only Deb, she knows exactly, Brian. It's just it's a load of shit, brother. We had a chance to vote to change the constitution to have it rewritten. And everyone voted no, because even Aboriginal people don't want to fucking live by any of their words. They can go and fuck themselves, mate.
Yeah.
We got natural rights to this land. We got natural rights to this land that no other cunt has, and that's it.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like what BBA and Mellows were saying is like with knowing how the constitutions in other countries work and how some of the laws work and applying to the Constitution before you travel, you already know the laws, so you know what laws not to break. That's why I was looking at it from a legal standpoint, a logical legal standpoint.
To be honest, Mitch, I wouldn't even give two fucks about your constitution as much as I do if my son never moved to America. I wouldn't have gotten so knowledgeable about it, if my son never moved to America, because I don't live there. It's not my fucking nothing to do with me, bro.
But I look at it. I was looking at it from like an educational point of view, because BBA and Mellows were talking about having like a panel with just specific topics, and it crossed my mind. I was looking at it from a legal logical standpoint, where it was like an educational thing where you can learn the law while learning like the Constitution and stuff and how these laws apply, so that for those that travel abroad, they're already one step ahead, because they
100%.
They may be traveling to another country, and they know some of the laws. If I was
going to another country, I'd learn the laws before I'd fucking go there. Well, 100%.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Just having this conversation.
Or in your case, if you went to a different fucking county next door, you got to learn what the fucking laws are with their ordinances and all the crap that you have over there. At least our law and our acts and statutes are all over the whole state, not just in a separate fucking ordinance, separate county. Then you've got all these different laws and different that's just tyrannical. And your government,
we're a corporation of counties. Yeah, we're a corporation of cities inside a corporation of counties inside of a corporation that's the state.
Cities
incorporated to the federal government.
Yep. Well, we don't have that, bro. We don't have none of these ordinances that your grass can't be over 8 inches. You can't have a fucking caravan or a boat parked on your front lawn. You can't.
You can't water. You own this. You can't water your grass.
Yeah, you own this property, but you can't fucking put portable houses on it or something like that. Like, that's all bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You can't water the grass on certain days at certain times.
We do have permits and all that. So we do have permits and that sort of stuff for fucking, like, for putting up buildings on your properties. But if you got a big property, we don't have these. What are they called? What do you? What's that?
You're talking about mobile homes or trailers?
The department that code enforcement that walk around with guns giving out fines. We don't have no code enforcement that comes to our property and says you can't have that in your backyard. Like, get the fuck out of here, mate. You get smacked around the head.
Yeah. We got all kind of issues. We got all kind of issues.
No cunt's gonna tell you. No cunt's gonna tell you what to have on your property, on your land. No way in the world.
Yeah. Man, here they got so many rules and regulations. They rule and regulation, so much that you don't even want to do that.
Look what that Minnesota just passed a thing for cops now, that the cops aren't allowed, a law that cops aren't allowed, as if they're going to follow that law anyway. Well, what's the point in passing a law that cops aren't allowed to walk up to you and say, do you know why I've stopped you? Brian from Here's the Deal did a video on it. And in Minnesota, they've just made a law that cops can't walk up to you and say, do you know why I've pulled you over? They have to walk up and state why they pulled over. If cops are going to listen to that, they're still going to go against their fucking the laws. They don't give a fuck. They're lawless. They can't. Yeah. They don't have laws.
And the only way you combat that is that you have that actual case law where it was passed. When they walk up to you and ask for some identification, you hold that case law up and you show, and you have that section highlighted where it clearly states that you must state what you pulled me over for before I present any information to you.
Well,
that's the only way you're going to do it.
You look at Chuck Bronson's latest few videos, like he's been in Texas, and he's kicking it with that News Now Patrick and shit. And brother, like them cops out there, they don't know what they're walking into when they get to him, man. Like he just scores them every time, brother. It's fucking.
They don't realize what they're doing when they walk up to Chuck.
That little news now, Patrick's a little bitch, man, because he didn't realise that fucking Chuck Bronson still had his camera rolling. They followed us. Quick, get the fuck out of me. Like, what a little bitch. I was just like, what the fuck?
But, you know, you gotta, Chuck's a handful. You gotta be stand up strong if you with Chuck, because Chuck ain't got no backup and he don't give no fucks. You ain't gonna ride roughshod. You ain't gonna ride roughshod on Chuck. See, Chuck's down here. Chuck be down here, down my way, even around Cape Coral and Naples and all that.
Yeah.
That's just a couple hours away from me.
Yeah, he does all that. But he's in Texas at the moment, and his videos in Texas because they don't know him. Like, see, all in Florida, everywhere he's at, his videos, like, he does the live streams of just recording them. Yeah, that's good stuff what he's doing, but they're not as interesting as the ones when now he's in Texas where he's fucking actually, the cops don't know him and they're pulling him over and they're, oh fuck, like all these cameras, fucking shining torches in their eyes, fucking give me your ID, you're a suspicious person, fucking suspicious vehicle.
Or he give them back just what they give him.
100% he does.
And nobody realizes that he's got that many cameras. His whole car is rigged up. His whole car is rigged up.
Yeah, brother, that cunt's one of my favorite, bro. He's fucking awesome at what he does.
The only thing that's really fucked up though is that when they win those lawsuits, it's taxpayers' money. It's not coming out of the police, but it's not coming out of the police budget.
That's the government's problem for giving them qualified immunity. And now you all these cunts want to sit there and vote fucking Biden in, and not Biden, Trump in, and Trump's going to give the coppers and fucking all that 100% like absolute immunity. What the fuck is wrong with people in America? You're going to vote somebody in that's going to give the police absolute immunity so they can never do nothing wrong. That is crazy.
See, there's a lot of shit that's going on in politics that I really don't agree with, and it's hard to make a change when you got the people in the front screaming they're doing what, but it's hard to make a change even in the background, because the people in the background don't want the change to occur because it takes money out of their pocket and it doesn't fit their narrative. And anything against the narrative violates the Orwellian principles.
And that's crazy. Not all of them get the when they sue them, like they don't win. They don't win. They don't even get to sue them because they fucking. It's so corrupt, man. Like, not every time they violate your rights, you're going to win a lawsuit. Like, they all said, "Oh, I'm going to sue you." Yeah, good luck. Alan Fishman's tried how many hundreds of times, and he's only got a couple out of it or whatever. Like, fucking, that's just bullshit, man. So many big auditors have lost so many lawsuits, and it's not funny, you know?
Yep.
It's not always an automatic lawsuit. Oh, yeah, that's a lawsuit. No, it's not. Not in your country, it's not. Like, and if it is, like you said, it's going to come out of the taxpayers anyway, so what's the fucking point? But then taxpayers have got to learn that you've got a corrupt government and you've got corrupt fucking shit, change your ways, and it's their own fault when they back the blue. Back the blue, you know? I can't stand when all them back the blue rally cunts go against auditors and shit. It's like, what the fuck are these people looking at?
Yeah, I remember that, Dale. I remember that, Dale. Yeah, I do a lot. Like, I was just reading Deb's comment down there. I study a lot of history because history helps us understand some of the whys and the wheres and the hows that lead up to where we are today. But you have to understand the past in order to understand the present to see where the future is going. And I study far and wide on a lot of different subjects. And I try to keep the politics to a minimum, but politics plays a part in all of this too. Religion plays a part in it. War plays a part in it. You know, everything.
If there was no religion, there wouldn't be half the wars that we've had
Exactly.
around the world.
Exactly. And you know, it.
What do you think they wrote it in the Constitution and made it in the First Amendment? It's so that gives a divide and a reason to fucking fight, like, and gives them the right to fucking, like that's just
That's the whole thing. Everything has a rhyme and a reason for it, but it's for me, it's the root cause of things, why everything went the way it went. And when you look at the simple root cause of it, it's all vanity and greed. Everybody that wants to be in charge is vain and greedy. That's the bottom line. There's
that's what happens when
nothing. There's nothing more you can say.
Yeah. That's what happens when there's money involved. Like all these jobs where motherfuckers work for the government. But what is it? 40%, roughly 40% of your population work for the government. So
when Rhodesia was called Rhodesia, it got named after a guy named Cecil Rhodes, and he took over the country. But you know what he said? He said, "Why should I fight when I got all these people to do it for me?" And he literally took over the country, and he never killed anybody. But they named Rhodesia after him. But he never killed anybody. But he was plotting in the background with his people the whole time to take over the country. And it worked. And he didn't break a sweat. And that's what happens with vanity and greed. Yeah, you accomplish all these things, but at what price? There's a quote, it's in the Bible, but it holds true in every religion, regardless of what religion or whatever you believe in, atheism. It says, what profits a man if he gains the world and loses his soul? What price does your soul have on it? What price does your dignity have on it? What price does your honor have on it? What price does your respect have on it? What price does your spirit have on it? That's the question of self-reflection and introspection. Those are the questions you ask yourself. You're accountable first to you, and second to whatever you believe in, you're accountable to that. And then you're accountable to the rest of mankind by your actions and your words. You should never set out to offend anybody unless you're being comical, because comedy is meant to be offensive. That's what it was designed for. All the ancient court jesters offended the king and the pharaohs and everybody else through jokes. They were offensive, and they got away with it because they were funny and they didn't realize they were talking about them. But every freedom has its price, but it's how do you live your life to pay that price? At the end of the day, do you go to sleep with a clear conscience, knowing that you did something positive and constructive? That you may have heard something negative, and you took that negative and made it positive. Because in every positive there's a negative, and in every negative there's a positive, and all of them are learning experiences. Look at the negatives in that you saw. How do you turn them positive? Oh, by not doing this, and this, and those same things that you just learned about that negative, you pass them on to other people. Look, I learned this, I learned this, I learned this, and I learned this today. So at the end of the night, you go to sleep with a clear conscience. You got a center of calm contentment. You got a peace of mind. You're starting to understand who you are, where you came from, and where you've been. You're learning to be comfortable in your own skin. You're learning to understand how to turn your regrets into life lessons so that you no longer have those regrets. Because those regrets you pass on as life lessons, and hopefully they may plant a seed to help somebody else out later on. Every day that you live, you should either be learning something or teaching someone something, no matter what it is. Negativity
Yeah, but that's
breeds
right.
negativity, and hate breeds
That's right.
hate.
But you got too many people that don't do that and just go with the flow and couldn't give two fucks.
Exactly.
As long as their life's not affected, they don't give a fuck. Like that's just putrid to live your life that way, you know.
I live simple. I treat people like I want to be treated, and that's the milk of human decency. You treat people as you want to be treated. We look. We have hours and hours of conversation without an argument. Yeah, me and you have some pretty heated debates, but they're not arguments because we're not mad at each other. We're just debating the finer points or something from two different points of view.
100%, man. I don't speak. I don't speak much, but when me and you used to sit on the panel for hours and hours, we used to talk for hours. When there's all that other gibberish going on, it's pointless me even wasting my breath.
And that's the beauty of it. That's what I was telling people. I said, man, listen, we sat on me and Nathan sat on a panel for like 8 hours and just hung out. We had 8 hours worth of conversation about all kind of shit.
Yeah,
we were talking about building fences and all kind of shit, cutting trees down, everything. We were just
we've had heaps of we've had heaps of fucking chats like that. One second, got a freight train going past.
For fuck's sake, stop shouting.
Fuck's sake, mate.
Hey, fuck's sake, man. Stop the bloody shouting. You're making my ears thrill.
Over there.
The earwax is leaking. Deb say, sure do, Mitch. Knowledge is power. We're all part of politics for sure.
I got the old bill pulled up outside my house. I'll do it.
Hey. You know Julian M8 Nathan?
Who?
You know Julian M8, he said good day to you.
Yeah, I just about to finish and just someone that come
up. He say first time. Look like he said first time here. He said not much, man. First time here. Hope we're all well. There's Perth. Hello, Perth.
What up, though? Hello.
Hello, Perth.
BBA in the building.
What's up?
What's up, you crusty old sod?
Hey, BBA.
What up?
Let's see what BBA
got the old bill sitting outside my fucking yard, bro.
I ain't doing nothing, man. I've just done the last bit of what I'm doing today. Now I just got to kind of kill an hour somehow.
Hey, man, don't you be stabbing that clock, man.
Why not? Council workers do it.
Wow. Damn.
That's it.
Whoa. That's pretty good. That's some pretty good cabbage there.
Oh, God.
Oh, same.
Hey, Nathan. I got some cabbage. You know what it's called?
What's that, weed?
Yeah.
Marijuana?
No, you know what the name of it is? You know what the name of it is? You know how they like to give it fancy names, right? No, you know how they like to give. You know how they like to give weed fancy names, right?
Yeah, you
This shit
Americans
called
too. Fucking hell.
yeah, this shit called Just Some Weed.
Just some weed.
It ain't, just some weed. It ain't got no fancy name on it. They don't say ice cream rainbows and twinkle stars and all that bullshit. He say, man, it's just some weed. This dude grew this. This dude grew this shit in a 5-gallon bucket, and this shit smoking, and it's just some weed.
Later, Deb. Good night, darling. Good night. My peoples, my peoples, my people.
Night, Deb.
My original people. My people, my people.
What you been up to around your way, eh?
Sorry, say again, man. Sorry, I'm just watching the old boat outside my house. Just give me a second.
All right, Deb, you have a good night.
You're the only one that don't put the camera on, so I wouldn't even ask that of you.
You don't come up, what?
I was saying, hey, don't cam up, so I wouldn't even ask him. I was going to say, record him. Old Billy out the front. Put the camera on. The dirty dogs.
I want to get hold of some bushweed, Nathan.
You're a bit far away. You're on the other side of the country. Come to Sydney, you'll be right. Come to Sydney, you'll be right.
Ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with bushweed. That's some good shit. I had some.
Yeah, that's just what we call outdoor bush and indoors hydro. You know, indoor outdoor.
I had some from dude brought me some from some fucking outpost out back somewhere. They went crocodile videotaping or some shit he was doing with his weird ass.
Here in New South Wales, we're allowed to grow 49 plants outside, and up to 49 is only a fine. If you get caught, that's only a fine. Up to 49 plants outside, not indoor, outdoor. And they've got no lights or nothing, you know. They just got to be natural plant.
Seahawk 7.
Long Nail Not It just dropped another video. Huh?
Mellows, did you see that video on fucking DJE when he got chased by them cunts?
No, I haven't seen it.
He got chased by cunts. They tried running him over, and he fucking jumped fences, crossed train lines, and hit on top of containers, and then they did a mass audit. DJ, and then DJ audits, and used what was it, auditor in Yorkshire, the Gwent auditor. There was like 5 of them did like a mass audit there.
How'd it go?
It was crazy. Fuck, when I went to the building where, because DJE Media, he ran through the fucking factories and everything, like inside the factory, and it was a Sharps factory where they all medical Sharps, and he ran through the factory. The door was open. He just ran through it, went out a fire escape, and then the people were chasing him through the factory and everything. Guys were chasing him through the factory, and he went out the back and then over the fence onto the train line, and fuck, it was hectic, man.
My name is Ozzy Nathan. I ain't got no ID. My name's Ozzy Nathan. That's my name.
That's it, bro. Just say that.
Ozzy. The old man likes me for my name, so I just gave him yours. Is that alright?
Yeah, fucking oath. Bloody oath. From Sydney, to say from Sydney.
Yeah, my name's Ozzy Nathan from Sydney.
What do we got here?
I'm not looking nice.
How you going, Jay, mate?
Yeah,
How you going, bro?
I'm just from down in the chat, bro. I thought I'd jump up, come have a comb with you if you can.
Yeah, fucking oath. Just finished a big spliff,
Hey,
so.
shit.
Oh, you come from my chat, did you?
Yeah.
my
I just
chat,
bumped into your live, bro. I do lives as well. I'm from Adelaide.
From Adelaide, oh yeah. We had another South Australian lady just before, and he just left
true.
not long ago, bro.
Oh,
He's an
cool.
older fella, but
Oh,
I just put this banner up just to make sure, because you know, a lot
yeah,
of
mate.
corn
Sure,
bombers and shit.
I've been bombed on my streams before. It's trash, eh? I understand.
Yeah, that's what. All goods, all goods.
Yeah, I got
Sweet,
full
bro.
bomb, bro, and lads didn't let me know till like 24 hours later. I'm like, fuck. Lucky the video didn't get me channel taken down, but I removed it all.
Yeah, it's all right, I'll let you up, but you should be right.
That'll be cool. I'll just rip a billy, bro. I got X-rays tomorrow, so I thought I'd just come introduce myself, say good day, have a comb with
No, all
you.
goods, brother.
Then I'll come.
All goods.
Yeah, I'll be your next one for sure.
What do you do lives about, bro?
Oh, just like daily sessions, bro. I'm not working at the moment. I'm just getting my health sorted, looking at some studies, some cybersecurity. But we talk about politics, conspiracies. I wrote up an amendment for medical patients in Australia, because I'm a cannabis patient, for the driving laws to protect them, because there's nothing to protect medical patients. There's no defense in court or anything, and they're not testing for impairment. They're just testing for the presence. And the Commonwealth says that we have protection against discrimination from taking our medication. So, yeah, we find out this month, actually. They do the final vote, final reading, whether or not cannabis is going to be legalized recreationally. So, yeah.
What is that in South Australia?
The whole of Australia, bro, I think.
I thought they just passed it. Like they knocked back a bill for legalising it.
I think that was the third reading. But the final vote's this month. So,
all right.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time coming, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
a bit older. I'm a bit older than you, and I'm up Sydney, out western suburbs. You know, we used to run around hiding fucking buds in our fucking knees and shit. Like, you know, it's a load of crap.
Yeah, yep.
Should be legal, brother.
No, for sure. I agree with you 100%.
Put if you can put your link in the chat, in the private chat, and
for sure, bro.
And we'll talk link and shit, bro. I'm a bear. You there?
There you go, bro.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, it's there in the private chat.
Yeah, if it wasn't for this YouTube thing, I wouldn't have even grown my first cannabis plant. You know what I mean? I've recorded the whole thing. Well, I put a video up on my channel, but I was live streaming the whole grow. I got so paranoid toward the end, man. I'm like, man, I was stressing about getting done by jacks or the cops people ripping me off. It's just stressful. But I got these sweet 16, like a pound and a half off it. I'm just rolling in buds at the moment. Made some oil as well, some RSO. Good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's the shit. Well, how many plants do you have to go down there in South Australia these days?
So legally
Indoor.
0, bro. It's the same for everywhere except for the ACT, as far as I know. It's just it's a fine, bro. I'm a medical.
Same as you.
So if I get done,
Same as you. You're allowed 49 plants. Up to 49 plants is only a fine here in New South Wales as well.
Yeah, right.
Outdoor, yeah.
Is that in pots?
No, it can be in the ground.
You get a cultivation charge on top of it then, whereas if you just have them in pots, it's only possession. Yeah. No,
yeah, only a fine up to 49 plants. Yeah, only a fine.
Yeah, wow. Someone just got done in South Australia in Coorong, bro, in the sand dunes. Hundreds of cannabis plants in there. Hundreds.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, we used to grow them in the lantanas and shit back up the coast years ago.
No, nice. No, hell yeah.
Burrow out lantanas and so just have a big hole in the middle and just fucking kill it back in the day. That was a long time ago now.
No, that's it. Yeah.
Mitch is showing
Oh,
us
well,
fucking plants we can't smoke.
Say again?
Mitch, I said, Mitch, what are you doing showing us those plants that we can't fucking smoke?
Oh, you can smoke them. Look like datura, though. Wouldn't smoke that.
Hey, I be
I
talking to y'all. I'm out here in the yard working.
I don't know if you subscribe to me or you just seen the open panel. But yeah, I just the cops, bro.
Yeah,
I don't know, it's just all about recording the police.
I got a storm front roll. I got a storm front rolling through. Tree branches and shit falling on my. Yeah, I'm out here picking up tree branches.
All right, 1 sec, Mitch. Yeah. I just record the cops, bro. 1 sec, Mitch. I just record the cops.
Yeah. I got a bit of a hectic history with the police, bro.
I'm just the oddball.
Same, so do I, brother. Back when I was younger and shit, but
yeah,
I don't care no more. I'm all good now. I'm all good now, and I don't have to run from the cunts. I can film them, stand in front of them.
What did they do to provoke you to create this?
Just watching. I just, like I said, I've been running from all my life and then seeing other auditors on the internet, and just one day recorded a security guard on a live panel, and then got the bug. You know what I mean? And then now it's just all cops. So
wow, no, that's wild.
Is this your stream?
I got a bad habit of yelling at police. Last interaction,
I tell them I call them fucking dogs, everything. I don't give a fuck. I hate them, but if they're nice to me, I'll be nice. But if they're rude, I'll be rude as fuck.
That's it, bro. And that's the only reason I mouthed off as well. My old lady, she was over the limit. She drove straight past and we were going to get a 50 bag for me. Just some pot, you know what I mean? And they sped up to her. She's like, "Oh shit, grab this," hands me a beer. I'm like, have a swig, put it down between my lap. And bloke just walks up to the window and he's like, "Blow into this." I'm like, talk to my mum like that, bro. I'll pull my phone out. And she blows into it. He's like, "I've detected alcohol." I'm like, "How about you do your fucking job properly, mate?" He's like, "Excuse me?" I said, "Didn't you hear me?" I said, "Clean your ears out. Now do your job properly. Does she have a license? Is the car registered to her? Has she consumed any alcohol? Has she had any drugs in the last 24 hours? You just walk up and do that and talk to people like that. Rude cunt. I went off, Faye. I went off.
Yeah.
I am home. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I uploaded that video on my channel. And then when I was growing my plant, I got paranoid and took it down. So.
Nathan, you want to share my screen?
Put it back up. What was that?
Share my screen.
Oh yeah. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm only getting used to this. Fellas, get back in here, boy. Oh no, here we go. It was
It's me. Yeah, we've got a few other lads that come through.
This your channel?
That's my channel. I'm not on Twitch yet. I just done that banner up. I'm getting a computer, do some gaming and stuff too.
He's got quite a bit on his channel.
Yeah, I've too much. I do streams every day. It's just like a session. They jump up, come say good day, good morning.
Yeah, man.
He's got quite a bit on his channel.
Can you put my link in the private chat for old mate to click on so he can have a look at mine?
Yeah, I was certainly up. He has quite a bit.
You can get it.
He has quite a bit on his channel.
I
subbed already and I'll fucking hit you up when you're doing the live stream. I'll jump in and have a chat with you, bro.
Oh, sounds good, man.
I will drop everybody's sub up. And I will drop his link in everybody's channel.
Yeah, we got 6 people restreaming this.
So, all right, I am going to drop back. I'm going to stop sharing, and everybody can.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Drop his link.
Thanks, Paul. We're just a community, bro, and you do the same sort of stuff as we do, but you just do it on a different scale with the like marijuana, you know. So
Yeah. No, it's cool.
yeah, look at that.
I appreciate you guys. Legends.
Chat, few in the chat subbing.
Oh, sweet. Rockstars. Well, I look forward to your next live, man. Yeah, I better get to bed and do this X-ray thing in the morning. But yeah, it's nice to meet everybody.
All right, bro.
Appreciate it. God bless. Good night.
We'll
I'll catch you soon.
check out my channel, brother. Check out my channel,
Will do.
Aussie Nathan.
Will
All
do,
right,
brother.
be
Appreciate
good.
you, man. Thanks.
Later. Yeah, guys, he's talking to another Aussie here, and another Aussie's fucking after bet on these strange and all the fucking Americans. Where is every count?
And there is his channel for every. There you guys go. So what is Mel's?
How you going, Christy?
Mellows? Mellows still with us?
His dog was barking and he went on mute, so someone was at the door.
Oh, okay.
He'd be talking and shit. So.
Okay. Okay, I had an article sent to me this morning that was given to me. It is about Beljo, the badge of honor.
Tell me you're going to talk about cops. Oh, God.
Beljo police bend badge to mark fatal shootings, meaning the corners of the 5-star badge. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-star badges. The badge of honors for generations, a secret clinch within the Valja Police Department, commended fatal shootings with beer backyard barbecues by bending the points of their badge each time they kill in the line of duty. They found it a custom was exclusive. Some officers involved in fatal shootings was never told it existed. But senior law enforcement and government officials say everything changed when a police captain tried to end the practice following the fatal shooting of a 21-year-old in February of 2019. Over the next 6 months, the tradition became known at the high levels of the city government and the district attorney's office. The captain was pushed for an investigation. John Whitney would soon be out of a job. a former SWAT captain commander with 2 master's degrees. Whitney says he was forced out of the department after rising concerns about badge bending traditions. Interesting. At the time, Whitney fired nearly 40% of officers on the force had been in at least one shooting. Research shows more than a third of those had participating in 2 or more. The department employed over 100 sworn personnel. The article is based on an interview with more than 20% and former government officials, as well as public employees' data, post-shooting interviews, finding court and other public documents. At 40 current and 40 former police officers who had been involved in fatal shootings since 2000, at least 14 had their badges bent by colleagues afterwards. Sources familiar with the confirmed. Wow. My badge has never been bent. That's a lie. After research by Phone Tuesday referred to questions to the department investigating officers. Isn't that interesting? The cops did that.
Are you surprised or something?
Hey, you know what's funny about that, Nathan? 2 weeks ago, Mama Bear told me they was gonna say some shit like this, and that's exactly what they said, just in different words.
It's all coming out.
You know that's why I say it's funny, because 2 weeks ago she said they were gonna say exactly this. Not in the same. She didn't use the same words, but she said this is exactly what they were gonna say.
It's all coming out.
Now, how uncanny is that? That tells you she does her research. And she told me this 2 weeks ago, and it's just coming out. That's why I tell people, if I need to know something, Mama Bear, one of the first ones I'm going to ask. Because she's going to point you in the right direction.
Just like the group in LA, the cops in LA they're getting found out. It's all coming out. It's all coming out about the LA Sheriff's Department. How corrupt they are. Even the new head up, he ain't as sweet as they think he is. Just like the district attorney in LA. He hired some shady people in there. And one that he hired that worked for the sheriff's department, she brought in a whole bunch of names from the sheriff's department. And guess what? She just got arrested.
But you know, the DA down there in LA is Scamala Harris' protege.
Yeah, crooked.
They got gangs. They got gangs inside of all those LAPDs and sheriffs and fucking. They're corrupt as fuck. Dirty ass.
God, they are so corrupt that it's not funny. You know, he had a murderer behind bars. Love out. What did he do? He murdered a whole bunch of people. Oh yeah, Bert. They are so corrupt down there. They have been corrupt for years and years and years, and they thought it was going to be so much different with this new head of the LA and Sheriff's Department. He's just as corrupt as the one that left. The DA. They figured they'd get that new DA and then things would change. Things are getting out of hand even worse. Oh yeah, they're their armed guards. The LA cops are the armed guards for the Scientologists up there. They have for years. Years. It's nothing new. You know, they've done it for years out there. My son lives out there. Believe me, I know what's going on out there. My son lives in LA.
They took L. Ron Hubbard bullshit and made it into one of the biggest scams on the planet.
My son's lived out there for 20 years. Believe me, I know what's going on in LA. I've been out there many, many times.
Has anybody ever read Scientology or Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard or any of his other books? He's got some other books, but you have to wade through his bullshit to understand the reason he wrote Scientology the way he wrote it is because he knew if he made it more like a science fiction story, he could buffalo a lot more people. If he wrote it as a non-fiction, less people would read it.
Yeah.
And he just picked up where George Orwell left off to create a utopian society with a hierarchy, us and them, and that's it. But utopian societies never work.
Yeah, the cops have been on their payroll for years. Years. They're on the mayor's on their payroll. Every single politician out in LA County is on their payroll. How do you think they can get the judges are on their payroll? How do you think they can get all they have to do is put Scientology on their paperwork and they can get any order of protection? They can get anything they want in LA because they are on their payroll.
Yep.
One sec, we just got a new guest. One sec, we just got a new guest. Is that you, Perf?
Hello.
Hello, how you going?
How you going? I just thought I'd jump in
Good,
talking about Scientology.
Hey, go for it. Get into it.
Yeah, because that's my bag, you know. I'm protesting them at the moment.
Yeah, keep going, Mitch. Mama bear.
They have been on their payroll for years, and it goes back to the last sheriff that was elected. It goes back to the sheriff before, and it goes to the LA Police Department. It goes to the sheriff, and it goes to CHPD. They are all on the payroll of the Scientologists in LA.
You know, the judges, the district attorney.
Correct. They're all on the payroll. Even it goes to the when you go to get a public defender, but the public defenders, a lot of them are on the payroll. So you're not ever going to get a free an actual unbiased trial in LA County. You're not going to get it. You can think you're going to get it, but you're not going to get it.
Yeah, because a few of the protesters at the moment have got charges and trials and stuff going on.
Yeah.
It's hard to defeat. It's hard to defeat Scientology because of the way they fund. They fund the campaigns of the people that they want in power, and they've got enough people behind them to make sure they get who they want to win because they got the money and the influence because they got all those big Hollywood celebrities behind them. So they got just that much more juice, and they're using the celebrities to do most of the influencing. That's what people ain't paying. That's why they're so protective of what's going on because the celebrities are influencing the elections and all that shit locally.
I don't know. They haven't really got many celebrities in at the moment. Like that's all died out. I think
you'd be
they've got
surprised.
Tom Cruise, John Travolta, but they're pretty quiet, you know.
Yeah, they stay in the background. They stay in the background because they don't want it to ruin their careers.
Yeah.
They stay in the background because they know what's happened to some of them because they're in prison and they don't want to be in prison too.
And
But
there's a few of them that their car accidentally went off the road and went into a lake, and a couple of them accidentally blew a tire and flipped over on the highway allegedly.
Yeah.
now I know some of them that are protesting and they're in my past and I want to leave them in the past.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
want to tell us who or
You know one of them.
okay.
And I want to leave him in the past
Yeah.
because I've seen his shenanigans and the way he plays, and I just don't want to involve myself in him anymore because of the shenanigans that he played before and everything he was involved in before. And I just want to leave him there.
Yeah, I'm trying to it's hard. I bite my tongue and stuff, and I don't want to. I've lost subs because of speaking out and stuff, and
they weren't real supporters if you lost them.
Well, everyone sees it in different ways, don't they?
But regardless of how I feel about another person, that doesn't mean I'm gonna not be sub to you because I don't feel that way about you.
Right.
You and me ain't got nothing to do with me and him.
Yeah, but it's a different styles of protesting, I think. I mean, a lot of people, I don't know, for me personally, I'm really genuinely interested in getting people either out of the church or stopping them going in. And I find for me, the most effective way to do that is actually just talk to them, be nice, and just fucking treat them like humans, be nice to them. Because if you go up and go, oh, Xenu this and, you're a child trafficker and all that, most of them don't know that that's going on. Most of them don't even know who Xenu is. That's high up the bridge. That's like thousands and thousands of dollars, So that's just the way I feel about it. And I'm not bashing anyone who protests in different ways. Like there's people that have been through trauma that, they want to scream at people and stuff like that. But yeah, that's my preference. So, but I just think, sometimes I'm like, you're damaging it and it's making things worse. And then they're all getting arrested and stuff. And it's just like, well,
Correct.
I don't know. But anyway, I'm not bad mouthing anyone. I support everyone.
That's why I just said what I said. I just want to
exactly. I support everyone. Everyone's different. It's not up to me to tell people how to protest. You know what I mean? Everyone's on their own journey and stuff.
Exactly.
But it's when you're like people have like, there was one lady who was being accused of something and was in tears and shut down her channel, and she hadn't done anything, it's stuff like that. But yeah, each to their own. I'm just doing my thing.
Right. That's why I said just leave him in. I want to leave him in the past, and he has done things, and I just want to leave it in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he's okay. I wish everyone well, and I hope he's.
You're welcome here, and I just will not talk about it.
Yeah. No, good idea.
Okay.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
So, okay, on to better things. The Scientologists, they're a cult. I just believe it's a cult.
Yeah.
And I don't know much about them, but I know what they have done. They have ripped families apart. They have, their actions speak so much. I have watched videos when it's a nice day and they have gone in and out with gloves and mask on.
Every religion's a cult, mate. Like, it's just they do it to the extreme. They're extremists. Scientology extremists, mate.
And when you have to have hotels and all this right in a block, and the way they act sometimes, and they won't talk to people about it. Nothing. When you're asked about it, most people in most religions, they will talk to you about it.
Yeah, they tell you to read a book.
And they will not even discuss it with you. It's like, what are you hiding?
Because it's batshit crazy.
They want you to read Scientology and Dianetics, but they don't want you to read his non-fiction books so you could see what kind of mindset he had that caused him to write those two books and them to take that Orwellian afterthought to a whole new level.
And it's like, okay, I read a book, but why won't you explain it to me? Read this book. Read this book. Read this book. Read this book.
Listen,
it's very complex, to be honest. And I think most of it, like in my opinion, it's covert hypnosis where they start off, they indoctrinate you very, very slowly without you even realizing it's happening. Yeah. But the biggest thing for me is I worry about the children, because they see babies and children as adults in small bodies, and that's fucked.
Yeah, that's where the brainwash. That's where the brainwashing starts.
But that's not okay. Yeah, there's people that are born into it. Kids that are born into it, and then they're audited, which is it's hypnosis. It's changing. It's planting false memories, and basically steering you the way they want you to go. Do you know what I mean? And it costing thousands of dollars. Like, you're talking like, I don't know, $100 an hour or something, or possibly more. And that's where they get all their money from. And they're actually going out into Africa. Like, they're going out into like poor countries and stuff. And I just uncovered this lady who is like collecting donations for a so-called orphanage in Africa, and the orphanage doesn't even exist. So she's ripping off other Scientologists, getting donations and stuff. And the guy, there's a guy in Africa, it's a school, and she's saying it's an orphanage, and he's actually staging photographs for that, like volunteer ministers, like when they go out in the yellow t-shirts and stuff and say they're saving the world and all this shit and going to natural disasters. It's all staged, like, and they're getting paid. This African guy has admitted getting paid to stage photos of with the children and all that, and say it's an orphanage. Like, it's disgusting. It's the child stuff, the children, the child trafficking, covering up sexual abuse as well. They do that. It's just I don't want it in my city.
I forget what it was, but there was a large percentage of the new group of young billionaires based in I think Nigeria or Kenya. But when you're looking at the kind of money that's floating around doing this stuff, this is part of the human trafficking network. They're smuggling people all over the world because they're making billions of dollars. The governments are making on the average $2 trillion a year to look the other way, while the human traffickers are tripling that for every group of them that's doing it. And the Albanians are specialists at human trafficking, so they're making the lion's share of it.
I thought the biggest human trafficking is going on in the border to Mexico.
Human trafficking has been going on all over the world since time began. They call it slavery and everything else, but it's still human trafficking.
Well, yeah, exactly. It is. And it's going on, modern day slavery is going on today, like in the Sea organization that they have, They paid them $47 a week, and they're working like 110 hours a week, doing like real hard a week. So and that's an allowance. That's if you meet your stats. If you don't meet your stats, you don't get paid anything. Like, it's just inhumane. So
it's unreal.
There's not much going on in Perth though. It's only it's a massive building. They've got this really nice big new building, but there's only like 25 Scientologists that go there. So and
see what I mean? Perth. See what Seahawk 7 said? L. Ron Hubbard wrote amazing science fiction books about space travel and made a religion around them. Quite clever.
I thought his sci-fi books were shit.
Man, trying to wade through his books, man, was like trying to I'd rather read Tom Clancy and not skip a page in Tom Clancy so I miss something. Mm-hmm. Because if you miss something in time, if you miss something in one page of Tom Clancy, you got to go back and start all over again.
Yeah, he's actually he's in the Guinness World Book of Records for he's the most published author ever. He's written so many books.
And all his stories are good.
I thought they were shit. I think they're rubbish. Sorry.
No, I like them for the not for the way how thick they are. I like them for the historical content.
Yeah.
I'm more historical. I read things from a clinical point of view. I look for the history and the mentality behind the author, the research that they did. You know, there's a lot of shit in the books, but if you skip any of it, it comes back later on to bite you in the ass because all those little details are vital and important to the whole makeup of the story.
Yeah.
But for me, everything's historical.
Yeah. He said you don't get rich from being an author. You need to start a religion if you want to make money. Like literally, he's been quoted saying something along those lines on 3 or 4 separate occasions.
Yeah.
You know, and the people that are in the church don't know that, so it's going out and sort of trying to get them to listen to this information, but they just that's the other thing they do is in the brainwashing. They teach them that the outside world's dangerous and that we're all liars, and you know. So it's hard to get through to people. But yeah, we try our best.
I see Marcy in the building down there. Hey, Marcy.
Welcome, Wild Bull Bear, to the panel.
G'day, mate. G'day, Mello. G'day, Aussie.
Hey,
g'day, sister. G'day. How you going? I'll show me face. I don't mind.
What's up, Wild Bill?
Looks
Wild
like a
Bull.
lot. G'day, legend.
Wild Bull's in the building. Can we get a couple snorts there, Wild Bull?
Yeehaw! It's a beautiful day. Hey, brother, I know you. G'day, lad.
I bet you lost your
Cheers.
avatar.
I lost that. Oh, shit.
You lost your avatar again.
Whereabouts are
happened?
you? Whereabouts in Aussie are you?
Oh, Queensland, mate. I'm sitting outside in the middle of winter in me beer garden. Do I have to take? Yeah. And I'm going to rip a bong for you, legend, so you can't rip one. Rip it, Billy. Cheers, mates. It's a beautiful day.
Are you allowed in Queensland then? Is it legal in Queensland?
You see? Dope shit is in the building. What's up, Super Cali dope shit?
Hey, Super Cal. How are you, Super Cal?
Yeah.
Or as Super Cal would say, Hotep, man.
I didn't know streams like this existed, man. This is so funny.
Hello.
God bless you, darling. Hang around here, you'll get a thick skin, sister. You'll learn.
I've already got a thick skin, mate. I used to work on a cattle station, and I've worked with teams of blokes in the past, like supervisor and shit like that. So I've got a pretty thick skin.
Bit of a jillaroo. Jillaroo, are ya?
Oh, was? Yeah. A while ago now.
Super Cal's on his way to the IRS.
Good on you, darling.
Loved it.
They initiate a forensic securities audit. We'll have all your accounts scanned.
Beg your pardon?
They're gonna do a Chief Tuttle on in Mama Bear. They're gonna put a microscope up his butt.
Is Mama Bear in the house? G'day, Mama Bear.
Hello.
Hey, darling. We got all the OGs in the house. Crikey.
And then we got Mellows.
Mr. Mellow, of course.
Yes,
Mellows, I don't know what Mellows has left the building. I don't know what he's doing at the moment.
Mellows is over there eating cold beans and weenies. He gonna come back with a bad case of gas.
He's eating baked beans and kippers. Sorry.
We are talking about Scientology.
Oh, I was brought up Jehovah's Witness. He's got nothing on there.
He's lucky he's got me co-host, and I'll tell you, I'm a co-host, all right? So there's no fucking mix-ups.
Did anyone read that L. Ron Hubbard's fucking decatology of you know what I'm talking about? The decatology. 10 books. It's 10 books. I've got through 6 and realise the cunt's trying to brainwash me. I thought I was into science fiction and yeah.
Hey,
I love Countess Crack. Countess Crack was a fucking legend in that book.
But you see what I mean about the way the story was written? If he would have wrote it like a non-fiction like he was trying to do, nobody would have read it. So making it science fiction, a whole bunch of dummies bought into that shit.
Yeah, but he's
That
a
shit,
good
boy.
writer, the cunt. I'll give him that.
I read Isaac Asimov, and you know he is way out there.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That
I've read
motherfucker there
Arthur
made...
C. Clarke.
Man, that motherfucker made Isaac Asimov look like, hey, man, you sane, dude.
Have you heard the Xenu story, like OT level 3? How fucked up that is. What they did on South Park.
I seen the book at the library and I walked right on by it.
You did the right thing.
Well,
It doesn't tell you.
Remember my
about
Scientology? Remember my Scientology? I went inside there and I walked around and fuck that old place.
Mate,
That's all it was,
you know
like
what the
all
best
these
bit
books.
was, though?
Hold on, one at a time.
Sorry. I'll get excited, sorry.
No, go Perf. You're right, go Perf. I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah.
Oh no, the best bit when you went in there is when you were like filming the documents on the desk, mate. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's how you do it if they put them out there for you to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I filmed all of that shit. You know when people message me and telling me what all that shit was?
Yeah.
Ex-Scientologists and that knew exactly what it was like.
Was it a
they were
battle
like,
plan
fuck.
at all? What, I can't remember what it was. Was it something like a
Yeah, it was
battle
stuff
plan?
like that. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
They call it a battle plan, but it's not as exciting as it sounds. You know, it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
They have to make everything sound way more important than it is.
Yeah. It's the narrative that they put to it.
Yeah. False elitism.
Full in the building.
Have we got any Jehovah's Witness refugees in the building tonight?
No.
Not here, bro.
I know one though.
Oh, I'm always the fucking on my own. Crikey.
Did you escape them? Did you?
Oh yeah, I'm a refugee off the cunts. They suck. They can get fucked. They broke the family unit up.
No, I know what you mean, mate. My a lady I used to work for, her son-in-law, he got like what do they call it? Shunned or disconnected from your family and all that.
Ostracized, disfellowshipped, excommunicated.
Yeah. They kicked this guy's dad out when he was a little boy, and he never knew his dad his whole life. And then, like at the age of 32, he managed to get out. He'd had enough, and he got to know his dad. And he was just so gutted that he'd missed out on all those years. That he'd done himself in, you know. He shot himself in the head. Fucking yeah, it's just devastating what they do to people. That's one of the biggest things as well. Not just the child abuse cover-ups. It's the disconnection, you know, destroying people's families and shit.
Darling, in Australia, could you handle a quick story? In Australia, we had a royal commission in all the pedophiles in all the religions in Australia.
Is that the Anderson report?
It could be. That's where Cardinal Pell got fucking let off, sort of.
Yeah.
And the Jehovah's Witnesses were paying, I think it was $8,000 a day to keep it suppressed. That there was, out of every 1,000 people in the Jehovah's Witnesses in Australia, there was 64 pedos.
Fucking hell.
That's a lot. That's a
Yeah.
fuckload. And I got pedoed as a 7-year-old from them cunts. And I'm 51 now. And if I ever see that cunt, I'll shoot him in the face.
Don't blame you, mate. Fucking, yeah. Well, it's a perfect hideout for them, isn't it? Because you get your religious freedom. You don't get looked into. They can do what they fucking want.
They're evil.
Yeah. When what they do with the kids in Scientology is they train them to be auditors, and part of the training is that you have to become numb to anything anyone says to you. So they have to go through drills of hearing the most disgusting shit you can imagine. So you're talking graphic sexual stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know, and then they have to, you know, and then so one guy he got trained up at the age of 12, and he was auditing a known pedo, and this pedo's in there telling him in detail how he's abused kids. You know, because they have to ask the questions. How did it feel? What did it look like? You know, but like I'm not even going to go into details, but you can imagine like proper details, every single detail. And then that pedo ended up raping the boy, the 12-year-old, and then he had to audit him again and have him describing the abuse that was done to him. Like, how fucked is that? There's another level of fucked upness. And you've got no one to turn to. Like, and you're told that you brought it in, it was your fault, you know? You're not allowed to speak up. Because anything wrong that happens to you, you made it happen to you. That's the whole philosophy of L. Ron Hubbard. It's fucking bullshit. Anyway, sorry, I go off on rants about it. I get so pissed off with it.
But all that's the whole thing. All of the evidence is there. All of the facts are there.
Yeah.
You know, following the tradition that they're doing, they're doing it on a quieter scale than the Greek and the Roman army did it when they were fighting battles. They used to do the same thing. They used to take little boys with them to keep them company because it was easier than having to worry about them fighting and killing each other over women. Because women have periods. So when it's that time of the month, the men are going to be fighting over the women that don't have no period. And that leads to a lot of death and a lot of hatred. And it's hard to control troops. So they use little boys for the troops' companions. And every soldier had one. It wasn't like there were few and far between. Every soldier had one. That's the stuff that they don't put in the history books they teach you in school. You have to do research and dig and probe. I had a lot of time to poke and probe through history from a religious point of view because I was in an 8x10 cell for 9 years and all you could read was religious books. So I got a lot of books in under the guise of I'm studying religious history. I need all these books. So they would let me get all these books, not realizing that I was studying the history of the world and how we ended up where we're at today. That's why I read Scientology, and I've read just about every religion known to man, and some I wouldn't even recommend. I read Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand. I've read all the philosophers, Kant, Camus. I've read Nietzsche, you name it. I've read Zoroaster, you pick it. I'm well read, but I'm self-educated. I taught myself how to read. An old man in prison realized that I didn't know how to read. He showed me how to pronounce all the letters in the dictionary and set me loose. I learned that's the first book I read was a dictionary. I went all the way to the 8th grade with straight A's and could barely write my name. I had to remember everything, and I got an experience that a lot of people didn't get in life. I'm the firstborn great grandson that my great grandmothers or that my great grandmothers had. There was no boy. There was 53 girls born before I was born.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I'm the first boy. There was 50 on both sides of my family. There's 53 girls on my mom's side and my dad's side. There's 53 girls before me. My
God,
great grand
my mum thought she had it bad because she had to have 4 girls before she had a boy. 53,
my
mate.
yeah, my great grandmothers on both sides stayed alive until after I was born. I heard stories firsthand at their knees. My great grandmother on my mom's side came over here in 1900 from Ireland and worked 7 years as an indentured servant. She married a full-blooded Apache. My grandmother on my mom's side married a full-blooded Cherokee. Everybody on my dad's side of the family is back. My great grandmother was born at the end of slavery. I got to hear those stories sitting at her knee. But they weren't stories to put me to bed. She told me I wouldn't remember these stories until years later, but they would always be there and I would always know firsthand. She said, but I want you to find out on your own years later. I want you to search and find the truth for yourself. Don't just take our word for it. They always taught me to do my own research, but I couldn't read, so I had to remember everything. And then when I learned to read, I had a lot of strong women that guided me through a lot of books and stuff. Men have a problem admitting, and I'll be the first to admit we have a problem admitting that we need help. And a lot of times women are right, and they're the right ones to go talk to when you need some help. So when I do a lot of research, when I have questions about certain things, there's certain women I ask because the woman's point of view is more valuable to me at that time than anything a man could possibly say. Because if you hear it from a woman, it makes more logical sense in a clinical way than it would be if it came from a man, because a man doesn't understand either that feeling, that emotion, or the female mindset for that situation. So I'm gonna bring it to them because those are the people I need to be talking to.
You sexist prick. No, I'm joking.
No, he knows what's good for him.
Excuse me, brother. I can't read old.
Go on, Mitch.
Yeah. Oh, mate. Oh, Mitchie. I got a bit of a feminine side. I got a twin sister. And
there's nothing wrong with that.
Fucking, we've got no females in my family except my twin sister. We're all boys. My uncles and my family, we're all males.
Yeah, you're totally opposite of me, so you understand what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I can be a bitch, but I pull myself up really quick, eh? Fucking.
You know, everybody has their ways about them. But, you know, are you man enough or woman enough to face them, deal with them? They're part of what make you who you are. Everything that you go through in life, you grow through. It gives you the personality and the character that you have. It makes you who you are. If you're not comfortable with who you are, don't ask other people to help you change. You have to ask yourself, what do I need to change to make myself comfortable in my own skin?
Amen.
Nobody else in the world can change you. You have to need to change the things that you see wrong. You can't want to change them. Because if you want to change them, that's a desire. Desires are like wishes. They fill up fast and go away empty.
Yeah, and you
when
shouldn't have to change for someone else either.
exactly when
Yeah.
you feel like there's something in you that you need to change, that's when you change it because you need to change.
There is a thing called compromise. When you compromise with someone, you end up changing for the better too, perhaps.
True.
But
Yeah.
perhaps
BBA.
sometimes when you compromise, you could end up getting really fucked up.
Exactly.
You got to really, really like agree 100% with each other. You know, not just try and please the other person. You know.
How many Mitchie? Have you got a life partner, Mitch?
No, Mitch just left. He's probably got to go chase a fucking coyote off for a fucking or a seahawk. I don't know. An eagle.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
He might have to give his wife. He might have to give his partner a big hug from down under, because if Mitch had a partner after having that many females in his family, that motherfucker would be a good husband, eh? He'd understand.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice thing to
Hello, BBA. Hello, Bear.
Yeehaw.
I can't see the chat. I've connected on StreamYard and I can't see the bloody chat.
Oh, I might fire up my other device and have a look at the chat too.
That's why I'm having a bit of a flick through the chat and putting them up there when people are saying hello and that.
Thanks, mate.
And comments. Keeps the topic going, you know.
I'm on my phone, so if I press done, it will disappear, I think. I don't know.
Just a minute. I will post Wild Bill's channel.
Oh, excuse me. If you come to my channel, if you you'll just get drunk and stoned. Don't come to me for advice. Crikey. And I've been shadow banned since. I got shadow banned at 8 o'clock this morning too. I've been shadow banned. Fucking motherfuckers. Lost me YouTube privileges again.
Oh no.
At least you can come here for a
channel. Yeah.
You can come here for a rant.
Yeah, well, Grim Reaper. I'll blame Grim. I'll blame brother Grim for that.
Just a minute. I'll drop your channel link.
And Rogue. Where the fuck is Rogue? Anyone know Rogue Nightmare? I was talking to her today, but I ain't seen her on a live.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Oh, she's a WA chick from Queensland, mate.
Oh, yeah.
One of brother. Oh, well, I met brother Grim through Rogue Nightmare. Oh, I'm talking years ago. Crikey.
Cool. Mitch, come back up and dip again.
So, wow, what a trip.
Mellow's all right there. What's Mellow's doing? He's been quiet for the last hour.
I'm just sorting some things out, bro.
Oh, you back?
Oh,
you're back.
Willow.
I've been here all the time. It's just noisy, and I didn't want to.
G'day, brother Willow.
What's going on?
Willow. That's your new nickname, Mellows. Hey, Willow. Here you go, Willow.
I've been, ever since I met Mellow, the other day I met Mellow. I'm sorry, mate. I'll try not to call you Willow, but you're just such a solid. You're solid like a tree, cunt.
Here is
You're
his
solid
channel,
like a tree.
everybody.
Oh, fuck no.
There is his channel, everybody.
Good old Aussie Gaza. Love it.
There is his channel, everybody.
If you come to me for advice, you'll only end up drunk and stoned.
You might have to put it in the private.
Sounds good to me.
Just a minute, I'll post it in private chat.
Yeah, you might have to put it in private chat.
It's coming to private chat right now.
I'll never be monetized. I'll never ever want to be monetized ever. I do it for fun. If you're not having fun, you're doing something wrong.
It's in private chat as well.
Oh, she just fell off the chair.
There y'all go.
Oh, she fell off the chair anyway. So. Listen.
Is this a stream where we have to have an avatar? Sorry.
No.
Right.
I'll cut myself off.
No, you can keep your camera on, bro. Yeah, it's
No,
not
you
you fell out of your seat.
Excuse me.
I can't get my bloody camera to work on my phone.
I'd like to see your purdy mouth, right?
You're funny, cat. you have to go back and watch a couple of streams ago when she was on. Or maybe the last stream.
I hate being on camera. I've put on like 20 kilos in the last year. And I'm just like, nah.
Oh, it's 11:11. It's 1:11 or 11:11 somewhere around the world.
Make a wish.
Yeah.
I wish I could get more beer tomorrow.
11:11. It's 11:11 in WA.
It is.
It is too. Are you getting the weather? Are you getting the rain, mate?
Yep. Gotta mow me lawn now.
Hey, in the building, what up?
Just get the kangaroos to eat the grass.
That would be nice.
What?
I don't fancy wrangling a kangaroo though, mate, to be fair.
I don't break.
Trying to get one in the car and that, like trying to get a kangaroo in the car and oh man, that sounds too much drama.
Hey, you just shoot the guns first. You just shoot them first, and then you play with them.
Oh, I can do that. I've done that before.
Yeah, that's the only way. Not going any closer. Fuck that. I'd rather hunt a pig with a. I'd rather hunt a pig with a dog and knife than fucking hunt a kangaroo with a dog and knife. Fuck that.
I've never gone pigging, but I've gone out. I used to go out with the boys and shoot dingoes and stuff like that. And kangaroos.
Shoot dingoes?
Yeah.
I never shot a dingo.
No? Oh, just protecting the calves, you know? Go to protect
we
the
don't fucking know. We don't get dingoes here in New South Wales.
Oh, okay, yeah. And fishing. I miss those days. It's been a while.
Yeah, same here.
I used to take my son up there, I reckon. I haven't been up there like
I got property out west, so we go shooting every now and then, but apart from that, fuck. BBA. Fuck these guys. I've got to put that up. You are a dingo.
I gotta go to bed. I need to get up for the fucking school run in the morning.
Yeah, it's close. I'll probably be doing the same very shortly as well.
So do you want to see a kangaroo? There's a
There's a kangaroo with a kangaroo skull.
Nice.
Yeah. That's a roadkill roo. That's a, do you know what that is? Yeah, I'll turn it around. Oh.
Yeah,
The wombat.
Yeah.
I found it in the mangroves. It's a green turtle. It would have weighed about 150 kilos.
Holy cunt, there's a turtle.
Nice.
yeah, man. That's
Wow.
they look like a fucking alien, man. Check this shit.
Yeah. Got a skull
I
on the
thought it
front,
was
eh?
an alien when I found it. And that's don't name your food. That's a bit of art. And that's Piggy. That's me mate Pig.
They all look like fucking aliens.
Nice
That's a
collection.
roo skull. That's a kangaroo skull.
That's
They're
mad.
the world's biggest, scariest rat. They'll fuck you up. And we'll take his head off. There you go.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how you got the whole lot.
Funny.
Yeah, I got a mate. He works. He does traffic control, and they're cleaning up roads out in the outback or just up the road. He finds roadkill for me.
Cool.
He's a legend.
I used to get my mate used to work at an abattoir. We used to get the bloody goat skulls with all the
Oh, I'm on a
big
crab pot.
curly horns and that. It was awesome.
Yeah, fucking life.
Excuse me.
Got his crab pot table.
Oh yeah, yeah, the crab pot. Oh, I'll show you.
Nice.
It's a Queensland crab pot. It's upside down. Oh, no one knows what they're looking at unless you know.
What Tally say? Look what Tally said. Am you going to find a T-Rex soon?
Oh, check this out, man. Them horns come off a ram we used to own by the railroad tracks. And that ram had butted a train. Fucking killed him. Knocked his horns off him.
Fucking hell. What a psycho.
Yeah, I've got to shut my camera off. Yeah, oh, Ramsey, he had butted a train, lost his horns, and got a tip of his tail cut off. He was dead, of course. We couldn't eat him.
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah, getting close to that time for me too.
Oh, fuck yeah, man. It's like nearly 4:20 somewhere around the world. Ripperbilly.
It's always 4:20. Come on.
Hell
It's
yeah.
always 4:20.
I'll have one with your sister.
I didn't forget it. Morning.
It's a beautiful day.
It's cold though.
Where are you, doll? Where are you, doll? Mama Bear, where are you, sister?
I'm in upstate New York.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yep,
I love the amount of color green you got up that way.
Yeah.
All the greens.
I live in the country.
Beautiful. And the old buildings from the 1700s.
Yep. And I have a lot of them. I live in the actual country. I live in a rural setting. I own 4 acres of land, and it's covered with pine trees.
Ooh.
And one neighbor is a mile away from me, and the other one's a half mile away from me.
Do you go mushroom hunting? Do you go mushrooming? Do you go shrooming?
No, I don't. I'm disabled.
Oh, poor darling.
Don't get out doing that.
Just do what you got to do to get through the day, sister.
Yeah, I don't get out and do that. I do get out and walk, but I don't go out into the woods. I probably got a lot of it growing out in my woods with the pine trees.
You probably would have. Yeah.
But I have a lot of wildlife that probably enjoy it.
So you've been on YouTube a long time, Mama Bear.
I've been
I've seen you
for quite a few years.
I've seen you around for a few years, darling. I met you through Rogue, I think. Rogue or one of the drama channels.
I haven't been on a lot of drama channels. I was on the Convoy channels, and then I was on a couple of other channels I won't name because I'm no longer involved with them. And then I was on TPP. I'm part of the Hot Mess Summer Crew, and I was on TPP, and then I'm here on the TTP crew.
And how'd you find your way here? I found me way here through the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, I was with Mallows on the TPP crew, and with Grim also with the other channel, and Aussie and Bear, and a whole bunch of us came over here and with Mellows, and Mellows started up. I'm with these guys.
Good to meet you, darling.
And I have a channel, and I'm slowly getting ready to start that up. Good night, speak in my mind. You have a good rest and have pleasant, sweet dreams.
Well, I just cut myself off trying to get the bloody camera to work, and then it made me sign in, and I thought I was already signed in.
Every once in a while, you have to re-sign in.
Oh, I got to turn my camera on. Rocky.
And I don't know. And now it's got my picture, and I don't know how to bloody.
Who's Tally? Who's Tally?
Tally is part of our crew that came over from another channel. How are you, Tally?
G'day, Tally.
Tally Wags. Good day.
How are you
gonna
doing
rip a belly, Tally?
Good day. I was gonna ask you guys what type of mushrooms you guys got there?
In Australia, fucking you're asking the wrong man. All I can say is we've got cubensis, fucking whatever the fuck, gold tops.
Gold tops, that's
we
the
got
only
more
one I know.
than that. Yeah. We got more than that in Australia. We got fuck ton.
Answer your damn door, Mellows.
Come on, Mellow. Someone wants to buy a milkshake. Hurry up.
Yeah, if you could ever get some penis envies or I'll buy those.
He's got his fucking army hat on.
I gotta grab a drink. I'll be right back, Aussie.
Yeah, I know people who grow penis envies, and they get as fucking massive, man.
Oh,
but
hell
we're
yeah.
talking about shrooms, chat, simmer down. Rocky.
Yeah, I tested some Silver Surfers over here. It's pretty high testing. So,
are you in Cali? Are you in Cali?
Yeah, California.
Are you Josh?
No.
All right. Yeah, you're right, mate. I know a couple of lads in the psilocybin community, I call it, mycelium community.
You
But
follow
I'm a
those
dumb
channels?
cunt. Yeah, oh mate, I'll give you a heads up. An Aussie lad, Ethne Grows, I think. Ethne Grows. That's me mate Seether. He's almost a, if there was a doctorate on tripping shrooms in Australia,
Is it a
he'd be
softball
a
helmet?
doctor.
Is it a softball helmet
Yeah,
you got on?
double-sided. Yeah, for the retarded kids.
I thought so.
Retarded kids. Yeah. The ones who don't know which side to fucking turn their head. They got a double fucking ear thing.
I played softball and baseball all my life.
I think this was a T-ball helmet from special ed school. Lucky.
You bad gun.
Kangaroo fights.
You're a bad gun.
So are you mad cunt. Fucking hell.
It's fucking. I used to look after all those special ed kids, make sure they can't bully them.
Yeah, I used to be the cunt who used to lick the windows on the short bus, mate. Fuck.
I bet you did, you bad cunt. I was the one sticking up for you when someone was picking on you.
Were you the bus driver? Were you the bus driver?
No, I was the one that bullied the bullies.
God bless you. Some of my good mates were bullies.
Yeah, so were mine. So were mine, and I give them all a hiding at least once.
Yeah, and then you shake hands and rip bongs and drink beers when you're 15. Fucking great mates.
Oh yeah. Every one of my mates I fucking had a fight with because they're doing something stupid. But every one of them I've jumped in fights and had fights for them instead of them fighting.
Mate, I'll never step in a domestic between a man and a woman again. I was walking home from the pub one night. I got to the traffic lights.
Whoa. Hunter Biden has been convicted of all 3 felony charges.
No shit. Really? What, the gun charge? He's going to jail.
Yep. Hunter Biden stared straight ahead and showed no little motion as the verdict was read.
Oh, about time the cunt had a chance to fucking fly out off his crack habit.
That guy in jail, that can't be cast. I'd be extorting that cunt straight away.
Daddy's next. Daddy is next.
Hell no, he's gonna be in a private prison or some shit, you know? Somewhere private.
Nah.
Thanks.
I'd still work my way, find my way there. And I'd extort the cunt.
But what sort of president don't get charged because they're too incompetent to stand trial? And that's the leader of the fucking free world, Biden? What the fuck's going on? This is upside down world. It's fucking weird.
That would have been a big win for the gun community because of, you know, a lot of people smoke weed and have guns, and it would have helped out with them. It would have been like a presidential winning, like I forget what they call it.
I'd know, but if you're a shroomer, you'd be familiar with Terence McKenna. Terence McKenna said, mate, when the world feels weird to you and all your mates start thinking the world's going weird, it's fucking weird. Something's happening. Rocky.
Oh yeah, the documentaries are good.
Crikey. This can't still using a dead man's slogan. Holy cow.
Hey, I was saying crikey before that cunt. I'm older than him. I'm older than fucking
How
Steve.
did I know you were going to say that?
And who was that funny cunt the other night? I showed me six pack and someone said that'd make Paul Hogan proud. It's like, yeah, man. Oh, it might have been on another channel. Someone called me a fat cunt. It's like, no, I'm not. Used to be.
Not many bongheads are fat over here in Australia.
No. And alcoholic bongheads especially. Fuck.
He doesn't eat. All he does is drink and smoke pipe buds.
You know it, brother.
Well, he's facing
Been there.
25 years in prison.
Been there, done that shit.
Biden will be someone's bitch. If I was a lifer, I'd be proud to have Hunter Biden as my slut in jail.
His daddy's already said that he will pardon him.
Damn, really? He said that?
Yup.
He's going to pardon him. Of course he will.
Yeah, he's going to pardon him.
That's putrid.
No, it's corrupt. It's so obvious. It's so obvious they're corrupt, these Democrats. They're cunts.
Oh, Mellows
any
quick then.
fucking...
He's like Jack Flash.
Hey,
May I
Christine.
please say something really quick and I'll shut the fuck up? I'll shut the fuck up
No.
after
I was
this.
talking about Mellows. Bringing Christine up.
No,
I just
No, I'm going to say, I'm going to shut the fuck up after I say this comment. Any motherfucker, any motherfucker who votes for Biden, any motherfucker who votes for Biden are more fucked up than that old cunt is. That's all I'm going to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the next president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. 34 convicted felonies behind his name. Sorry, I had to. Am I not supposed to be up here? Am I a bad one to be up here?
No.
I love Trump. I love Trump.
What?
He give us cheap gas.
You want a bit there, girl?
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States. President
Well,
should have been.
now we
Should
can
have been.
say Biden's son is now a convicted felon of 3 counts.
He needs a lot more. So does that Biden guy. But you know, he's not competent to stand trial. You know that, right?
So does 60% of the fucking government officials in America. Fuck, they all need to be locked up.
Auntie Nathan, I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, I will. Better get to bed very shortly.
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys are a way different time than we are. Always forget that.
Yeah, our son's birthday today over there in America. So.
Oh, happy birthday!
Yes,
Yeah, it's
happy
crazy.
birthday.
It's crazy because it's like he went back, like he got a day fucking younger. He wasn't.
We can't help but you live in the future.
Today it's the 12th. Today it's the 12th here, but his birthday's like yesterday here in Australia. You know what I mean? But it's today in America.
We can't help when people live in the future. You know, that's just a tough one to deal with, and you can't give me lottery tickets. I've not figured that one out.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Damn
Hey,
people.
darling.
How do you know?
Hey, darling.
How do you know we don't already have a
The people
Go
from
on there,
the
Bull.
future can give you a lot of love and can give you a lot of shit because we know what's happening before you in the news cycle.
Well, that's because we're sleeping.
Yeah.
Some of us are.
Yeah, some of you are.
Yeah. Some of us get up
Yeah.
at 2:00 in the morning because we hear our name.
Sleeps for pussies. Who fucking sleeps nowadays? We got the
Okay.
internet.
All
No
right.
one sleeps.
A hearing will be held in the Supreme Court in the state of Delaware on June 13th, 2024, on the petition to reopen its case to release Joe Biden's Senate records held at the University of Delaware.
Really?
Thanks for Chris. Cheers, bro. Brandon Looney Tunes fan in the building.
This is in the light.
Chris in the building. Thomas Rosa in the building.
This is in the light finding a special counsel here that contradicted representative made under oath by the representative of the University of Delaware that no consideration was paid to Biden's contributions with his gift of his Senate records. We have powerful evidence that the courts were misled about Biden's papers.
They were, but you got to remember, they had this judiciary committee stating that he isn't mentally capable of standing trial, so they're not bringing charges upon him.
Yeah,
but he's mentally capable enough of running the United States of America. Explain that logic to me. Make it make sense.
The leader of the free world.
Lawsuits against the HHS for records from the ASPR regarding this action reports. Reviews of process and studies can be found. So it's going to be interesting.
But again, what is the point when a judiciary committee had somebody up on stand stating he was not competent to stand trial?
Right.
That makes no sense of doing this other than wasting taxpayers' dollars and causing more division.
Yep. So it's going to be interesting. Just like they've uncovered tapes where Nancy Pelosi admitted that she's at fault.
Yeah.
For
Secret
January.
Excuse me. I'd like to know, what is the distraction? Why are they distracting us with this shit all of a sudden?
Well,
what the fuck's going on?
There's lots of conspiracies on what the distraction is because we have Hamas and IDF going at it. We have Ukrainians needing more money from us. There's right there two major ones. Right there.
We also have
Chinese ships off the coast of Florida. Russian ships. I'm sorry. Russian ships off the coast of Florida. And since yesterday, our coastline up and down has been nothing but jets. Nothing but jets.
Yeah, our military is escorting them. I posted that earlier today in chat.
Well, I'm telling you, I live here on the coast. I see what's happening.
It's never in American waters, but what the fuck is? You think they would stop before they even got in there?
I can't help it.
We have world leaders being planes mysteriously going down. They're claiming it is weather related.
And I said earlier, don't you all find that very suspicious? Airplanes and helicopters with world leaders on them crashing and dying? Okay, one I can give. Two within the last month? Really? Something doesn't make sense. And you know, nobody's going to survive a World War III. You know this, right?
Right.
The cockroaches might, or these spiders might.
It says here. I told you it will survive. It won't come here. We've got nothing for them.
Yeah.
It says here,
the motherfuckers won't nuke my town because we got China invested with gas companies. We've got
exactly, bro. They won't be
America
coming here.
and Russia. Yeah, we got Russia and America own an aluminium company or aluminum. American mates.
They
China,
won't be coming
Russia,
here, bro.
and America. And my
They won't be
town.
coming here. We get scared all the time.
No, all we got here is refugees. We're bringing the cunts in by the fucking Airbus 380 loads. 10 of them a day. 10 Airbus 380 loads a day.
They're all bringing sleeper cells in. Hello.
Yeah, they're all. Where's their women and children? They're all fighting aged men.
That's right.
It's a great reset. It's Agenda 21 in fast forward because Trump fucked it up for 4 years. Now they're in fast forward and we can see what's happening.
They put all these immigrants in detention centers and fucking all that, and then all of a sudden the government fucking passes, or the judge says it's fucking inhumane for them to be locked up that long, and they just let them all out, and then they had to round them all back up. No, they had to round. Yeah, exactly. They should, but they had to round them all back up, put ankle bracelets on them so they can track them. I mean, all the sex offender cunts got away. There's been that many crimes like they've. Yeah, there's about. This is in New South Wales. I don't know about anywhere else. Yeah, bro. The judge ruled that it was unconstitutional. It was fucking against their human rights.
They've been
locked up for this year, and they just let them all out, open the doors, and let them all walk the streets. And then a few of them committed sex offences and rapes and that. And then they had to round them all back up and put ankle bracelets on them, and some got away. They're missing.
Yep.
These socialistic, progressive, leftard fuckwit judges need to fuck off. We let in cunts into Australia. You fuck up. You don't want to assimilate. Fuck off. You want to have an ankle bracelet and bash grandmas? Fuck off. You want to come to Australia and not speak English, or your Somali shit? Fuck off. They're Muslim cunts too. I've had a gut full of you cunts too. Fuck off. Trying to build a fucking mosque next to my fucking high school in my town. Fuck off. No way. Rant over. Cheers, mates. Ripper Billy. There's a lot of shit. Oh, don't get me started on the ABC Mafia, the Alphabet Mafia. Fucking them fucking cunts with their upside down chakra flag. Fuck you too, cunts. Alphabet Mafia. Wanting to cut dicks and bits and pieces off our pubescent children. How evil is that? And the cunts who condone that, from the doctors, anyone who advocates that, Nuremberg 2.0 for you motherfucking cunts. That's that. Puberty blockers. That's what they give pedophiles. That's chemical castration, is puberty blockers. That's what they give pedos. They're giving it to kids. Fuck. I'm flabbergasted. It's upside down world. Ripper Billy.
Tell me about it. A retired Utah Attorney General prosecutor who worked in the Child Protective Division was arrested Wednesday after investigators alleged he was in possession of multiple images of child pornography. Gary Lee Bell was taken into custody after a search warrant was served on his home. He was listed in having at least received a salary from the Utah Attorney General's office in 2020. The detectives reviewed 9 photos and described them as graphic details in the arrest report. The image was included children to be believed as young as 6 years of age and tracks to an IP address belonging to Bell. Here he worked in
sounds like that cunt needs to eat some puberty blockers, mate. Really quick. Chemically castrating.
Told investigators that he tried to film her while she was showering without her knowledge or consent. He is also a grandfather.
My husband tried to do that. He wouldn't live to see the next day. Nobody'd ever have to worry about him again.
He'd look like that fish. He'd look like that fish if he was around me.
The affidavit states Bell was asked to provide an email address during the booking process. He reportedly gave the same email address as those used in the account that uploaded the photos.
All right, shockers. Where did he have a camera? Did he have a camera in the fucking toilet? Did he have one in the bathroom?
He was booked into the Utah County Jail on suspicion of 6 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor and all second-degree felonies. He needs to rot in prison. I could say other things, but I'll keep my mouth shut.
Hey, darling, he won't make it to parole. He won't make it to parole, that cunt.
He doesn't belong in prison. He belongs under the prison.
He belongs in a wood chipper. A beautiful, brand new, painted green John
I have a really
green
nice
wood chipper.
alligator that appears to be hungry in the pond across from me.
We can wood chip him.
Peoples, I'm out. I'm going to bed later, Millows.
Night.
I'm going to run amok. Later, brother.
Take care, Ozzy.
Later,
bro. See you in a bit.
See
Later,
you,
brother.
Oz.
Yes, see you next time. Be good.
Peace. Take care, mate.
Later, bye.
Unbelievable.
Billy. Yeah, mate. I've got no room for padders in my life. I've been struck several times on YouTube for talking about this shit. So I'm going to be careful what I say.
Unbelievable.
Why do you find it unbelievable? There are stories like this every day in almost every state.
Yep.
And we spend...
Unbelievable how these people,
It's unbelievable how these cunts control YouTube, mate.
I have to keep saying unbelievable because I want to say something else, Christine.
Say fuck. Say fucking hell. It's fucked. Say that.
If I don't say unbelievable, something else is going to come out of my mouth. You know what I've gone through, Christine?
Oh,
and I want
honey.
to say something else. And
I hear you 100. Trust me.
And the anger is raging inside of me, and tears are starting to come down my face, and I'm...
Big love, darling. Big love, little sister.
Hey, Christine, I asked this question to Mitch earlier. Don't you think Mama Bear's sounding better these days?
Mama Bear's what?
Sounding
Yeah,
better?
I know.
You think she sounds better, more chilled?
And happy birthday to Ossie's son. Happy birthday, happy birthday to Ossie's son. Can't sing the right because
We
it's
really saw her
copyrighted.
happy like this in the other place, right?
Yeah, she is much more chilled.
Because if we sing the original Happy Birthday, we get a copyright strike. Because that is copyrighted.
Not if you sing it, Mama.
No, what do you mean we can't sing that?
You can sing it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
That is copyrighted. That is copyrighted. The Happy Birthday
What?
song is copyrighted.
What? Happy birthday? Happy
That
birthdays,
song is
mate.
copyrighted.
But there's like 500 different people that sing it that is out there.
I know, but the original song.
Copyright this. Here we go, Mello. This one goes out to you, brother. All right, mate.
The original copy, if you play the song, it is copyrighted. Believe it or not, Christine. And if somebody catches it, they will hit the strike.
I understand that if you would play one of the things, but I don't know how somebody singing it, they could strike you for that.
I don't think they can do that. Not for singing.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I was on a channel and it got hit. The channel had 3,200.
But were they playing music in the background with it?
Yes.
There you go. That's what it was. It wasn't that somebody was singing it. It was
And
the
we were
music
singing
playing
with it.
behind it.
We were singing with it and they got hit with a copyright.
I know, but it was still the music of it.
Music got hit, yeah. I think you're singing it. You can sing it all day long. It's just the music, the copyright.
But they can't copyright my singing.
Yeah. Well, it's like making a cover song, right? You can create a cover song, sing someone else's song, but you can't monetize it, right?
Right. My groomer is going to really dislike me tomorrow when she gets my dog. He was supposed to get his hair groomed last week, so I kind of have been not brushing him daily because he's supposed to go get groomed, so he's been a week of not being brushed, and that's not party. Sorry, Fozzie. She's not going to like you tomorrow. I'm sorry, baby.
In 2015, it changed. That's why.
What do you mean? It changed from to what?
2015, they stopped the copyright strike.
Yeah, I figured they'd have to. That didn't make sense to me because I know Happy Birthday.
Oh, in the Soto case, they are going for the death penalty. Are they going for the death penalty in the Soto case?
We knew that.
Are they?
Well, sure, because now in Florida, in a case like that, it don't have to be unanimous with 12 jurors. It only has to be, I think, 8 out of 12. That passed. So, you know, normally on death penalty, you have to have all 12 jurors vote for it. Not no more.
They have filed for the case. They did file for it.
Yep. And any predator in the state of Florida or that has to do with children or any type of sexual assault can go for a death penalty with 8 of the 12 jurors, I believe.
They did file for it.
Oh, I knew they would.
All right.
And you know what changed that? You know why that law changed? Because the Parkland shooter should have been put to death, but one juror held out. So since one juror didn't vote for the death penalty, he didn't get put to death. And that's when DeSantis stepped in and said, that is what the death penalty was meant for, were for people like him. And it got passed in Tallahassee, and now it's law.
I wish they would charge the mother.
Oh, they will. Just give it time. They will.
I wish they charged the mother.
They will. They just haven't. They're having their ducks in a row before they do that, and there's still some outstanding stuff. She'll get it.
Did I just find...
He is just as guilty, as if not more than guilty, than that man.
Orange County grand jury released 2 Orlando Police Department officers of criminal wrongdoing as they're involved in an April 23rd shooting. 2 Orange County police officers responded to the 600 block of Grand Street for a reported possible shooting. They heard one gunshot once they arrived on scene. While the officers were staged waiting for backup, a man later identified as Daly walked out from behind 2 houses and immediately began firing at them. Officers returned fire, fatally striking Daly. Before his contact with OPD officers, Daly is believed to have shot and killed 3 people in the house on Grant Street. The state's attorney of force policy required all cases where law enforcement officers use deadly use of force to be presented to a grand jury to determine whether criminal charges are appropriate. The grand jury was presented with all relevant evidence in the case and returned a no true bill. The use of force policy allows the grand jury to make statements regarding policies, procedures, and recommendations related to the use of force. The grand jury declined to issue a present of the case and chose not to issue a statement of circumstances surrounding the shooting. The state's attorney has now closed the use of force case.
Well, I'm waiting to hear that on these 4 officers shooting that. The shooting that we had Friday night.
Well, this is an interesting website. Christine?
Which one? What kind of things?
Ninth Judicial Circuit, Orange and Osceola County, Florida.
Yeah, and I live in West County. I don't give 2 craps.
This is the Ninth Judicial Court.
Mm-hmm. We have enough in the 3 counties surrounding me than me to deal with that crap.
I wonder if you can get in on your state's attorney website.
Not that I can. Everything. See, that's the difference with Florida, with than a lot of other places. It's all public knowledge. Like if I want to even look up court records, I can look them up online. I don't ever have to leave my home.
Yeah, see, I'm able to look up New York State's because I was able to look up what was going on with.
Yeah, but like for example, if any evidence or any testimonies or witness list or anything that's submitted to the court, we have access to online.
Yeah, see, just like the Idaho 4, I was able to access all of his. I have New York State. I have around here. I have the website for New York State. Some states you have to pay 25 cents to get it.
Yeah. Now, I have access to some of them, like certain family court thing and things like that, you have to have a priority access, like you have to go through the courts to get, and I have that, so I can see anything.
Okay. So what we got?
Christine is the team me short for Melothon. Sure, yeah. Because everybody keeps changing my title. Mello's taught me to look to see what it says under my name.
Team me.
Everyone I go into, they change my title thing, and I'm like, what the hell? So when I put Team Me, people leave it alone.
Team me.
Oh,
Team me.
here comes my chicken. So my chicken, I have a screen lanai, and I have this one chicken who really, really likes me. She is so pretty. She's black, but if you look at her closely, she's got like green and blue. And she misses me so much, she comes actually into my lanai, and my dog does not like. He's like, this is invading my territory. What the hell are you doing? Come here, baby girl. Come here, baby girl. Come here, pretty mama.
That cop movie that just came out made over $10 million in the first weekend.
What cop movie?
That new movie that just released this last weekend.
It's probably the movie my son went to on Sunday night.
Oh, Bad Boys?
Yes, it netted over $10 million this weekend.
Wow.
Yep. And it was a low budget movie made on $10 million, and they netted $10 million first weekend.
Good for them.
Yep. 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 So not a bad weekend.
No.
They could have never thought about what the law's about once they leave that dock.
Reason? Sorry about that.
So isn't that interesting? Joe Biden will adjust gun control at 1:30 today.
Do you remember the Gabby Petito case?
Yeah.
Did you see? Yeah. Did you see the FBI's releasing evidence today?
Yeah.
I missed that on the Gabby Petito case. What did the FBI release, mate?
I know they're going to release this afternoon.
Oh, it's going to be fucking fucked up, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I mean, I guess I understand it needs to be public, it needs to be, access for the public, but they're making it huge here in Florida. Huge. I mean, all the news stations are covering it. All it's going to do is not let closure happen.
Yeah. That was a big case here. Gabby Petito. It was huge here. It was from what I understand, they found so much evidence there that they're supposed to be releasing so much information that I guess her parents have seen a lot of it. They found a loaded revolver, speed loader, is some of the evidence they have found.
Question for you guys: should they charge Brian's parents for for maybe being involved, covering up?
It's they're accessory to murder in somehow. They're complicit in some way, aren't they?
That's what I feel like in a way. It's a touchy one right there.
Well, the family is suing. I believe they came up with a settlement. It's a sealed settlement. I believe. Welcome back, Christine.
Between the parents, Brian's parents paid her parents, or?
I believe so.
Oh wow.
I believe Gabby Petito's parents have a settlement. I'm not sure. I know there's a foundation. The two families previously settled a wrongful death suit of $3 million. Against the Landry family. So there is a settlement. But the money they received will help the Gabby family in their endowment with the Gabby Petito Foundation. And that settlement was back in February. And that was in the wrongful death lawsuit.
Doesn't say how much, huh?
It was $3 million.
Okay. Whoa.
That was back in February. Because if you remember right, their parents are separated, are divorced, and they have other partners. So
What do you guys think about jury duty? I'm expecting a letter today, supposedly to go to jury duty, but I'm not sure.
I'm exempt from it because I'm disabled, and I can't set. I got called up a couple of years ago.
You think it's worth the time, though? I don't know.
Huh?
You think it's worth the time even participating? I don't know.
I think it's interesting to sit on a jury.
Yeah.
You got kicked out again, Christina. I know this morning I had a hard time getting on.
Yeah, I'm highly likely I'm not gonna get picked. You know, they want someone, with a degree, like, someone like a nurse or, lawyer. I don't know. A teacher,
You
think
got
it'll be a waste. waste of my time.
This morning I had a hard time logging in on StreamYard.
I keep getting kicked. I don't know if it's my StreamYard or my internet connection, so I took it off Wi-Fi.
This morning I had a hard time logging in. It wouldn't let me log in. The letter is among 300 pages of documents related to the investigation. The handwritten letters is not dated. Is one that they're releasing. They are releasing so much. Her death was ruled a homicide by strangulation.
And his was suicide. So
the FBI, it wasn't until October that the Landry's that her remains were found. That his remains were found in Florida reserves. So what Gabby was killed by her fiance. A letter asking him to stop and telling him she would always have his back, according to recent released FBI files. So it's going to be interesting what everything is released.
but what is the purpose? I mean, other than letting people know what happened, all it's going to do, the case is closed. Man's dead. What do you want?
Because they usually release all the evidence in a case.
And it should have been done already.
It's gonna. The family had to agree to releasing all the evidence, and they're trying to. I think that they're doing is proving to everybody that the Landrys, he was involved, totally involved in it. That there isn't anybody else out there that was involved, and there's basically proving the point he did it.
Well, everybody knows that.
I know.
I do recall a judge. But I do recall a judge. The family didn't want, because of the gruesomeness of it, family didn't want things released. And if I recall correctly, the judge agreed to a certain time length before it would be released. So maybe that's what's going on.
Right. And that timeline's up. And that timeline is up.
Yeah, but the news are making such a huge, and WFLA, they're huge over on the west coast of Florida, especially. That's where the Landrys lived, and they're having a special starting this afternoon. It's going to run for probably the next 24 hours.
Yeah. Yep.
And here goes the death threats against everybody again. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dinner, my son decided he could work for dinner after work. I love my children dearly. Absolutely love them dearly. This is the problem when they all live close to me. They have no food. You're like, Mom, what you making for dinner? I'm coming over. Really? Why don't you? Really? I said, DoorDash is our friend. Actually, I'm making mini sliders.
Yeah.
May I take you, Legends, on a bit of a memory?
Pardon me?
May I take you on a memory? Do you remember who Ashley Babbitt
Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
she was murdered
Yeah.
in cold blood. She was murdered in cold blood,
And that's,
Ashley
I'm
Babbitt.
not sure we should be discussing that because that's very controversial. And
what's controversial? She was murdered by a psycho in cold blood.
excuse me? See, you and I have different views here.
I'm a Trump supporter. Maybe we have.
We
But
have
I
different
believe
views.
that innocent veterans, especially a veteran, should not
Innocent
get shot in
veterans
the neck.
going through windows.
And some cunt comes out with no warning and shoots her in the neck.
Yeah, okay.
Cheers, mate. I'll have a cigarette in her memory.
The federal building was closed to public access.
And whether the officers opened the door to allow them in or not, she was climbing through a freaking broken window with a mob there.
They could have punched her in the face instead of shooting her in the neck.
Who would have punched? The officer should have got closer to them? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the officers shouldn't shot her in the neck in cold blood.
You know, there's always reactions to every action. Am I right?
It was a setup. Come on. You don't fake Biden, do you?
And was she part of the setup then?
To get murdered, a sacrifice, a martyr? No.
Did she go there to be a martyr?
No.
How do you know? Can't ask her.
She was a veteran.
So? Oh, I'm sorry.
Did she get shot?
I'm
Why
sorry.
did she get shot in the neck? Why did she get shot in the neck by a pig in cold blood?
Time out. I just got an alert.
Time out.
I just got an alert for a sexual offender that is in the next community over. And do you know that sexual offender is a Navy vet? Okay? So veterans do bad things.
Is it PDF? Is it poor dirt farmer?
Pardon me?
What's that got to do with it?
But you're trying to say she's a veteran. But you're
a pedophiles too.
I know, but
are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
I am.
Fucking priests are pedos too.
I know this.
And you're saying Ashley Babbitt's a pedo?
I didn't say that.
What
you
are you
said,
getting to, darling?
You said she is a veteran. Am I right?
Air Force, if I do believe correct.
Okay, but what you said, she is a veteran. That made me believe that made me believe that you're saying because she's a veteran, she can break laws.
No, I'm saying, why does some cunt have to shoot her in cold blood without warning in the neck, whether she's a veteran or not? She was a woman climbing through a broken window trying to get in to have a look. And she got shot in the face for it. Fuck, that's a bit harsh.
Okay.
Veteran or not, she could have been, she's someone's daughter.
I agree.
For fuck's sake.
Okay, they had no relationship.
Nope. You know, she was estranged from her mother, right? Linda, I'll look at it, but it is and if
Who
you
gives a fuck about her mum? She was just clout chasing.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
Oh, we got to give a fuck about her mum. She lost her daughter.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you live in the United States?
I've been studying US politics since 2013.
That wasn't my question.
I've got all my mates are from America. So if I was going to move to another country, I wouldn't move to America unless Trump was in charge.
No, I'm not American. But I'll show you something, darling. So That's you a do not. memorial flag. That's a memorial flag for me gunny, for me Marine mates. That's a black.
So
That's
you
not
do.
blue on that flag.
Okay. So you do not understand how some Americans feel about our White House.
Oh, the White House is a load of fucking garbage.
Well,
it's a property. It's bought by another country. It's not owned by America. And the greatest enemy
it's
of
symbolic.
Americans
It is symbolic
is
to
the
some people.
American government. The American government is the biggest enemy to my
Lady
mates.
Liberty is symbolic.
Lady Liberty's 7 points is the 7 points of sin. It's the light of Lucifer. You're talking about liberty in fucking New York Harbor.
And what if you don't believe in sin?
I believe that America's fucking, beg your pardon? What if I don't believe in sin?
What if you do not believe in sin?
What do you mean?
You know, atheists and agnostics do not believe in sin.
We know we're cunts when we're cunts.
Atheist and agnostic do not believe in sin.
I'm an atheist, but I'm starting to feel I'm starting to lean against Christian. I'm starting to believe in Jesus.
And that's perfectly fine. There are a lot of people, and I will tell you right now, Jesus is my Lord and Savior.
Make peace with your maker. Make peace with your maker now. Because the world's turning to shit. Make peace with your maker now, mate.
My makers are dead.
God bless them.
A bastard? What the hell's a bastard?
I'm a pure blood. My jizz will be worth more than Bitcoin, and I've got 2 working arms. Oh, you didn't understand. I'll say that in American. My semen is worth more than Bitcoin because I'm unvaccinated and I've got 2 batting arms. Rocky.
Well, I'm unvaxxed. Your point is?
So am I. I'm a hypochondriac. I didn't fall for that psyop. I didn't fall for that psyop. See, Fauci getting grilled in the Senate.
See,
fucking, I love it.
But were you around in the 80s and 90s when Fauci was grilled?
Doing AIDS.
Yeah, HIV,
Doing AIDS.
the mRNA vax at that time and killed innocent people. Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Because I was.
Yeah, I'm an old cunt. I'm aware. I'm aware, darling. Thank you. It's good to meet you, sister.
I'm very aware because you know why? I worked in the medical field. I saw the shit he was doing.
I've been a first responder.
And when I saw his name come up when this newest virus came, I almost died. I'm like, what the hell?
He's evil. He's an evil little fuck. He started AIDS.
He's beyond evil.
Yeah. Did you see MTG getting up him? Marjorie Taylor Greene ripping the fucking asshole out of the little prick.
You know something? I haven't watched. I watched a little bit of. I listened to some of the items. But you know why I'm not watching it? Let me tell you why. Because when all this was happening, why did they not stick up louder and scream louder and stop all this shit? Why?
As much as I love Trump, he was the cunt who let the vaccine pass. Don't forget that.
Trust me,
it's hard to forget. So let me give you a little background on myself. I do live in Florida, and I live very single. It's not so much anymore since DeSantis stepped out of the race, but for years, I've lived daily with DeSantis and Trump going at each other. For years, I lived that. And
I thought TDS was going to be Trump DeSantis, not Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah. Those two would never team up, ever.
Nah. Yeah, DeSantis is better off governing Florida.
Well,
Fucking
you
he's a
realize
little bitch who wears high heels.
No, you realize DeSantis used to be a good governor, and then he kind of started going way overboard. And after 2026, DeSantis has done his term as governor. He will no longer be governor of Florida.
He done his dash, eh? His dash. Yeah. Yeah, I think he caved into the deep state and the swamp and the globalist DeSantis in the end. Oh, that's an Aussie opinion. That's an Aussie point of view. They all get sucked into it. All go to the agenda. The wrong agenda. I'm a patriot, if you don't know.
Wait, you're what?
I'm a patriot.
No. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm wrong. Have you ever served?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
For Australia, for the Australian Defence Force for a few years.
Then I will give you that. But people get patriot and patriotic confused.
I'll defend my country to the death. If we have a civil war, I'll shoot another cunt in the face. Yeah.
Never trust somebody who says, trust me. Those are the ones you turn your back on and run.
What's written on your dollar note? What's written on the dollar bill?
It's got to do with the price of beans in China.
What's a dollar bill say? Trust in some shit.
It says trust and trust God, or I don't know, whatever it says. But you know something?
Yeah.
Let me explain.
Are you Canadian? Are you Canadian, darling?
No, I don't know.
You're not AI. Where are you from?
I just told you where I'm from. Pay attention.
Sorry. I've got earpods in earpiece. It's fucked. All right, I'm waiting. Where you from, sister?
I live in the United States. Currently, I live in Florida.
Oh, that's right, Florida. Yeah. Whereabouts? Central, north, south, on the Keys, or up Tampa?
I don't answer questions. I'm on a coast.
Oh, yeah. You don't dox yourself. All right. Not near Jacksonville way or down near Cuba way.
I don't answer questions.
Well, you just said you come from Florida. You just fucking answered one.
That's a big state.
It's not that big. Oh, that's what all the girls say to me. Rocky.
Probably bigger than where you're from, but okay.
I come from Queensland, Australia, on the Tropic of Capricorn on the east coast, and it's fucking beautiful. We got the Great Barrier Reef, and I'm a fisherman. I love catching big fish. And when I'm fucking around with YouTube, I love fishing too.
Yeah, but you know something? You apparently like hook, line, and sinkers too. Just saying.
Oh, hey, people love taking me fishing because I'll bite every time. Crikey. I'll wear my heart on my sleeve, darling, and take it. Love me or hate me. I'm an Aussie cunt, and I'll be your mate.
Hate's an awfully strong word. I really don't like that word, because people should hate so far and few between.
Did you get offended by me saying cunt then, darling?
No, we don't say cunt here.
Oh, well, yeah, you're allowed to say it in Australia.
We're not cunts.
Well, if you got offended by Spudley, the wild bull bear, saying cunt, maybe you needed to be offended today. Big love, sisters. Maybe you didn't understand a word of that.
Apparently, maybe not. But it's okay. How are you? Oh.
Do you know what a wowzer is? Or a Karen?
I am a Karen.
Can I speak to your manager?
I am the manager.
Can you kiss my left nut?
And you can escort yourself out?
Yeah, I will after this bong.
I'm not a Karen. I am not a Karen.
God bless you, darlings. God bless you, sisters. I love America. I love me American mates, but I don't like progressive leftards. Any country think George Floyd is a fucking leader can go and fuck themselves.
Why are you now bringing up your what? Wait a minute. I'm a little
the lefties think a felon is a hero. Donald Trump is a felon. He's a bigger hero.
Killed him.
Hey, Donald Trump's a bigger hero. Every cunt's trying to fucking kill him.
He's a hero. Is he your Lord and Savior too? I'm just asking.
He give me cheap gas in Australia. Fucking oath.
How did the President of the United States?
He did not start a war. He made peace in the Middle East. Joe Biden fucked it up in the first 100 days. Joe Biden fucked it in the first 100 days.
Do you know what?
The first thing he did, 17 minutes of being president, Joe Biden cancelled the Keystone Pipeline, which fucked up your energy. That raised gas prices around the world, believe it or not. It's a ripple effect.
Number one, George Floyd was killed by a cop.
He got killed by a speedball and fentanyl. It's in the fucking autopsy
report. Is that why a cop's in prison for it?
Hey, we don't need to yell. It's okay.
If you ain't black, you ain't voting for me.
God, he's gaslighting you.
I know. That's why I said there's no reason to yell. He's just seeing. He's hitting all the key points that have been trigger points for people throughout the United States since 2020. And he's just seeing if he can get a rise out of either one of us, Mama Bear. That's all he's doing.
No, I just know you're Democrats. I know you're fucking lefties. I'm a right winger.
Wild Bull. I know you don't know me well.
Mate. But, you're right, brother Mello.
I love the debate and everything, but the only thing that I request is that you please remain respectful. Please remain respectful to my guests.
Of course, I will. Sorry, mate. I'll pull me head in.
Calling me a cunt is offensive to me.
Did I call you a cunt? I didn't think I called you a cunt. what I called all Democrats cunts. Oh, I'm going to bump out before Mello bumps me out.
You have a great day, sweetheart.
See you, darling. Wishing you well. Wishing you all a beautiful, peaceful, healing days every day. And if you can't be good at it. And don't fucking get caught. Big love, legends.
And
See
if you
you,
get
mate.
caught, have bail money.
Yeah, at least $2.
Bail
See
money.
you, mate.
Yeah.
Okay, mate.
Big
Thanks.
love.
The more he smoked, the worse he got. How did your treatment go, Christine?
Oh, my freaking arm hurts like a bitch.
Are they making progress with it?
No. But, instead of going twice a week, it's now once a week because twice a week isn't giving it enough time to heal and it's wasting my time. Oh,
What's up? I missed what's his face? The Aussie guy.
hi there. Oh.
There's something this is missing, Mama Bear. I don't even know if I like this one.
I don't want to upset anyone, but I do think the guy's got a point where the Floyd thing's concerned. And it was in the guy's autopsy about a speedball and fentanyl.
You know, and you are 100% correct. You and I am not taking that away from anyone. Okay, and guaranteed, if the situation wouldn't have happened the way it did, could he have died that day? Could he have died the next day from an overdose? 100%. But in that here and now, and I'm going to share. I worked in that area, not during that time, but friends and family that I still have work in that area, worked at that hospital that he went to. And would he have survived that day if, with what transpired didn't transpire? He might have lived that day. He might have. Don't get me wrong. And he might have lived another day, maybe not. But something transpired that made that death happen that day.
Yeah, could it not have been the drugs itself, the drugs that caused that?
Could the drugs have contributed? 100%. But you don't put a knee on a neck.
Right.
Do you think that's the only time a knee's been put on a neck?
Oh, no, and it's still happening.
Right,
And that's
so
how they were
if
trained.
it was that dangerous, if putting a knee on someone's neck was that dangerous, then why haven't we heard about another 100 deaths since? Why haven't we heard about, in fact, just one? Why haven't we heard about just one other death with a copper putting his knee on a neck?
Well, I won't. Go ahead, Mom Bear.
There is.
I was just going to say, there have been. It just doesn't make high profile because, A, it wasn't
Let me guess,
videotaped.
they weren't
and
black.
It was, there you
Because they weren't black.
No, there was one black one. No, there was one black. So we're not gonna race bait there because there was.
No, I'm not trying to be racist, by the way. I'm just.
Yeah, there was a black one also.
July just happened in Ohio. 53-year-old man, black man, by pressing his knee on neck while handcuffed, died. Kansas City, police officers seen kneeling on a man's neck at Walmart, July 12th, 2023. There's been a lot.
Have any other police officers been convicted for murder for as long as what Derek did, Mr. Derek? Because something, I'll be honest, something about that whole thing stinks.
They used him as an example. And you have to know Minneapolis, St. Paul. You truly have to know it. They had to use him as an example because of what transpired. Number one, what the fear of what was going to transpire. Number two. Number three, they had to set an example for officers across the country that they need to start pulling back and restraining themselves.
Yeah.
So there's, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, and I know this area very well. I used to drive it to go to work every single day. And there's many different facets to why he got the amount of time he went through. And I think, in my opinion, the biggest one should have been sending a message to officers across the world that you need to get restraint of yourself instead of anger towards others that you are supposed to be protecting. And you know that doesn't happen.
Right. Spud, welcome back, man. But please be respectful to the ladies on the panel, if you would.
Yes.
That'd be much appreciated.
Yes, thank you, brother. I will be respectful of the panel from the view. Not a problem, mate.
I really don't mind the debates. Just as long as they just remain debates and not abuse.
Right, and we should talk about it because these are things that do affect each and every one of us. And Bear, I'm going to tell you something. With this George Floyd thing, I was angry. I was so angry, and I was angry for numerous reasons. I said, I'm from that area. I have a grandson who is biracial, who was living in here in Florida with part of his family down here, but his dad, who is black, lived up there. He would not go visit his dad for over 2 years because he was afraid. And he was afraid because of what transpired and the repercussions because he wasn't dark enough. Okay, that's number one. Number two, nobody spoke of it, but there was a medical professional in Hennepin County right after all this stuff happened who got killed right outside, going to work. Nobody ever spoke of it. Nobody ever spoke of her dying. Number three, there was a police lieutenant, retired, in St. Louis, that the protesters, they protested across the country. There was a protest in St. Louis, and somebody who took advantage of the protesting killed David Dorn. David Dorn is a very close family friend of ours. So I was angry. I was angry that it disrupted family and friends in Minneapolis. I was angry my grandson wouldn't go back to Minnesota. Please let me finish. I was angry that David Dorn died. I was angry. And I wanted to blame George Floyd. I did. And I know how to read that autopsy. And I still wanted to blame the fentanyl. But when you look at the bigger picture and knowing what the popos do, it couldn't have been blamed on just that. That's just my opinion. That is from the heart.
So may I say something? David, Captain Dawn, ex-retired police chief Captain Dawn, was protecting a mate's pawn shop.
I know what it wasn't a porn. It was pawn. It was
a hawk shop, whatever shop. It was protecting a shop for a mate.
I know what he was doing.
And rioters broke in and fucking killed him.
Okay, you see, and the rioter that did it was a white man who had nothing to do with the protest. He took advantage of it. Did you know that?
didn't look white on the security footage, camera footage.
The person they arrested and tried and found guilty was a white man. That took advantage of the protesters. As he...
Excuse me, darling. Are you a Democrat by any chance? I'm trying to be as polite as I can. From an Aussie point of view.
As I've already told you, I don't answer questions.
Well, it sounds like you vote for Joe Biden.
No, I've never voted for Joe Biden.
Well, it sounds like you don't vote for Trump.
I voted for Trump once. Would I ever vote for him again? Absolutely not.
You got TDS, darling. I'm sorry. I'm going to mute myself while I have a bong.
Okay. What time is it there? Is it his bedtime? Sorry. I had to make a funny haha joke.
Talking Frank, what's up, man? And I don't know who that person is either, Twin-tastic Boys, but
Thanks for
you
becoming a member.
I thanked him for you.
I've never even seen that name before.
Well, isn't that nice that they did that?
It is, yeah. It is very nice. Much appreciated. Like, you know.
I thanked him for you.
Pardon?
I thanked him for you.
I appreciate that. I wasn't around. I was working still.
Hey, Untrackable.
What's up, Untrack?
Yeah, I think I have that picture without Mama Bear wrote on that, if you want it.
Yeah, if you could send it over to me, that'd be great.
Let me go to my photos.
Mr. Michael, if I choose to be a panelist and I choose not to answer questions, it's okay. I promise you. It'll be okay. It'll be okay, I promise. Man, people are rare form today, aren't they? Oh, damn.
Yeah. It started from the minute I got up.
Right? The minute I woke up this morning. I was sound asleep. You know that? I was sound asleep. I just have my phone on because that's my white noise. And all of a sudden I'm like, whoa, wait a minute here. What the hell's going on? I didn't have coffee or nothing.
Your ears were burning. Did you hear your name?
I heard my name. Like, well, wait a minute. I'm not even doing anything. Why is my name being thrown out there? Like, whoa. And here I am. I'm not even, my fingers ain't working now. I'm clicking that button to get on. Like, whoa. What the hell do I got? Don't be throwing. No. That was funny, wasn't it? Yeah, because it was late here. And I fell asleep early. I just had a rough day. And, the heat has been so hot, it just exhausts you. And I actually fell asleep outside because I was outside listening and doing something. I'm like, I'm just going to rest just for a minute. And next thing you know, I even missed my son's text. I told him to call me. And at 10:30, he texted me. He's like, what do you want? Like, I saw that at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, well, I guess I won't text him and wake him up. I'll wait till morning.
It's in Telegram.
Thank you.
And no, I'm not sure your wife would agree with that. Now, see, I took the summer off. After this week, I don't work again until September. I tell them if they get into a bind to let me know. If I'm around, I will help. Okay, Michael. Most of what I said about what? What did I say? What did I say that is incorrect?
Excuse me, darling. Are
Yes,
you a school teacher? Are
No.
you a school teacher? You're not. Oh, cool. Thank fuck for that. Cheers, mate. God bless you.
I would have no patience for that.
Well, what's your issue with Christine? Rather than fucking beat round the bush and come out with the sly little comments, why not just say what your issue is?
Christine. All right, Christine, darling. I'm a bit concerned about what you're saying about the fucking how you're beating
Oh,
you're
man.
beating
It was-
around, or
he
maybe
was-
I'm
he
beating
was
around the
black.
bush. Yeah.
The first person that was arrested
Sorry,
was white.
I'm an extreme right winger, and I try to be patient, darling.
You're an
And
extreme
God
right
bless your
winger.
soul. I'm not extreme. I'm just right leaning. I'm
So
definitely not a
so are you
progressive
racist?
lefty.
Are you
Oh
racist?
fuck no! I'm Aboriginal. I'm fucking black. Fucking hell! How can I be racist?
Well,
Crikey.
anyone can be racist. I believe anyone can be racist, regardless of a skin color.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, brother. I know black people who hate white people, and it's disgraceful that anyone can be racist. And I don't kink shame, but I believe in the rights of the people not to be taken away by the government, mate. That's the bottom line.
So people's rights. So shouldn't you be far left then?
Fuck no. Fuck no.
Well, surely you should. You just said you're for the people and their rights.
No, I'm not a socialist. I'm not a fucking socialist. I'm for not the government getting in our fucking way of life. You know what socialist is? The government controlling you, fucking feeding you, giving you all the benefits.
I know what it is, but
fucking
you
garbage.
literally just identified yourself as extreme right wing, and then when
Well,
I've asked you, you're like, no. So you're either far right, extreme right wing, or you're not.
Well, I'm not extreme right wing to blow cunts up. If yes, I don't mean I'm extreme right wing to go shoot a cunt in the face.
I sent you a couple that I had, Mellows.
Thank you.
I just believe that the government shouldn't get in our noses. Australia just got digital ID. And now,
So if you're against, okay, I'm going to take you back slightly. If you're so against the government, then why have you just sat here and like basically knocked somebody for saying that they don't want to vote for a certain individual within government? Why would you be so interested in Donald Trump if you're anti-government and you're against the government? Why would Donald Trump's mouth even be coming out your mouth? Even
cheap gasoline, mate. Cheap gas. No wars, and peace in the Middle East. What's wrong with that?
Sorry, you believe there's peace? Let's get this right. So you think
When
you're going to have
Trump
cheap
was
gas?
in-
You think
when
you're going to have
Trump
cheap
was
gas? So
in-
let's get Trump in, and you're going to have cheap gas, peace in the Middle East, and what was the other one?
No wars. Trump didn't start a war when Trump was in.
Could it just not have been like? Could it not have just been a bit of a coincidence? Not even a coincidence. Could it just not have been like? I don't know. It's only 4 years, bro, and there's not a war happening every year necessarily. So, I mean, to say Donald Trump didn't start no wars, no, he might not have. But you don't think he has?
He shook hands with North Korea.
So because you see him shake hands with North Korea, bro, the government have got you right where they want you. For someone who doesn't like follow the government, you're against the government. The government have literally got you hook, line, and sinker.
I like a man who steps up. I like a man who steps up and tells
And who's stepping up? Who's stepping up?
Fucking Trump just disrupted Agenda 21. Trump had disrupted Agenda 21. Now it's in fast forward.
What? Donald Trump played along with Agenda 21 or whatever you're going on about. He played along with it. He didn't go against it. He played along with it. So during the time that Donald Trump was president, did the United States not go in a lockdown or not?
It's some spinach.
The only fault I got with Trump, he introduced the vaccine to cunt. I don't like that.
And he also put people, well, he or someone, but he went along with the lockdown, right?
He fucked off after a couple of months after the
hang on, but he did agree with the lockdown. He went along with the lockdown. Remember, he's the president. He could have gone against it.
Didn't they use that AIDS-riddled fucking cunt doctor, fucking Dr. Doom, and then Biden put him into a elitehood to push the fucking 6-foot shit?
I just think you're a little bit, and I mean this respectfully, but I think you're a bit.
You're right, brother Malloy. You're right.
I think you're a bit confused, bro. And I'm not Mellows. I'm Bear or BBA, whatever you want to call me.
Oh,
but
sorry, BBA.
I think you're a bit confused, bro. I think you're a bit confused. You're like,
maybe I am.
I don't know.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Conflicted interests, I'd say. I mean, you're anti-government, but you're all for Trump. Because I don't understand how you can be anti-government, but then all for Trump. That doesn't make sense.
Mate, I'm only for Trump because he's got cheap gas. I'm paying $2 a litre for fucking fuel. When Trump was in, it was like $1.10.
So you only want Donald Trump in so you can have cheap fuel, but you want to sit and disrespect and run somebody else down for actually having an opinion, which the guy is going to have more an effect on Christine's life than how much she's going to pay for fuel. She's American. She lives in America. So you're only bothered about cheap fuel. Christine is bothered about everything. Everything. Her family, her children, her grandchildren.
Especially the last 4 years. I'd be worried too.
So why would you be worried in the last 4 years? I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and I'm struggling.
I think the world's turned upside down.
But you think Trump's going to turn it right side up? Is that what I'm hearing?
All I'm saying is, since Biden got in, there's been wars, there's been disruption, there's been discord around the world. It sucks.
Do you realize while Trump was in, we were upside down, inside out, and backwards? And black was white, and white was black, and truth was lie, and lie was the truth?
Okay.
You realize that if Trump gets in, he's about to sign, he's going to sign for something that's going to put them fucking trillions of pounds more in debt than they already are. But Trump's the guy, right?
Biden ruined 34 trillion. They're already 34 trillion in debt. What's a few more gonna do?
All right, listen. Biden ruined our country within the first few days he was in office. No, that's pure fact. That's pure fact. Okay. Trump cannot undo what was done in 4 years. Now we got to look at something. He gets to office, he's got 4 years. He cannot do anything to save our country in 4 years. Now in 4 years, who are we going to get for president? Everybody's got to think about that. What is going to happen in 4 years? Who is going to be our president? Nobody's looking at the long-term picture here. Who is going to be our president in 4 years that's going to undo this last?
Why is our president so concerning to him? That's what I'm not understanding.
Because we're another state of the USA.
Well, in his defense, I think every Western world country should be interested in who's going to be running your country.
And you're right, because you'll have collateral. Well, you guys will be the collateral damage. 100%.
But yeah, I'm still like I said, I pointed out, this guy's only he's gone. He's only interested in the prices of fuel.
Yeah.
Obviously, you as an American citizen have more pressing issues or concerns, than the price of fuel. I mean, I'm not saying that's not up there, but I'm sure like there's much more important things that could be prioritized over the price of fuel. Right?
We have
Well,
nothing
we can
in reserves.
prioritize George Floyd. We can prioritize George Floyd and the alphabet mafia agenda if you want to go there.
We have nothing in reserves. Our reserves are gone. Nothing in reserves. They're gone.
We make
So
money.
we got to buy oil. We have to buy oil to put it back in our reserves, which is not going to bring our oil prices down. It's not going to bring our fuel prices down. So even if Trump gets in there, our fuel prices are not going to go down because we got to buy oil to get our reserves back up.
Well, there are other ways, but it won't be done in 4 years. But we should have enough here in the United States if we could drill, baby, drill.
Correct. Everything's got to get undone. And 4 years ain't going to correct nothing. Everybody's got to wake up.
But we still have reserves there, and if people believe and we don't, that's part of the problem.
But there isn't enough there.
No.
Yeah, that is true. Biden did sell a load of your oil reserves.
You're 100% correct.
But on a serious note, I like to wind people up about Trump, but I do struggle to understand how anyone can sit there and say I'm anti-government, but in the same breath then like wholeheartedly like back Trump. That to me is insane. That makes no sense.
We have 370.19 million in our reserves.
Yeah, and I know that's not enough to sustain us. I understand that.
That was as of May 31st.
I wonder if Hunter Biden's going to jail or he's going to...
Just because I don't think OG Mitch has been here yet, I'm going to quickly put a banner up.
Does that equal 1 gallon per person?
Bear with me, Mitch, if that's you.
Oh, I love that. Go the Bears.
Yo, Mitch, is that you, bro?
Well, the only one and only.
Respect, man. Hope you're well.
No problem.
I should have known it was you. Yeah, you heard
my
Trump.
name calling. You guys talking about me again?
No, just Trump.
Just Trump.
Okay.
Just Trump.
Trump's son is a felon. Biden's son is a felon. Biden's son is a felon. Biden's son is a felon.
Okay, you feel better now?
Biden's son is a felon. Biden's son is a felon.
But
Trump is a felon. Trump is a felon.
But my question is he going to prison? Because these are some serious charges.
He is facing 25 years.
But my question's going to be, is he going to prison?
Okay. But Biden said he's going to pardon him. Biden said he will pardon him.
So, Mitch, Wired Ball here is a big Trump fan, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I noticed he sounds on the money. I came to give him a little support.
Thanks, Mitchie. Thanks, brother Mitch. Jeez, bud.
Why do people want so much?
There was me thinking Mitch had just turned up to say hello. Oh, silly me.
I mean, I'm not going to come in I'm not going to come in on a slow topic.
Right.
I don't think any of our topics have been slow at this gentleman here. He's hit on just about every, controversial subject.
Although he's only interested in Trump because he apparently gets cheap fuel.
Right.
Yeah, cheap gas. Cheap gas,
What
peace,
do
peace
people
and
want
no
so
wars.
much? What do you want from your president? You want him to come do your lawn, check your laundry? I mean, come on, give us cheap fuel and get out of our way. Let us live our lives.
I'd rather have cheap food. I'm
Fucking
sorry, but okay.
Well, inflation came from
former
Joe
gas.
Biden, so get rid of Mr. Poopy Pants, and we've got a much better life.
I don't know.
Hunter Biden faces a maximum sentence of 25 years in prison, though he will likely receive a lesser sentence as a first-time offender.
He did a drug purchase with a gun involved, or gun purchase with a drug involved. That right there should send him away.
Hunter Biden would require to surrender to the Bureau of Prisons to serve a sentence imposed by the judge, would include incarceration, probation, fines, and other conditions. I'm just reading what is put on the federal website. Ultimately, President Biden has the constitutional power to pardon his son if convicted, as these are federal charges.
And guess what? As it gets closer to election, he will pardon him. Just let you know this.
Oh, he's pardoned. He said he would. He said he wouldn't, but he's
No, he
gonna.
will. Oh, sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No,
Where President Biden to pardon his son, which is what would clear Hunter Biden's criminal record related to the case, it would spell doom for his campaign.
Well,
what campaign?
Well, I was going to say, what campaign does
What
he have?
campaign? This guy's not going to make it. He's falling asleep everywhere.
So am I lately.
Well, imagine being 82 and running on jets everywhere.
You're not running the country.
That's the problem.
So
Not yet.
Mitchell's
running for the next president.
5 days ago, he said he would not pardon his son, and then 2 days ago, he said he will pardon his son.
Okay, that makes sense to me because I heard him say he wouldn't.
Okay, 5 days ago, he said he wouldn't, and then 2 days ago, as the trial went to the jury, was getting ready to go to the jury after all.
It's
He
a
can't
federal
pardon
crime.
his
It's
son.
a federal crime. It's a done deal. He's out.
He can
It's over.
pardon
It's
him.
done.
It's nepotism, but he can still pardon him.
Why wouldn't you? It's your son.
And he also stated he will not pardon Trump.
Trump will pardon himself. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, bury Trump. What was he going to pardon him for?
Okay,
Trump will not have any convictions when he takes the White House.
But I also believe because Trump was in the case.
He will not have any convictions when he takes the White House.
Do you think that conviction's going to be overturned?
It can't be appealed.
It'll be on appeal real fast.
But it won't be that fast. No way.
It has to. The July 11th is the sentencing. The appeal has to come in.
Well, okay. So they just filed an appeal.
Okay.
And I'm telling, wait a second, Mama Bear. Wait.
Trump's New York conviction is not eligible for presidential pardon.
Correct.
In order to receive one, he has to return
crime.
to New York governor. A New York governor has to pardon him in the New York case. So it cannot be done under presidential pardon. It has to be done under the New York pardon.
Why?
Right. Trump is working New York really hard too to turn it over.
Because it was a New York state conviction, not
okay.
federal.
I thought they were federal convictions. That's where I'm confused at. Sorry.
Okay.
And I can tell you, our New York governor does not like Trump.
You know, but that would be political suicide for that governor. He does not pardon him. Just saying.
Anyone pardoning anyone, like especially like Biden pardoning his son. No offense, but and I don't mean this with any disrespect, but your politics in your country is not looking very good right now. And a lot of this court case isn't helping the situation, right? Now you've got your current president saying that he'll pardon his son. Like, these people, man. So, really, fuck Biden and fuck Trump. Like, there's literally no one else in your country that can run. Nobody.
Well, there is, but
That's why they have to tear Trump apart to make the Biden family look a little better. You don't see the kids getting picked up on drug charges, the Trump kids. The Bush kids used to get in trouble all the time for drinking, and it was found out. But you never see them busting the Trump kids, and the media are all over them.
So you have to look at the laws on what the state, if you state convicted or federal convicted, and Hunter was federally.
I understand, but if the governor of New York does not pardon Trump, I am telling you, that is a political suicide.
I don't believe she will.
Right, that is a political suicide.
It
For
is.
sure.
It is. It's a 100% political suicide.
I don't know how the governor's polling, but after she said little black kids in the Bronx don't know what computers are, she might have a little bit of a problem.
Right? Oh my God, I can't
Right.
believe they said that.
She said that?
God. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You haven't seen the cartoons come out.
Oh yeah, she said
You know
that.
what I mean? The mentality of these people as well is fucking warped.
Yep.
Okay.
Welcome to the United States of Hilarity.
New York governor suggests Trump's pardon off the table.
I'm telling you, things changed very quickly.
I mean, no one can be 100%. I mean, but what do you think the results of the election will be? Forget what you want or don't want. What do you think's going to happen?
Trump's going to win by a landslide. And I'll tell you why. There aren't enough Democrats, in my opinion, that are going to vote. And the ones that are classified as what we call Republicans, such as myself, have no interest in voting. And the only reason why I will even go to the polls is because there are some local elections that are important to me.
Christine, you think Biden got more votes than Obama?
In all honesty,
No, lie to me.
I'm going to lie to you, no.
New York governor
I don't think Biden got more than Obama. I will tell you, I voted for Obama the first time, though. You know that, right?
That's all good. Yeah.
New York governor stated she would not consider such a move. Today's verdict affirmed that no one is above the law.
Okay, when was that? When was it? Today? She said that?
That was the May 31st.
That was immediately after his conviction.
She has put nothing out since.
Yeah, you darn right she didn't. She knows. Shut your mouth. They told her to shut her mouth.
There's no way a president's son is going to jail.
No shit.
It's not happening.
No, it's not.
And I'm all for it. Look, if it's my son, I'll give Biden a freebie on this one, man. If
Well, how do you know? How do you know it's not wrong? How do you know it's not wrongful conviction?
What
I'm just
you
saying, I don't
agree?
care. It's my kid. He's not going to jail.
Really?
What?
So if your kid did a horrific crime, you'd hide him?
Wait, I don't know that this is horrific.
A gun charge and a drug charge
This
is
is
not.
stupid. This is stupidity.
Okay.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. No. It doesn't matter whether it's a serious crime or not.
It's
Us
crime.
as
Crime's a
people,
crime.
whether okay, I'm not American, but if I was, like, hey, we would be held to that account. So I expect them to be held to the same account. In fact, I expect these people to be held to a higher account, not the same, a higher account. In
Can you
fact,
do
whatever
pardons in
we would
London?
get, I want him getting fucking triple, 4 times the amount of a sentence that we would get, because that is what should happen, because that is what would stop these people thinking they can do whatever the fuck they want and there's no accountability. I think that's very concerning, Mitch, that you think that's normal, bro. To just let your son get off with something because you're the president. That's crazy.
Family, a bear, family first.
Okay.
Hey, can I-
House Democrats, U.S. Representative Dean Phillips, a Democrat, on Friday urged New York governor to pardon Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So Democrats are urging her to.
You know why, right?
Because it all backfired.
No, you know why, right? Political suicide.
It'll set a legal precedent.
Well, that means it backfired.
No, that doesn't.
Untrack. You're right, untrack.
So here's my thing, and Bear, this is kind of talking to you because Mitchell's going to jump my hiney. So here we have a man. You can call him former president. I don't give a shit what you call him. Okay, he's a man. Here you have a man who has been convicted of 34 felonies, who will not sit a day in jail. And everybody says he's wrongfully convicted. And look at our judicial system and our prison system across the country, and look at all the people who are sitting in prison that are waiting for appeals because they've been wrongfully convicted. And here's something even simpler. Look at all the people that are still in prison that should have got out already on marijuana charges. But here we have a man. He was falsely convicted. Okay, what about all these other people who are wrongly convicted, sitting in prisons waiting on appeals?
I know, it doesn't make sense, man. While they're still trying to sell you all these years later that you live in the land of the free.
There's no freedom here. We see this every day.
You know, both Trump and Obama pardoned a ton of people from jail.
Yeah.
We know
both of them. Both of them really.
And
they
they
really
were
let him out.
And they were really supposed to let out all these convicted people with marijuana charges, and they still aren't out.
Nope, they are not.
Well, yeah, there are some people fucking up the First Step Act, correct.
They're still in there. They've not been released. I know one. I know one.
It's not because the act wasn't signed. It's because the lower down people are fucking it up.
Thank you. There you go. Ding, ding, ding. It shouldn't have to go through this bureaucracy. Let them go. Sign the paper here. Bye, see you.
I'm with you. The paper was signed. Done deal.
Well, it's not a done deal. That's the problem. But here we've got somebody who's wrongfully convicted when all these other people are sitting in prison wrongfully convicted.
Well, not all convictions are equal. You know, it's like, because like you're saying about the drugs and the guns and how things go down. Some people, you know, they've got that marijuana charge and it's stuck at the time, but you got to look at the other circumstances involved as well.
I'm not talking about over amounts where they're selling. I'm not talking about there's a gun charge with them. I'm not talking about any of that. I am talking about simple possession
I got
of
you. I got
marijuana under the amount that is supposed to have been for distribution that are still sitting in jails. That's
there's
what
a
I'm
lot.
talking about.
I'm just saying that there's a lot with each case that can be separate from that. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. And do I think somebody who has a large amount because they were distributors should get out? No. Do I think somebody with a gun charge that should have had a gun? No. I'm talking the marijuana charges because there are still a lot in there. There's over 100. And there's probably more. There are over 100 that are simple marijuana charges.
Who pardoned that lady from Alabama who was doing life? Was it Trump?
Trump?
Okay. Was her name Joyce? I think.
Could be.
And yeah, she was a perfect prisoner, and it was like, this is ridiculous.
And
Let her
now-
out
yeah.
of jail. Let her out of jail immediately.
Now look at her.
Yeah, she's a good person.
Yep. But you know something? There are good people that have been convicted that have been destroyed because of prison, and nobody gave them those chances. They really are.
Well, I'll say it right here. He signed the act. If he goes back in there, he has the power to pound those people below him and make it move.
And that's and that's what I'm saying. What happened to we the people? It's all hail mighty the President Trump.
No. You're missing it. You guys are always missing it. We the people stand up every day, except it's 75 million with red hats, and you guys don't believe what we believe. We want that motherfucker working for us. We're not putting him on a pedestal. He's there to do a job.
Okay, and what happens if he doesn't do the job you think he's going to do? That's for more than 75. There are 300. Okay, there are more than 75 million people in this United States, correct? You know that, right?
Of course.
That's not even a fourth. You know that, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Summer for president.
There you go.
Okay.
Summer for president. I'll vote for you. Damn, I'll do a
I'm
riot.
taking everybody's job. I'm coming in and giving all weed free and all hookers rights to do whatever they want.
Okay. Statement.
I'm just
statement
playing.
from president. Statement. I like that. I like
That one,
that.
all right. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll
I
send
like
that
that.
one.
Statement from President Joe Biden. As I said last week, I am the president, but I am also dad. Jill and I love our son. We are proud of the man he is today. So many families who have loved one's battled addiction understand the feeling of pride, seeing someone you love come out of the other side, be so strong and resilient in addiction. As I also said last week, I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process as Hunter considers an appeal. Jill and I will also be there for Hunter, and the rest of our family will love and support. Nothing will ever change that.
And I didn't expect it to. He is their child, but he's a convicted felon.
Yep.
He cannot leave office with a tax problem hanging over his son's head.
Well, we all thought Trump couldn't be a felon and be the president, but here we are.
Yep.
Not me.
Mitchell seems to think that his appeal process will be all done and he'll come out smelling like roses before he takes office.
They already have a major issue with
Him
one of
and
the
Biden,
jurors
well, both.
taking out of turn.
The only one
Him
that
and Joe
can
Biden.
pardon him, the only one that can pardon him is the New York State governor, and she stated she won't. So we'll have to wait and see if the governor of New York State will pardon him.
She
Right,
will.
but when you're on appeal, are you convicted?
Yes.
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 Really?
You are.
Yeah, you have to be convicted to even fight for an appeal. So yes,
That
he's been
conviction
convicted.
stays.
There's something to be said there. There's something to be said there because Aaron Hernandez was convicted and sentenced for murder. You know, the football player, the Patriot.
Yeah.
And he appealed the case, and then that's when he committed self-delete while he was in prison, because under that appeal it was all in process, so that way it made sure that his estate could be transferred to his children. So it's kind of iffy whether you're considered convicted while under appeal.
Sweet. And you have to even apply for an appeal, you have to have some kind of conviction. You can't appeal anything if you haven't been convicted of something. So
And that conviction doesn't get a stay until appeals.
It kind of changes the identity of your status. You know what I'm saying?
For a
you're
state
still
purposes.
convicted, whatever it is, you're just fighting it in an appeal court.
That's when you're discussing that, because what he should have did was handle things before he got actually convicted, and he didn't. And when you're talking estate stuff, when it comes to convictions and prison, those are two totally separate monsters.
But it worked.
Well, sure.
If you can find loopholes, anything's going to work.
Right?
But it doesn't take the fact the way he was convicted.
I'll vote for a convicted felon for president.
Oh, I can't wait to buy my.
You're not American. You don't get to vote.
I'm excited.
I'd love to.
I'm gonna get my first convicted felon hat and get it signed also. I get to see the big guy on June 15th.
And even that, again, a guy that says that I'm anti-government, but I'm happy for a convicted felon to be president, makes no fucking sense.
He hypocrites himself.
Why not?
You're promoting tyranny by saying you accept that shit.
Welcome to my world.
Convicted by.
So you're double-minded. That's what you're saying, sir. That you're double-minded.
I'm a Gemini. I just had my birthday.
Well, you know what they say about double-minded people?
I got a twin sister. Yeah, I'm two-sided. Fucking, I'm a Gemini. I don't give a fuck. But I believe in freedom and cheap gas.
You can't believe in freedom and believe in the government at the same time, sir.
It's impossible, right?
Right. But it's okay. We understand. Double-minded people don't understand that.
Are you also a sovereign citizen?
If I knew how to be properly, yes, but I've tried it and it just fucked me over. So
imagine that.
I believe in Magna Carta. I believe in Magna Carta. Don't worry about that.
Believe in Jesus Christ as well.
I'll put it up. Audit in Australia says 34 victimless crimes. Get over it. Full-on witch hunt. Trump is your next president, and that's that.
Well, sweetie, we're not going to argue. We know that he's going to be the next president. Do you just want to hear yourself talk? Because we all know everything you just said. And all of us have stated it.
Donald J. Trump.
Australia, I like hearing it.
Doesn't mean we still can't have an opinion.
As many times as you want.
Yeah. No. That doesn't change the fact that we know all of this. We've said it. People that don't like Trump have said Trump will be our next president long before he got indicted. Maybe you should listen to the words that come out of our mouth.
Hey, darling, would you like to hear Fetterman.
First of all, my
Biden
name's not Darlin. If you would like to address me, you can call me Summer, but my name is not Darlin.
G'day,
So do not call me Darlin.
G'day, Summer.
Mr. Aussie, sir,
Summer.
you're not talking to me or Mama Bear, honey.
Hey, Mama. Hey, Summer, would you prefer a Fetterman Biden 24 ticket? Fetterman
Say it one more time.
24. Fetterman
One more time.
Fetterman Biden 24.
No, Biden's not going to win.
What about Fetterman? He's got a chance.
Are you
No,
kidding
they don't.
me?
The races are. Hold on, wait a second. The races. See, this is how much you pay attention, sweetie. The nominees have already been set.
I'm sarcastic as well. I got an Aussie sense of
Oh, you're
humor.
saying him for vice president? No, he's not going to pick him.
God bless your sweet little heart, darling. Ripper Billy.
Once again, I'm not your child or your wife, so I'm not Darlin.
Oh man.
You've never met someone before, have you?
Pleased to meet you, Summer. Pleased to meet
Pleased
you.
to meet you too,
Please,
sweetie. Darlin.
Darling.
See if you're pleased to meet her this time tomorrow.
I'm trying to be polite.
Hey, Bear.
This way.
What do you think of the Israelis rescuing 4 hostages having to go through 200 Palestinians?
They didn't have to go through 200 Palestinians. That's a lie.
Okay.
They didn't have to go through them. You make it sound like there was 200 Palestinians there getting in the way.
I'm not there. I can only state what I know or heard.
Oh, why don't we talk about the fact that the IDF are dirty bastards who did they try to make out they were the other day to cross that bridge?
Humanitarian aid.
Humanitarian aid. IDF dressed up as humanitarian aid to go in and slaughter loads of people. I mean, I think that's disgusting. Mitchell. I think it's disgusting that nobody's gone in and dropped a bomb. Oh, yeah, I'm surprised. I'm in fact, shocked, disgusted that nobody's gone in and dropped a bomb on Israel. Very disgusted, because if anyone else in the world done that, that's exactly what we would do to them. But Israel, because they're the only Jewish state in the world, we all have to just let them do what they want in the fear of being called anti-Semitic. Bullshit.
I agree on that.
Bullshit.
No, that's evil.
Free
That's evil what
Palestine
they
from
did.
Israel. Israel were the people that So before you keep going on about everyone going on about save the Palestine.
Your audio's cutting out.
Big Brother's got you, mate. Big Brother's got you, dude. Maybe we can't mention that here.
Hey, Bear, a friend of mine met somebody who was at that 6:30 a.m. concert when the land was invaded. These people retreated to a tank that was left over in the area and only had enough ammunition to like fire a couple of rounds every hour, and held off people till the army came. It's a pretty amazing story to hear, but I mean, it sounds like that raid in the morning was true.
So I said something on GPP a couple of weeks ago when we were discussing this, and I was saying that their response, did they have the right to defend themselves? Yes, they did. Did they have to go and kill 30,000 women and children? No, they fucking didn't. Because they already, before October the 7th, have special op missions where they take out Hamas leaders. They've been doing it for years. So why didn't they just do that in the first place? Why didn't they just do that in the first place? They've done it. They've done it in the last 48 hours. They've gone into a camp. and physically rescued hostages. So why didn't they do that at the beginning? Why have they gone and turned Gaza into a fucking car park? I don't understand. Am I missing something?
Yes, yes,
I
you
think
are,
Gaza
mate.
was pretty heavily fortified if they thought the Israelis would be coming in.
And I'm going to
What
go
you're
back to
missing?
again. I'm going to go back to again. Mitch, have you ever looked at like the border of Israel? Have you looked at?
Yes, softly, yes.
Right. It's very open, right? Like very open, like almost like a desert open, right?
Yeah,
There's not loads of
and it's
shit
very
in the
narrow
way.
and it's unprotectable.
So you're going to see someone coming a fucking mile off, right? You're going to see them, especially a load of people on bikes with guns masked up. You're going to see them coming, right?
I agree.
So I asked the question, how did October the 7th even
I
manage to
don't know.
happen anyway?
I asked that question. What the hell happened down there? I have no
What
answer.
the hell happened that day? We're never going to know. We've only got what they
Brother
say
Bear,
to go on.
I know what happened, Brother Bear. You know how they got the Suez Canal? You have a look at that other shitty little river just a bit north from it, or west or
Oh,
east
yeah, they
of it.
put a load of little mopeds through the river. Come on.
Dude, no, wait up. What they're going to do, they're going to build another Suez Canal, and the port is going to be where Gaza is. They're wiping it out because they're going to build another Suez Canal, a parallel one. Have a look at the map. From the
I've looked
river
at
to
it.
the sea, they mean it. They mean from the river to the sea, they're going to build another canal, man.
There's no economic use for it now, though. There's
Yeah,
no
there
real.
is billions of dollars in shipping. Billions and billions
Yeah, but
of dollars.
that puts them at direct conflict with their neighbor Egypt, who's getting
But
$8 billion a year
it's
for it.
not built in sand. It's not built in sand, I don't think. It's going to be easy to build, quicker to build, and Gaza's right where they want to build the fucking port. I reckon, from an Aussie point of view. Just looking at the map, you know, and what I know from what I know. They're going to build another canal. You realise?
But now go back to it, Mitch. To ask the question, what do I think? I think the whole thing's disgusting, bro. It's inhumane. And there's
terrible.
definitely wrong on both sides. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, it's all Israel, right? It's not. It's not.
I said this to you 2 months ago. If the Hamas released all the hostages, which I think is terrible to take hostages, all the pressure would be on Israel to stop.
Right.
That's not.
It would be on. I agree with that. The pressure would be on, but I don't believe that would stop them. They've already said what their end goal is. Their end goal is to rid of Hamas. In fact, they very rarely say much about the hostages, only when they want to put a little bit of propaganda in and make it seem like they're trying to win the people back over, their own people. But they haven't really spoke about the hostages. It's been about Hamas.
Yes.
Getting rid and ridding Palestine of Hamas. That's their end goal. So you could have gone and handed back every single one of those hostages on October the 8th, and this still was going to happen. The same reason as I asked you if you know about the surrounding area and, like, you know, the border of Israel, bro, because that's very questionable. The most intelligent, the best intelligence in the world, Mossad, and they just let these people come straight through the front door with no keys.
Right?
Come on.
Yeah, on a paraglider. For fuck's sake.
Let me change it around.
They didn't all come on paragliders.
Okay. All right, wait a minute then. Here's our stupid government. We just left the Capitol exposed and all those people broke in? The answer is yes. Yes. Someone left the Capitol January 6th wide open.
There were literally doors and windows and walls.
I know, that's a bit different from like a whole army on the border. An army. Fucking everything you can think of is on that border, Mitch. Remember, Hamas are the most scariest people in the world. Remember, Israel. That Israel need to protect themselves. They've put every provision in place to make sure that doesn't happen. How did it happen?
And you can't compare the two. Come on.
It was a setup. It's a setup to make it.
Well, if both were setups, they were both setups.
Two different situations.
They're apples and oranges.
Both were setups.
I agree. They are
Pineapples and grapes.
Yeah, like.
And this war over there has been going on for decades before I was even born.
That part.
When Israel first decided to occupy the land of Palestine, Hamas was not a thing. In fact, Hamas didn't come round until like 40 years later. All right, maybe 30, but still, they've only. I think Hamas are no more than like 50 years old. It might even be less than that.
Yeah, because I don't think they're that old.
Because I don't know it all, but they didn't exist. So I go back to, why did Israel occupy these people in the first place? Because now it's all about Hamas, but it can't have been 75 years ago.
You know what the problem? I have one problem with you and Mellows. You didn't know what madrasas were. And that's the thing that Israel's fighting against. They are brainwashing young children to kill Jews.
What?
So right now, then, the Israel president is also brainwashing people into thinking it's okay to kill fucking Palestinians. I've noticed. You know, the problem is, it's a Palestinian lives don't seem to Palestinian lives don't seem to be as valuable or as important as those of Israel. Why is that? I don't understand.
Look at religion.
Are you asking the USA that? Or are you asking the neighboring countries that of the same religions?
You'll never knock that Bible out.
May I say something, please? With all the refugees out of Palestine, 50 Muslim countries didn't fucking want them. What's wrong with them?
That's one of my points. You can't just blame USA and Israel.
No,
where's the love?
I blame the UK, the Balfour Declaration that was wrote by us. We have a lot to answer for. At the same time, they knew already the history of these people before going and writing up that Balfour Declaration. They knew what it was going to happen. They knew what it was going to cause.
Yeah. And guess what? Didn't matter, did it?
And this is the problem when you're in a pressure cooker. All the Palestinians are in a pressure cooker. And what do you think happens when you keep turning the heat up on that pressure cooker? Eventually, it's going to fucking blow. It's going to burst. It's going to go bang. And that's what these people done. Like, do I agree with it? Do I think it's okay? No, I don't. But like, I haven't been occupied like my whole life. I haven't like literally come out of my mother's womb to find myself in a concentration camp.
Or everything bombed around you.
So, you know, are they terrorists? Yes. But there is that saying that one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. You know, and we see that, by the way. We see that. You guys are all supporters of the 1A community. And believe you me, your government
Call me a terrorist.
They try and make out like auditors are some kind of terrorist. Right?
Call me a terrorist, baby. I'm on the watch list, so there's that.
I'm dying today.
Well, you guys like to make jokes about him and make him into a savior, as you would say. But
no, that would be your all stop.
There's only one person that
Mellows, where is our Trump poster?
We got a Trump poster.
Do you? That's nice. There you go.
There's my president, Lord.
There you go.
Lord the president, Lord the president.
Lars is taking on water. Oh, there's Biden.
Because he's walking on water like you all, most Trump supporters
Is
believe he
Biden
can.
poking Lars right there?
He's sniffing him.
Sniffing him.
Ah, there you go.
I mean, and there's something I want to know. If let's say that this war's still going on come your election, I mean, what's Trump's stance going to be on it?
Well, let's put it this way. He opened his big mouth, and now he's got to fill his shoes. He said
And what did he say with his big mouth?
I got a really good question for you, Mitchell. What's going to happen at the end of the 4 years? Who is going to be president then?
Oh, we got 4 years. Sorry about that, Mom Bear. Don't worry.
I mean, I'll throw you my answer. It's DeSantis.
Oh, I knew that was coming.
I mean, you asked the question. I'm not going to leave you hanging. That's
I knew
my
it was
guess.
coming.
That's my guess.
When she was talking about it earlier, it's like, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
Or Gavin Newman would be the other possibility.
Yep.
Oh my God!
Wait,
No!
guys, I just want to quickly welcome Slow Burner, man. Slow Burner, welcome to the panel.
Welcome,
Cheers, man. Cheers, everybody.
Those are
Thank
the
you,
two
everybody.
palatable people right now.
Mitchell, do you want me to tell you why I feel that people who think that Trump... Hold on a second. I got to take this. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Well, hang on. Okay, Slow Burner's just come on. Slow Burner, I don't know if you've heard much of what we've been talking about. Any opinions on it if you have?
I'm catching up. Give me a few minutes.
No problem, mate. No problem.
Number one, Trump couldn't get a lot of things passed, okay, because of who he was working with. Now, if it stays the same way, nothing's going to go through again.
You're going to have to tell me what failed to get passed.
A lot of his things didn't get passed.
No. You can't. You're going to have to name three. You got to name three.
A lot of things.
You know, Mitch ain't going to let you off lightly with this one.
That's just a general statement that holds no weight. Nothing ever gets passed totally when you're trying to get things done. Everybody compromises. They're all whores. There's only the biggest thing for this country is to start using its own energy. It solves so many problems.
There's a problem in that in itself. Well, when you say we need to start creating our own energy, yeah? In what way?
Well, we have plenty of oil reserves here.
I don't think you have as many as what you may think. You sound very optimistic.
Google it right now. I'll wait.
All right.
I'm not talking out of my ass.
Trump signed fewer bills into law despite claimings. And you know that.
What was the first thing Biden did when he got into office?
Yep. What's he did? He was counterproductive to America's interests.
Keystone Pipeline, and he wiped out the border control.
Because Pelosi stopped a lot of them before they even went through.
Don't count Trump in so fast with 10 to 20 million voters floating around out there that no one knows who they are. Don't count it out yet. Nothing's a done deal. You have a government app in everybody's phone that's illegal that they contact them with.
How much money did he raise since he got convicted? Like 200 million in 5 days?
300 now.
I'm still looking. I'm still looking, Mitch, but I have seen something here that says that the reserves that you have at the rate that you're going now will last you for the next 86 years.
Oh,
okay. I just say which country has the most oil, and it puts USA over Saudi Arabia.
You're fourth in the world, I believe, right?
I don't know how to cut and paste it and get it to you, but I could.
Hang on, I'm looking. Hang on, I'm still looking, bro.
Sorry, guys, I'm back.
Okay, United States holds 322 trillion cubic feet of proven gas reserves, ranking it fourth in the world and accounting for about 5% of the world's total natural gas reserves of 6,920.
Okay, that's natural gas. Okay. That's not oil.
Bear with me. I'm just reading what's coming up.
It is, and Steve Alden is correct. Oil is the most abundant fluid other than water in the world. And the United States oil has barely been touched because of no drilling. And do you think Trump's going to start the drilling? Just asking.
Day one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Mitchell, as I was saying, do you know why?
Remember, 4 presidents failed to get ANWR open in that messy deal that Trump signed for $7 trillion. He managed to slip ANWR in there, which gave us the right to use our own energy. So that was a big win, whether you like him or not.
Trump equals cheap gas all around the world. We got cheap gas in Australia. I love Trump.
Will you get off the freaking cheap gas? There's more to the world than gas.
Gas runs the world.
You keep talking
Hey,
about
everybody,
gas.
I'm gonna jump.
Didn't start a war.
Okay, out of the top 10.
Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Talk to you later, Summer.
See you, Summer.
Take care, Summer.
So I found it, Mitch, which you're going to probably tell me no, but I've just found a list of the top 10 countries with the largest oil reserves in the world, yeah?
Okay.
Out of that 10, you sit in 10th position.
Okay.
Behind Libya, Russia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Iraq, Canada, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and number one is Venezuela.
What question did you Google?
Bro, the list of 10 countries with the largest oil reserves in the world.
Okay, be right back.
See you in a minute, Mitch.
He's doing
what
something other than Google.
Venezuela? Why did Venezuela go so broke if they got the most oil in the biggest oil-rich economy?
They don't drill. Don't drill.
But didn't they get a new president?
They don't drill.
I think they got a new leader.
Don't drill.
And by the way, Mitchell, that was February the 3rd, 2024. The date on that. So just before you tell me that's outdated, February the 3rd of this year.
Okay. I just Googled something. Let me try to find it back in my screenshot.
Yeah, and is that the reserve or is that the oil availability if they would drill?
I'm going to try to read it.
Well, no, I was asking the other one, but
let's see what I got here. There it is. Shoot. Can't do this on the phone.
Venezuela, though, I'm surprised they're meant to be number one.
Venezuela keeps coming up tops. You're right.
Yeah, possesses the greatest oil reserve in the world, estimated to be more than 300 billion barrels. However, a combination of US sanctions and ongoing economic crisis and mismanagement has hindered the nation's ability to fully capitalize on its oil wealth.
Yeah, 1 minute.
But I mean, if everything you're finding says that they are at number one, and that's what I'm looking at. I mean, bro, I believe that you are sat in 10th.
Shit.
What about untouched oil? I'm not talking about oil reserves. What about untouched oil?
I just had it. Give me a minute.
Okay. Thank you.
Just show you what I've been looking at. Oh, damn phone.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay.
I'll have to screenshot this to myself. All right, forget about me. I'll be back soon.
Bro.
Because I don't think he is technically or meant to speak of oil reserves. I would look at untouched oil. Which country sits on the largest oil? Not the reserves.
Okay, yeah, that's basically my question. Yeah.
What's the question
Untapped
now?
oil.
So you want to know about untouched oil and not reserves?
Correct.
Well, yeah, for the future, like, where is the
Right,
oil?
well, I don't believe they're ever going to give you a figure on that because I do believe what AJM is saying. I do believe the oil doesn't actually, I don't think that it's running out. I don't think we're anywhere near running out of it on this planet. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if this planet somehow kind of like reproduces oil.
All right,
It's just a
hear me out
natural
for a
thing
minute
that.
before I lose this. I'm looking at something. Oil production by country. Country yearly oil production in barrels, billions per day. Number one, United States, 14 billion. Number two, Saudi Arabia, 12 billion. Number three, Russia, 11 billion. Number four, China, 4 billion. That's what I'm reading right
And
now.
that makes more sense to me because you're not talking about the reserves that are there. We're talking about
yearly
oil
oil
that's being
production
touched.
in barrels per day. So United States was pulling up 2 billion more than Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
I rest my case.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your case, so I apologize.
No, we got to have a lot of oil if we're pulling up 2 billion more than Saudi Arabia right now.
Could you not just be using more? Could you not just be using more?
Well, Anwar is another year and a half worth of oil. There's something like God knows how much up there. So why would we want to go to Venezuela and give them our money, currency, and labor when we can pay people millions to work in Alaska and use our own energy and keep the money in the country?
But who does the United States sell their oil to the most?
The highest bidder right now, Joe Biden, emptied the strategic reserve. We are sitting on no reserves right now because Biden let another million barrels out so he could come to the debate and say prices are down. It's supposed to be used for wartime, not politics.
I agree. I agree. I'm not debating. I'm not disagreeing with that. And
I'm just spitting out facts. But yeah, never know.
I'm not disagreeing. Biden's a bad president. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I have and you know something, I'll be honest. If Trump would not be so arrogant, in my opinion, he might have somebody like me voting for him.
Look, I got to state some hard facts here. We've never had a president with the balls to take on immigration. Anybody want to say I'm wrong? Okay, so we finally got a guy who doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit. And he's willing to tackle the border thing and patch it up once and for all. People don't want that to happen.
Hang on. You actually believe that? He told you that fucking 8 years ago.
He tried to
He told
build
you
the
that 8
damn
years
wall.
ago when he spent your money. Did you see the fucking state of that wall, bro? I'll pull you up. We can watch a fucking video where I could walk straight round that wall. I can walk straight round it.
I know that.
So you spent all that fucking money, Mr. fucking Donald Trump, the great fucking entrepreneur businessman, and the guy can't even fucking build a wall.
They didn't let him finish. He's not in office.
He had 4 fucking years, bro. He should have thought about all this. But maybe his ego shouldn't have been so big where he was like, shit, I'm going to be here for 8 years.
They were hanging his balls off the flagpole for the first 2 with investigations and impeachments. Come on. He still got some of the wall put up with everyone against him. He still got something done that Biden sold the rest of the wall for scrap.
So you're literally okay with the fact that he took loads of your taxpayers' money and put it into something that was nearly good. I mean, it looks good to look at, but it doesn't actually work. That's like me going and spending like, oh, look at my fucking chocolate teapot here.
Bear,
but it's not going to be any fucking good as a teapot.
Bear, 7 years ago, I was talking to the people in the band. Okay, and the people in the band don't listen to me. I'm totally a freak to them. So one guy says to me, Mitchell, don't you think there's a better use for $5 billion? I tell him he's uninformed, and he shuts me down right away. $5 billion for a wall would have saved this country $1 trillion. We have 135 hotels occupied in Manhattan by immigrants. We have 680 hotels nationally occupied by immigrants. We're about to have a big problem.
Oh, I know. Well, like I told you, man, we're going through exactly the same thing here. It's not much different. Numbers and stuff, because of the size of countries, might be different, but nothing else.
The wall, anything that could have helped South America invade North America, in my opinion, is okay, because we could regulate it. Nothing wrong with regulating it.
Do you want to bring up my screen, Mellows?
Did you see Biden built a bit of wall? Biden even built some wall.
Biden finished a little bit in Arizona when the Arizona senator was losing by 5 points. Biden patched up the wall. That's the truth. Yep. Biden built the wall when he needed the votes in Arizona.
Yeah. And it's a epoxy looking wall too, isn't it? Not as flash as Trump's wall.
What? Yeah, because Trump's wall's well flash. Fucking hell, please. Can you show me this?
Come on,
flash
you don't
wall?
want your neighbor's 2 dogs in your yard.
I know, no. Can someone pull up the Mellows, please? I know you're at your computer, man. Pull up a fucking picture of this really flash wall, the one that Mitchell and other guy here, Spudley, seem to be able to fucking seem to somehow justify spending all that money on something that didn't work. It was okay because it was nearly finished, so it's okay. Like, would you pay someone to come build you a driveway, Mitchell, and they want paying in advance, by the way, that you'd have already paid them, and they're going to come to you and knock on your front door and go, we're going to stop. We're going to stop. We've taken your money, but it's nearly done. I mean, look at it. It looks good. It looks nice, but it's not finished. And you can't use it.
I know you agree with me.
You know what? You know what it's like. You know what it's
no,
like.
I agree with the idea of it. I actually do agree with the idea of the wall, but you failed. He literally failed.
So Biden stopped it, and Trump
they're the prototypes.
Okay.
I want to know why the Russian ships are that close to the eastern seaboard.
Because Biden pooped his pants.
They're the prototypes. They're the test bunnies for the war.
We got 4 to 12 Russian ships, and we've got bombers off the coast of the East Coast.
And I am telling you,
because Biden was sleeping all afternoon.
For the last 24 hours, that's all I have seen in our skies.
Look at it. Look at this wall. Look at it. It's fabulous. Which picture do you want to look at? Which one do you think is the best one out of all them? Come on.
The prototypes, not the prototypes.
I like the one to the right.
Yeah, I do too.
That's about as useful as it was. The
There,
one on the very
those
far
are
right.
the samples for your
Biden's
credibility.
fault when he said Trump can't build
What
it.
was he thinking? A game of where you stack the dominoes up and that? Because I don't get any other reason, man, for this. Like, I get
No,
it,
you
but it should
told
have been
4
built, right?
companies to build your wall, and let's see, I'll pick one.
So, but
Yeah,
what I'm
that
trying to say is, like, listen, I do, Mitchell, like, not that it matters to me as much, but I definitely would vote for Trump over Biden, of course. But let's not brush it up like Trump's some kind of savior, bro. He's a fucking fraud. He's another.
I don't need a savior to close the border and drill. I
But,
could have a convicted felon do
no.
that
But
for me.
he ain't gonna close your border, bro. He
Why
ain't gonna
not?
close your
Wait,
border.
why not? He's already got
Hang on.
the
Why?
wait,
hang
wait,
on.
wait, stop.
Why did the wall not get built? Why did the wall not get built?
Stop. He already has the permission from Congress and the money. It's already in the system. He can do it.
How's he gonna do that?
He can just start building again day one. It's been approved.
He's gonna spend a load more of your money again, yeah.
You know the wall is the wall is cheaper than what immigration does to our system.
It's cheaper than sending hundreds of billions to Ukraine. Cheaper than that.
That too.
It only costs
That's
$5
the next
billion
problem.
to build the wall.
Someone's got to tell Russia, you're not running the fucking show. Who's going to do that?
Just someone
Who's going to tell Russia? Who's going to tell Russia to get
Someone
back
that's ready to go to war?
Who's the only strongest nation to tell
American
Russia
troops are already
stop
there.
this
American
right now?
troops are there.
Who's going to do
American
that?
troops are there. American
Take out
troops are there,
Biden, take
mate.
out Trump. Who's going to tell Russia to cut the shit?
China.
No way.
Are you kidding me?
They're in bed.
Yeah.
So who's going to stop Russia and China from fucking us?
What you think it's going to be Trump? Yeah, you think Trump's going to save it?
We got warships 90 miles off Miami this morning.
They're closer than 90 miles. Last I heard, they were 66.
Bro, you're talking. Do you want a world war or something? Because that's the only thing that Trump will drive. Right, you're all sat there riding off. Oh, Trump never took us into a war in 4 years. Wait.
It's okay because what they're going to say is
He
Trump
didn't
inherited the
know,
war.
but don't worry, he's got a much bigger war. He's got a much bigger war that he's planning for you. Don't worry about that. But it's all right. You keep going. Donald Trump is great, you know?
I'm going on record. I'm going to go on record right in front of all your faces. You will not see a war with Trump. Come laugh at me later. I'll be here.
Well, I hope I can laugh at you in 4 years. I hope to God I can. Because you know something? I want my kids to grow old. I want my grandkids, my granddaughter that leaves for basic training July 9th to come home safe. So
Well, then you want your country to be more independent.
hope I can laugh at you in 4 years
Then you
and
want
say
your
you were
country
right.
to be more independent, not dependent on these pieces of crap who screw us. You know, the Saudis used to give Trump $1 million
They
barrels.
don't. Hang on. Stop. These pieces of crap that screw us. Trump is the exact same pieces of shit that look to screw you, bro. Come on. Wakey, Mitchell. You don't really think any of these people are really for you or any of your people, do you? You don't really believe that, do you?
Wait a minute. All right, he gave us cheap gas and a tax cut. What more do you want?
Who got the tax cut? Who got it?
Everyone in America.
Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit.
You didn't get one?
Damn right I didn't get one, nor did I get any of that pandemic money. There you go.
You want to hear a funny story? Anybody hear about the Atlantic Democrat who took money during the pandemic? She took like $7 billion. She's a congresswoman or something from Atlanta. You know what kind of car she bought? Are you guys sitting? With stolen money. An elected
Probably an
official.
Aston Martin.
Do you know what kind of car she bought?
No.
Anybody? A Rolls Royce. Well, she's going to jail now. She went out and bought herself a Rolls Royce
That's quite
with stolen
funny.
government money, being a government official. I'm dying. I'm almost peed my pants. Back to the scheduled programming.
Do you realize so many people took that pandemic money when they weren't entitled to it?
It's amazing. I don't even know how they figured it out. I'm baffled. Somebody must have told them how the system worked.
In Australia,
What about what about Gavin
people,
Newsom? Okay.
people didn't pay.
Well, Gavin
rent.
Newsom went crazy.
He got it also.
He got
Why
the
isn't
money.
he being investigated? Why isn't he being investigated?
He's good friends with Nancy Pelosi.
They're related.
State.
Yeah, distant relations, correct. Distant relations.
They're fucking neighbours, aren't they?
They do weddings together, yes.
Oh shit, in the streets, Pelosi's district, and Gavin Newsom in the loser state of California, where you pay, what's the average tax? Fucking 35%. And you're paying, what, $30 for a Big Mac meal? Fuck you, California.
I threw out the term $5 billion to build a wall. What's the hotel bill going to be in Manhattan for 135 hotels?
They're
Sorry,
using.
pass
Wait a
that.
minute. They're
12
using.
million? 12 billion? Sorry.
They are using parts of Trump's wall to build the wall now. But there's also parts of Trump's wall that is sitting rotten. They're going to destroy it because it's no good.
Yeah, you can get through Biden's wall with an angle grinder. You can get through Biden's piece of shit fucking patch up with
They
an
are
angle
with
grinder.
Trump's wall. They are with Trump's wall. So part of Trump's wall isn't any good either because it's rotted.
Only because no one's policing it.
Well, there's another fact. The wall was supposed to be painted also, and they never got around to doing it because he didn't make a second term.
You know what I mean? Didn't even get the decorators in, for fuck's sake.
All you need is, with Trump's wall, you need is take a torch to it and cut it.
Okay. So Biden is going to speak soon about the verdict.
I think we all need to realise that they're all on a big stage and it's just one big show.
He already put a statement out. He's talking on gun control.
What's up, Big G?
It says Gun Sense University on the billboard behind it. The speaker.
Big G, that you?
What up, folks? What up?
What up? What up?
I'm with Mitchell. Mitchell for president. Mitchell for president.
No, it's Lark for president. Lark for president.
Wake up too early. Too early to be president. Waking up at 5 a.m.
Trump can't be any worse than fucking Biden. Come on. Biden's a fucking numpty.
I'm sitting here waiting.
Hollywood is nothing but pedos. Hollywood has got nothing but 75% to 90% of it, nothing but pedos.
Tom Hanks.
Puff Diddy, P. Diddy, the Black Epstein, old P. Diddy.
What are the Trump haters going to say if gas drops 50 to $1 in 2 months after he gets in? It wasn't him?
They'll say it was Biden did that.
It ain't going to drop that drastic because we don't have the oil in reserves.
You do know Biden and Trump Probably FaceTime each other every night and just laugh their fucking heads off.
Biden's gonna get
Everyone that buys into the bullshit.
No chance. No way.
You've been listening to Mello too much.
Do you honestly believe the debate's
This
going
has
to
nothing
happen?
to do with Mellows. This has to do with like what's right in front of people's faces, man.
Do you honestly believe the debate's going to happen?
No, on a serious note, what Trump will do, Trump will get in. Trump will put the oil taps back on, because the reason why inflation has gone up is because Biden has shut off the oil, basically. So that's everything's built with oil. Honestly, it is.
Okay.
Everything has oil money. So that's why inflation has gone massively high, and that's why it's not just America inflation. You see, because the world is run by the dollar, it impacts the whole world, and that's why we've got massive inflation over here as well.
Yeah,
and so that's what Trump will come in and do. He will literally come in, turn the oil taps back on, and the inflation will go back down to normal levels.
And stop printing money. That's it.
Who believes the debate is going to happen between Biden and Trump?
Biden wanted to sit. Trump said, "No way, we're standing." I don't know that this can happen. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
He's got to say no earbud. That's the other condition. No earbuds.
I can't see Biden for an hour and a half. I just don't see it.
And it's got to be with no earbuds.
Adrenochrom's not that good to keep that old cunt going. You can't have that much vitamin B12 and adrenochrome.
And Biden's got to do it. Biden's got to do it without an earbud in.
The conspiracy side says this debate is the debate to get Biden to fall out and get a new candidate, because everyone's going to see he can't do it. That's the conspiracy.
Because if he has an earbud in, the answer is going to be given to him through the earbud. If he has no earbuds, he will flop.
Well, the Trump team's going to have cameras in his ears.
Didn't Biden have an earpiece in the last debate? I'm pretty sure I saw evidence of that.
Trump will twist Biden up in a TV debate, hands down. He'll absolutely kick his ass.
How come Mello's so quiet? You napping over there, Mello?
But you got to remember, he may get into office, but where's the House going to be? Is it going to be a Republican House or a Democrat House? Where's the Senate going to sit? You guys have got to think about that. He may be president, but where is it going to end up? Where's the House going to be? Where's the Senate? Where's everything going to sit afterwards?
Well, the Senate's already isn't that majority Republican at the moment.
They're dropping like flies out of there. They're dropping like flies out of there because they're resigning. They're dropping flies.
Because they know that Trump's going to be president.
No, it's because they can't get reelected. Those guys don't go anywhere to lose power.
Yeah, rats leaving a sinking ship, mate.
If they're 5 points ahead, they'll stay there forever. The only time they leave is when they can't get the votes.
You know they're fucked when CNN says Biden's a heap of shit.
You're fading out, boss.
Oh,
who
sorry,
got feedback anyway?
Probably me, crikey. You know Biden's fucked when you CNN and MSB, whatever MSBC, are saying Biden's losing in the polls.
True.
because the House is right now held by the Republicans. By how many votes is it, Mitchell?
I think 1 or 2. It's very
Right.
close. Very close.
Okay. I think they.
I mean, maybe 10 in the House, but I think the Senate's dead even.
Yeah, because they're okay. As of May 2024, Republicans is 218, Democrats is 213, vacancies 4.
I mentioned this before. One of my guys in New York City, Lou Valentino, picks up this guy, Colonel McGregor, on X. And this guy tells it like it is. And he has a chart. I hate to even say this. He's got a chart of U.S. soldiers going into Ukraine and Russia. And I saw it 4 nights ago, and I was like, no, don't tell me this is a real chart. His name's Colonel McGregor, and he's on X. And he's been in the system for his whole life, so he knows. He knows. And it didn't look good.
Yeah, I saw the same one, dude. Yank soldiers are coming in.
All right, Mellows, you're on this. Mellows, if you're listening, he said Russia's going to push through Ukraine straight down to Israel. What do you think about that?
I'm not going to get as far as Israel.
Well, what do you think about him pushing straight through Ukraine?
Who's going to be pushing where? Putin.
Putin's coming down.
He ain't going nowhere, man. He's going to... He's... Look, you think of it as a strategic point of view, right? You're about to go to war, right? With who? America, right? And you're gonna go to Israel. No, you're not. You're gonna put all your navy, your fleets, and everything on the east coast, and you're gonna have your allies park them on this west coast. And while you strategically, with your other allies, move your troops to control the region, right? So Turkey is the main goal here. That's the only obstacle that Russia has. If he teams up with Putin, it's game over, right? That's the only domino that's left to fall.
Why is it game over if he teams up with Turkey?
Because he doesn't have to fight. He doesn't. He's not blocked by Turkey now. He's got the largest army in the whole of the Eastern European bloc.
So then he'd be with Turkey.
He'll be with Turkey, and
okay. So he could put. So it is theoretically possible, what this colonel said, that he could push into Turkey.
He's not going to be moving his troops there. He's going to be allying with people in the region.
Okay.
Okay. The Senate is held by the Democrats. The Democrats have 47. Independents are 4. The 4 independents are classified Democrats, and the Republicans are 49. So and when there is a tie there, the tiebreaker is the vice president, Harris. She is the tiebreaker. And the majority leader in the Senate is Chuck Schumer. The minority leader is Mitch McConnell.
There's another mentalist, Harris. She's fucking off her bonds.
I can't get the timing right on this fucking video. This laptop is pissing me off. I want to save what I got.
Did y'all see the Nancy Pelosi video that came out yesterday from January 6th?
Yeah.
Was that her daughter's video?
Correct.
Yeah, I already seen it.
How did her daughter slip that out?
She slipped it out ages ago, and then they tried to get it back, but it's been swimming around the interweb.
Do you think that proves anything?
Proves what? That they instigated and propagated the whole farce to begin with? Of course it does, but who's going to be listening?
I don't know that it proved anything listening to her. That's why I asked. I don't know
you
that
didn't see the edits, did you?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
They took like take 2, take 3 times when they were like outraged. Oh, ring the National Guard, and then next minute, next guy is involved. Oh, ring the National. Oh, I'm so surprised. Oh, they took like 3 or 4 takes to fucking. It was so stupid and pathetic. It was unreal. She fucking
I didn't
orchestrated.
see all that.
Yeah, of course, no one saw all that because no one's paying attention.
What tape is it?
What?
I ain't seen this tape. What's the tape about?
Basically, during the January 6th, her daughter was with her, and she was filming for social media at the time, and she was doing some lives on Twitter, and those lives, those takes, those cuts had already been done on live, and they were out there, and then they wanted to spin the narrative and force Twitter and all the other people to take those fucking videos down, right? And they can't, because they left by that time. They had already left Twitter and went elsewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Her daughter was invited by Nancy to film her day, to film her getting ready, her makeup, blah, 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 to film her.
It's the same thing that happened with that politician who filmed himself shagging the other guy on the table where they all do the what was it, the Senate, where they sit around in the Senate.
Did you see that video, Mellows?
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't.
You heard about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was so sad. That's pathetic.
I'll be right
He
back.
literally filmed it and posted, and he posted it. Not like someone else filmed it and posted it. He filmed himself fucking someone on the fucking thing, and then he posted it like it's a fucking, you know, this is a public official, man. I mean, shit, if I was one of those senators and I had to sit on that fucking chair, but I'll tell him to burn the whole thing. I ain't sitting there. I ain't gonna fucking do that. I'm sitting over there. Get out of my chair.
Mellow, just another taxpayer getting fucked, mate.
Tax fucking. I don't know about taxpayer, but he's definitely a tax fucking beneficiary.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi, she's a fucking massive crook. Anyway, yeah, anyone see that thing on Joe Rogan where Joe Rogan actually says her wealth, she's valued at something like $120 million. How do you get to be that wealthy off a salary of like 170 grand a year?
Because you know where to invest.
Yeah, because she's a fucking crook. That's how you get that wealthy.
It's insider trading. That's what she's been doing all this time.
Yeah, didn't she get done for that, or weren't they getting looked into that she did some inside?
No one can do it. No one's even blinking about it. No one cares. The reason why they don't is because they're all doing the same fucking thing. So no one's looking. No one cares. No one wants to be outraged at that because these people are all doing the same fucking thing. Why would they fucking, grass themselves up? That's why no one's pointing it out, because they're doing the same thing. They're hypocrites. If they say, "Oh, look what he's doing," they're going to say, "Well, you're doing the same thing." Right? They don't want to fucking just say anything because they're all fucking doing it. They're all doing insider trading. While they get rich, we get fucked. Nancy Pelosi, she was at the top of the tree orchestrating.
Yes, she was.
Definitely, let's get Trump in. He'll fuck her over. Go on, Trump, lad.
On that same desk, probably. Film it.
What would you guys think if Trump got into office and said, "Keep the borders open"?
I'll be very surprised.
What do you think? That's a question for you.
I mean, there it is. He totally flip-flops and says, "We need more cheap labor." He'd get his ass kicked. He would get his ass kicked.
By who, man? Everybody be
You think we're sitting around wanting the jelly beans? No, we want this country put back on track as good as possible.
How many times does this guy have to disappoint you for you to realize that he's not the one?
There is no, like I said, who's there? You got to take what you got
There's no
and
one.
hope for the best.
We're back to the lesser of two evils again.
No. We got the goat and you got the poopy pants. Okay, let's be honest. We say he's the goat and the other guy poops his pants. All right, that's where it is right now. Hello, what a difference a day makes. No, but I don't wish anything bad on Joe Biden. And I don't call him that terrible word that people call him. I think that's wrong. It begins with a G.
You got to be more specific. He's got a few names.
But I do want to ask some people who know this. What was it, The Simpsons, where the president was dying, dead? There was a president in a coffin. Any Simpsons
There's loads of things that Simpsons has predicted that have come right, that have come true.
Here's my question, though. They say there's a president or something. I never watched. So they say there's a president in a coffin. How do you know if it would be Trump or Biden? That's my question. I know they predicted a lot of things.
I think it was Putin, wasn't it?
How would you know which guy it was? You know, like I'm saying, was it the hair? How did they know?
No idea.
I gotta find a Simpsons fan.
Himbo Froster, what's going on, man? Good to see you, brother. He's a fellow American.
American.
You guys didn't build a support wall around the tunnel?
Around the what?
The tunnel. That tunnel from France to
It's
England?
underwater, bro. How are you making a fuck? It's under the under the ocean.
Around the barriers.
What barriers?
Can they just walk through the? What do you call it? A tunnel? Channel?
It's a tunnel, yeah.
Yeah, tunnel.
You can't put a barrier around it because there's a super fast train that fucking rockets through like 100 miles.
Okay, I didn't know a train. I didn't know a train went through the tunnel. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a train. It's a train.
Yeah, and the answer to your question is they do walk through the tunnel. I know a person.
Oh wait, it's not a highway. It's not a highway. It's a train track.
No, it's a train track. Yeah, and there is traps. There is traps for animals to prevent animals from getting. And it's really dangerous journey because the tunnel will sweep you up and throw you and smash you up into pieces. And I know actually somebody an Albanian guy who walked through that tunnel, not once but twice.
What? You can't walk through the tunnel?
How do all those trucks go through? Over a
bridge?
They
go through on a train.
On a train.
They load onto a train and they go through.
Okay, they get loaded up, all those trucks that the people are sneaking on?
Well, no, some of them actually walk through the tunnel.
Ferries as well.
Ferries, yeah, dinghies. But they used to have a big problem. We still do a big problem with them because they pull up at the while they're waiting to get onto the trains or onto the boats or whatever. They'll sneak onto the trucks and hide in there and cross the border.
Am I right in saying that they are thinking of building a second tunnel for a highway?
Yes. They've already started building.
Yeah, I was going to say they've started it, haven't they?
Yeah, but they it's the same people who are building the largest tunnel in the world. I don't know if you've ever seen it or heard of it. It's basically a tunnel that goes under the ocean. Right? There's Let me see if I can pull it up.
What about China, man? China want to make fucking tunnels like all around the world. They want to open up their train line to like be able to literally go from China straight to the UK. That's crazy. Imagine that.
They can fuck off.
I'm telling you, it's fucking in the fucking pipeline, bro.
We've got enough of them over here.
Do you guys know Trump doesn't like Bibi Netanyahu?
He doesn't like him.
You don't like him. Bibi pulled the plug when Trump was still trying to get overturned into office, and Bibi threw him under the bus and said, "Come here, Joe Biden, I love you." And that was it. Trump and Bibi ain't on good terms. Netanyahu. So that's still going to be a little interesting when that time comes. But yeah, the biggest, I mean, I went, let's go right back to it. Why aren't the other countries helping out the Palestinians? That's the ugly secret that nobody wants to talk about.
Yeah, the thing, the border with Egypt is more fortified than the border is with Israel in Palestine. Says a lot, doesn't it?
Can you repeat that?
The border with Egypt is more fortified and blocked off the border with Palestine than the border is with Israel.
Right, and Egypt's getting a free pass for doing almost nothing humanitarian. Almost nothing.
Yeah.
They're letting trucks in.
Yeah, they aren't figuring opening up their border to let stuff in. And the thing is, for me, you can't. I know a lot of innocent people are dying, but what you can't justify is a tactic by Hamas of building tunnels and hiding by their own populace.
Well, a lot of people make that the chicken or the egg argument. Who's killing who? Are the Jews killing the Palestinians or the Palestinians killing the Jews? That's unfortunately very cloudy right now, but how can you live next to somebody who keeps tunneling into your country to kill you?
Yeah, exactly. So the only way you can do is doing what they're doing.
You know, I'll admit this. Obama gave the Palestinians $200 million on his last week, but I think Trump held it up when he got in. That's what I read. But they would use that money instead of building plumbing to build rockets. I think the underground landline is ingenious. Go back to the basics. They're sitting there listening on high-tech frequencies, and you got a landline underground. That was amazing. I got to give them credit. And it worked. They couldn't hear because it was on a landline. But I have the other one thing is, how the hell did Israel not have anyone on the border? Makes no sense.
Oh, come on, Thomas, if you've got an opinion, mate. Come on, calling us liars and that.
Yes.
Do you know more? Do you know more, mate? Get yourself up here. Stop being a fanny and sitting in chat. Sorry, you shouldn't say fanny. That means arse in your world, doesn't it? Don't be a minge.
Minge. Fucking minge. Don't be a fucking minge.
So you guys believe Trump is the same shit, and then Trump has conned 75 million people into believing he's not the same shit. Is that where we stand?
The guy's a snake oil salesman. Man.
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. But that doesn't mean he can't get things done well for the country.
You really fucking got a lot of hope in that. Yeah. Is that like hit and miss? It's like we got nothing.
Bill, I'll stand on my facts. In that $7 trillion check, he beefed up our military, thank God, and he opened up ANWR.
And he gave all the ammunition to NATO so they could start this Ukrainian war. Right?
Yeah, I keep hearing you say that, and I wonder why NATO would be better weaker against Russia.
But do you really think that NATO had the capability of doing anything that they've been doing in the past few years if Donald Trump hadn't instigated and forced the entire Western world to pay almost $1 trillion to NATO? If without $1 trillion, NATO would not have done any of the things that they've been doing the past few years. Tell me they.
Okay, I don't know what NATO did.
Well, they kind of did a lot of things, right? Like blow up pipelines and fucking do all kinds of shit, like, you know, blow up the radar station and start a war and destabilize the Ukrainian government and install a puppet dictator government politician in there so they could create their own foreign policies within the country, and then get the entire country into debt with the international monetary cabal to the tune of $24 trillion. I mean, when the fuck is that country ever going to pay $24 trillion? No, but we are going to pay that. Not Ukraine. I mean, there's no one in Ukraine, right? They've got to move everybody into Ukraine after they, you know, flattened it all and rebuilt it all into this beautiful little fucking utopian city. And of course, they're going to turn it into the next fucking Israel, right? Where they're going to import all the people that they want to live in there, right? Remember, guys, Israel is the blueprint for all of us. The UK, the whole world, man. They're going to carve it all up and, you know, gift it to themselves. You know, you're the king of this district.
Who are they going to put there?
They've already decided, man.
No, who? I'm saying.
They call themselves stakeholders.
Is Ukraine a real beautiful country?
Look, the minute we become a dictatorship, right, there'll be no need for politicians. Do you understand what I mean? The politicians are just liars to get the public's consent, right? But when there's no need for the public's consent, because we're all fucking slaves, right? There'll be no need for politicians. These politicians, they're going to need a new job, and they become the dictators, the district fucking managers, basically, right? That's what's going to happen. They're just shifting power, creating a new class system, and we're at the very bottom. And Donald Trump is a part of that, man. He's a very, very, very big part of it. When they take him to court and they take his rights away, they're not taking his rights away. They're taking your rights away.
Exactly.
They're taking you to court.
Exactly.
Yes. Exactly. So he is basically taking everybody with him. When he goes down in the third round, when they tell him to, he's going to take everybody with him. There you get it.
Okay, let me ask you the big one.
He's the one that everyone's going to follow. He's like the onion layer of protection that whoever fucking doesn't believe Trump, Biden, Trump's going to catch him. You know,
okay.
Whichever way you're going to go down the same hole.
This is the big one. You know about Trump versus New York? The court case, which is in the Supremes right now, which says, does a president have immunity? That case is in the Supremes right now, and they're watching these 4 trials, and they're saying now, can prosecutors get out of hand and be totally one-sided? Yes, they can, and they're actually watching it. So the Supremes are going to be deciding whether a president has immunity or not while in office. And the problem with them going after Trump is if these guys get crazy, the first thing they do is say, is Obama guilty of murder from all those deaths he caused from the drones? Now, a president needs immunity. Obama shouldn't be touched. But that's in the Supremes right now, and it's going to be interesting.
Why does the president need immunity?
Okay. Obama took out some bad people and killed 3 innocent lives. You want to put him on trial for murder?
Yes, he should be in the Hague for
Okay.
war crimes,
It's
for
an honest answer.
multiple war crimes. I would take him straight to the Hague. Why would he need immunity for that?
Okay, well then you want the Supremes to say no immunity from presidents.
More than likely, the Supreme Court's going to rule against him.
I don't think any of those fuckers should. I don't think any of them should have immunity. Honestly, I don't believe any of them should have immunity. Why would you need immunity? It's a red flag right there.
All right, you also said that killing the General Al-Sisi was a war crime.
But it is. We're not at war with this country. You just killed a foreign leader.
I agree, we're not at war.
Yeah, so you just killed a foreign leader without the consent of the governed.
That man has killed many Americans by
Did you tell him to kill anyone?
Say it?
Did you ask him to kill someone?
No.
Nobody asked him to kill somebody.
No.
Right, so he killed somebody. So why does he need immunity for that? Nobody told him to do it. He went and killed somebody for it, and you want to give him immunity for it. That don't make sense.
President's hands are tied, very tied. If there's no, I'm going to call it straight. If there's no collateral damage allowed, president's hands are tied. That make
what they do in their sex life is not interested in. I mean, president, whether they're like getting tied up or not, right? When you say their hands are tied, they're power. Yeah, I know what you're saying. They're powerless. They're toothless. They've got no power. But that just totally contradicts everything you've been saying about Donald Trump. He's going to get in there. He's going to change anything. But in the same breath, you're saying they're powerless. So what the fuck is he going to do when he gets in there apart from spend more fucking money?
Have you read
He's not going to change the Federal Reserve. He's not going to change the NSA spying. He's not going to fucking dissolve the CIA. He's not going to do any of these things, right? He's not going to fucking kick the fucking shit out of the Federal Reserve, right? And slap them up and fucking take over the fucking control of the money supply. He's not going to do any of that. And he couldn't, in a way, in 4 years, even if he wanted to.
Well,
he needs 20 years.
4 years is the same for both people.
He would need 20 years to do something like that. And that isn't a democracy. That's what we call a fucking dictatorship.
Mitchell, did you read the 7 pages?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
He ain't doing nothing, bro. The guy ain't doing nothing. Okay. He ain't doing nothing.
Where are the 7 pages? In the back?
$1 trillion.
No, there's 67 pages.
Of what?
What he submitted to the Supreme Court.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't know that.
Right. The Supreme Court of the United States, Donald Trump versus the United States.
Gotcha.
There is 67 pages brief of the petition he submitted to the appeals court.
What do you think, Mama Bear, about a president having immunity?
What do I think about it? No, he's no better than the rest of us. If he gets immunity, the whole United States should get immunity.
Well, then, do you agree that the Republican, and I say this would be the worst, stupidest thing they would ever do? What would you think if the Republicans brought Obama up for murder?
For murder of who?
Obama droned a lot of people.
In the U.S., yes.
No, in Pakistan
and he was the first president to ever.
You're right.
A drone strike on U.S. soil.
Oh, a U.S. citizen, I think you mean.
On U.S. soil.
Where?
Just like I think Clinton should be brought up on sexual charges. Nobody is immune.
Drone strike.
So you guys would be in favor of seeing the Republicans bring Obama up? I wouldn't. It's a mess. It's too much of a mess. One side goes after the other, It's hell.
Nobody is immune.
I agree. I agree with that. But up until now,
All
we
right.
haven't prosecuted our presidents for
Barack
stupidity.
Obama has authority to use drone strikes to kill Americans on U.S. soil, right? This is Daily Telegraph. I mean, you do a little Google search and you'll see it. Obama drone strikes U.S. soil. You see it. He was the first president to ever do that, right? To ever kill or sanction.
No difference. It's no difference than they went at the Watergate. They went after a president at Watergate.
First president ever to sanction an assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. That's never been done, never been heard of. Right? You can't allow that to happen. That should be a fucking tried in the hate.
Wouldn't you say that's the worst thing that any president has ever done?
Not the worst thing, no.
What's the worst?
Well, he did kill a whole load of people. He bombed the shit out of fucking how many? 15, 20, 30 countries? How many did he? ISIS here, ISIS there, ISIS everywhere. Who's bombing the shit out of every fucking country on the planet?
Who, Trump?
Obama.
Oh.
They gave him the fucking Nobel Peace Prize, and he single-handedly managed to bomb more countries than any fucking president combined. You know what I mean?
Didn't he give the Peace Prize the first day he walked into office?
First day he walked into office, and guess who helped him get that fucking thing? Guess?
I'm listening.
Not anybody. Fucking 5 stars and gold fucking reward. Who fucking helped Obama get that fucking Bell Peace Prize? Huh? None other than Mr. Jeffrey Epstein, because that was his special power. See?
Epstein? Wow.
Jeffrey Epstein helped him do that, and that's exactly what he was going to do for fucking Bill Gates before he got fucked. That's what he does. He used to orchestrates people's relations, if you like, you know? He can either create you or destroy you. That's what he used to do to people, and that's what he did for the CIA.
Now you know why they took out Epstein. They didn't want him to testify. They didn't want that trial to happen.
Right, I've got to go shopping. Ciao for now, folks.
Take care, bro.
Have a good one.
Big up, Big J. Oh, man.
Well, I heard this the other day, and you can jump on me, but I'll still repeat it. Trump said he's going to release Kennedy and Epstein's records.
He's going to do what?
Release JFK's records.
Sounds like he wants to get his hands on them.
And Epstein's records, too.
It sounds to me like he wants to get his hands on it, make sure that his name's not in there.
Why won't they release the Epstein list? Because they are on the list.
FBI is
so
fucking dirty. It's ridiculous.
Because they're all on the list, man.
The FBI is a way bigger problem than the cops on the street.
Hello, Michael Bruno.
Oh, fuck. Does he come to listen to
Where
his
you
song?
at, Michael?
Michael Bruno, we actually have 30-odd people watching over. You're just a sausage, mate. Get the fuck out of here. In fact, I'm timing that fat bastard out. You ain't even welcome here as far as I'm concerned. You're a fat piece of shit. Go die.
Oh, before he goes, play him his song.
Oh, yeah. Listen to your song before you go, Bruno.
It was written by Mama Bear. With my help.
Oh, where is it? Well, I'm trying to find it. I'll find it.
Right at the bottom. Oh, no, Bruno.
Oh, no, not Bruno.
Everything alike. Oh no, not Bruno, messing up my plans. Oh no, not Bruno, breaking my romance. Stay back, Bruno, keep your distance, man. Oh no, not Bruno, is locked. Can't find your true north, you're lost in your own mind. Bruno, you're a shipwreck, leaving sanity behind. Oh no, not Bruno, messing up my plans. Oh no, not Bruno, breaking my romance. Stay back, Bruno, keep your distance, man. Oh no, not Bruno, you just don't understand. Tired of your antics, fed up with your games. Life ain't no playground, stop bringing all the flames. Vision blurry, move scurry, double down in a hurry. Bruno, you're a worry, and a story, sip that curry. Thought you learned your lesson, but here we go again. Bruno, you're a storm cloud, drenching all my zen. Spinning tails and troubles piling mischief on the pile. Bruno, you a rocket blasting out with no style. Oh no, not Bruno, messing up my plans. Oh no, not Bruno, breaking my romance. Stay back, Bruno, keep your distance, man. Oh no, not Bruno, you just don't understand. Tired of your antics, fed up with your games. Life ain't no playground, stop bringing all the flames. Vision blurry, glory, double down in a hurry. Bruno, you're a worry, end of story, skip that curry. Thought you learned your lesson, but here we go again. Bruno, you're a storm cloud, drenching all my zen. Spinning tails and troubles piling mischief on the pile. Bruno, you're a rocket blasting out with no style. Oh no, not Bruno, messing up my plans. Oh no, not Bruno, breaking my romance. Stay back, Bruno, keep your distance, man. Oh no, not Bruno, you just don't understand. Oh no, not Bruno, not Bruno, not Bruno, yeah. Oh no.
Mellow,
Here he comes again. Bruno, use a day.
Mellows, I've been sending you some things. I don't know if you had time to read them, but I forgot my train of thought. I'll get it back. Forget about me.
Yes, I did see the stuff you've been spamming me. Shit, man, every day you send me some shit.
Well, my guy he's covering Trump and the inner city now and the Palestinian. It's so much. He's got it all in his lap. But one thing I can tell you is YouTube demonetized him when he got up to 350,000 subs. They banned him for the last 6 months. And he's probably going off. But there was something that he just came up with that I forgot. I wanted to share with you. I'll get it back in 5 minutes, though.
Sober Bruno and a bad guy. Drunk Bruno is annoying as hell. Listen, sober or drunk, let's get one thing right. He's thick as pig shit. Sober or drunk, he is thick as pig shit. TPP rat packs. Pack rats. Be careful, Mellows.
What did I think of? Damn.
Be careful, Mellows. Hey, Abraham. Sorry, Thomas. Sorry. I'm working on that. I'm working on the polite bit. It's a catchy song anyway, Bruno, so it's all good. Oh. But yeah, like, I don't know, I guess fucking, don't know, Trump's gonna save the day, ain't he, Mitchell?
Did you hear about the juror who supposedly spoke to their cousin and said, "Don't worry, Trump's getting convicted tomorrow"? And the judge got a hold of it, and last Friday contacted both parties saying we have a juror that is out of conform, so to speak.
Bruno's off of his timeout.
So they got a real tiny grounds for appeal right there.
Stop on track. We got you, bro. We got you.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Thomas, I like Thomas, AJM. Thomas, good lad, man. Brings good information to the chat.
Bruno, you butthurt? You still butthurt? You want to join the traitor team? Come and be a traitor with us, Bruno. Come on.
I dare you.
You ain't got no balls, have you?
Yeah, if you're scared, say you're scared. There's no shame in it. There's no shame.
So surely on that basis, right? Like, shouldn't the whole thing be thrown out of court, Mitchell?
Yes.
Which trial?
What you just said there about the juror and that. If that's the case,
I honestly, if in the last minute a juror tells somebody, I don't see that affecting the deliberations. Honestly, I know it's not right, but I don't see how it could affect just the trial. Bluntly, I don't care. I'm honest.
it just means if you can do that and not be straight, I would question whether the whole court case was legit.
Well, you see,
right?
the judge is a special judge. He's there to get a special outcome. So he's just going to pass it along. That's all. The verdict has been reached. I told you guys what happened. You deal with it.
Troy, you can't post links unless you're a mod.
It goes to the appellate court. But I knew social media would be the downfall because there's no way 12 jurors haven't commented on Trump on social media for someone to go find. It's impossible.
You know, there's that word, I think it's impartiality.
Okay.
And it's you know, it before
welcome
social media. Yeah, welcome. Before social media, it's very hard to prove like who read what newspaper or this, that, or the other. But now that there's social media and you have a spectrum of presence, whether it's X or YouTube or you know whatever the social media is, and you don't even have to create content based around your belief system, your political side or whatever, but the things that you comment on, it's there forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
So your partiality can honestly be proven, but I don't think that's part of the jury selection process and be like, hey, we looked up everything you ever typed online. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of weird like that.
No,
but like if you have an active process or an active presence, to where like I have a YouTube channel that's all about, you know, this subject or that subject as it is politically, you know, certainly that would become part of, you know, your partiality in a jury selection. You know what I mean?
Mellows, I think the question on the screen is maybe aimed at you, as you were the one that mentioned about Obama and bombing other countries.
ISIS was spreading into and taking over territories, and we were on a peacekeeping mission to bomb ISIS out of existence. You forgot?
Okay, but didn't Trump
countries.
finalize that?
What?
Didn't Trump finalize that when he
Trump
went over?
finalized what? He killed somebody nobody even heard of.
Well, we haven't heard much from ISIS
No,
lately.
what you don't understand is ISIS was the CIA, right? ISIS was the reason why we kept a perpetual war in order for these profit-mongering warmongers could continue to make their profits. And it was one of the most unspoken of child trafficking scandals of our lifetime, and no one even mentioned it. There was hundreds of thousands of children that were shipped, that were immediately evacuated out of these areas that have never ever been seen ever since. Right? We flew out hundreds of thousands of children, and they have not been heard of since.
No, I agree with you.
And also, if you look at like the maps of the ISIS locations over the years, it's almost like watching a swarm of bees go from this location to this location. It's like, oh, okay, as soon as you bomb over here, the swarm moves over here. It wasn't about the boundaries of a country or a singular location. It was just, where's not being bombed right now and where are people weak? And they would just flow over there. And then, oh, hey, we got an issue arising over here. So they, you know, created operations in that area. And then the swarm would move. And it, you know, it's just this ongoing thing. And it's still going, honestly.
All right, let's see who agrees, who would say yes to this. Mellows, I need you on this one. Russia says, how dare you use American weapons inside my borders? And now it's getting hot. And is there a possibility that they turn up the heat so that we don't have an election?
This is obviously the very, very good point. You see, I believe they're going to push for a civil war, and they're going to do everything they can to push us into that civil war, including refuse to leave office. Now, they are the ones that have been all this time accusing Donald Trump of
Correct.
doing that same thing.
Correct.
Right? Now, when these people say they do things, right, they do the opposite.
I'm glad you realized that.
Well, I already knew that. So when Biden's now saying, he's been saying all this time, oh, when Trump gets in, he's not going to come out, but he come out. This time, he's the one that's not going to come out, and he's going to find some reason to justify it. But because of all of this court drama with his son, that's going to split the whole country in half, right? We're talking to the point where government is going to be fighting government. We won't even have a choice. It's not like we're going to be fighting the government. The government's going to be fighting itself, and it's going to be doing this deliberately.
Well, this is what Trump would have to do. He would have to go over to Putin and say, if you don't end this war on my terms, okay, I'm going to give Ukraine everything they need to wipe you out in a week. And then he has to go back to Ukraine and say, if you don't take this money and deal with it as you will, I'm not going to give you guys any more weapons. So both sides are sitting there with not much of a choice. That's what has to happen, threatened badly wise. Moscow, gone. Okay? Gone. Let me know by tomorrow morning. What do you guys think about that?
I think that's why so many people are concerned about who is the president of the United States. You know what I'm saying? Even in other countries, I think that is why so many people are concerned about who is the president of the United States. Now here, it's a shit show, and they're distracting us with all this other stuff. But in the real world, the geopolitical environment, they don't want us to pay attention to the deals that are being made because they don't want us to know how things are going between the countries and what president's going to make what deal based off of what the outcome would be. So some people want to prolong things and share power, whereas some are like, hey, no, I'm writing the deal. If you don't take it, boom.
Mallows, I put an article about a fire in Paris in back chat.
You want to bring it up on screen, yeah?
Well, I didn't find the video. It's just a fire. One of the palaces burnt, but it's under control now.
Thomas says all nations elite belong to the same club, Freemasonry.
Is there anything that Trump did in his 4 years that might make you think he's not part of that tribe?
Absolutely nothing at all.
Yeah, sorry, Mitchell, but he's definitely in that club, man.
No, he opened his mouth. He can't get out of it. He says he can
You
stop
understand?
the war.
You understand that these people, in order to get people to follow them, they have to speak the truth. Do you understand? They got to speak truths. They have to. Otherwise, how else are you going to get people to follow them? They got to speak all the truths. And so everybody thinks, well, this guy's speaking the fucking truth. But the minute you fucking believe him, he fucking does a 180 on you. He bends over to the fucking.
Good to see you.
He bends over to the fucking the powers that be, and like you said earlier, he's powerless. He doesn't have any real power anyway. So what does anybody expect him to do when he gets in there? Seriously, what the hell is he going to do when he gets in there? He's going to fill his pockets up. That's what he did. I don't know if you realize that he was bankrupt before he became the president, and now he's not bankrupt anymore. Even though he spent billions of pounds, there was a website that's sending him money the other day for his campaign, right? The fucking website went down because of the amount of people that were sending money to the motherfucker. This guy's a multi-billionaire, man. He doesn't need anybody's money, yet everybody's fucking dying to some people who haven't got money. They're sending him money they haven't got.
Those are future members of the 1A.
They're future fucking stupid, delusional motherfuckers.
They're tired of government crap.
Yes. That's why these people, it's so important for these people to speak the truth, because otherwise no one will listen to them.
I found Trump before I found the 1A. I believe in both. Okay? You know, there's things like, education, immigration, all that
Trump
other crap that we can't do. Say it.
Donald Trump, there's another thing is that Donald Trump doesn't believe in the 1A. Donald Trump believes that, due process first, and you take the guns first and due process second. Remember when he said that?
All right, can I comment on that? Okay, yes, that was after a school shooting. And
so you're going to justify him saying that now?
I'm going to explain it.
Go on.
Okay, so they were saying, shouldn't we have these court cases? And if someone's not right in the head, we bring them into court. So Trump said, talking out loud like he always does, good and bad, you always know what he's thinking. He said, shouldn't we get the guns first? From a crazy person.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are there not laws right now that prevent crazy people from getting guns?
I don't know if that federal form actually says that. It asks you if you're on drugs. It asks you a couple other things. I don't know if it asks you if you're crazy.
So you're telling me that you could come out of a mental hospital, go into a gun shop, and apply for a gun. You could get you could get a license.
I only looked at the form once.
That's become part of the problem too. Is that those applications are so backed up that they have a time frame in which they have to meet. So if they don't meet the time frame to tell you no, it becomes an automatic yes until they get to your paperwork.
So now we have to change the law because the people that we employ and we give millions of pounds to do a job can't do the job properly, and there's a backlog.
Yes.
So we have to change the law because these motherfuckers can't do their job properly. All right, I get that.
No, it doesn't make any fucking sense, is what I'm getting at.
You know, they find solutions to everything else, but they can't find solutions to the backlog.
Any person adjudicated as a mental defect or committed to a mental institution is prohibited under federal law, shipping, transferring, receiving, or possessing any firearm or ammunition. Violation of this federal offense is punishable by fine of $250,000 in imprisonment up to 10 years. It's federal law.
And I hope you all understand there are other ways of getting guns.
Oh yeah, there's ghost guns.
Right? Yeah, there's always ways of getting guns.
Go to a yard sale
untrackable.
and say, hey, do you have a gun for sale?
We know
No,
that. We're not allowed guns and we can get guns, so that's very true. There's always other ways of getting guns.
Criminals don't go apply for gun license.
Right.
If you're not allowed to have a gun based off of your diagnosis or your record or whatever, and you know this, you're not going to go to the store and be like, oh, I'm trying to do it the right way. I'm just going to wait till I get turned down and be like, oh, shucks. Nah, bro. You're going to go to somebody who has a gun and you'll be like, hey, can I hold that for a day? And that's how it happens. So, you know, how do gangs get guns? Other gangs with guns are like, hey, we got guns. You guys got an operation, and that operation's going to help us out, but we won't be liable because you guys are going to be the ones holding the guns. So hey, just throw the cash. We'll throw the guns. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, and this was updated just recently. They just updated it recently. Federal law was just updated recently. And there is state law, and then there's federal law. So most states have the red flag law, and then there's the state law. So
I see something earlier. I wanted to put it to you guys. I want to be careful what I say because I don't want it to seem like I'm inciting anything, right? But do you think it's about time that, like, us, the people, did actually overthrow our government? Because I go back to we were talking earlier, Mellows. I got onto the whole thing, open discussion about rights and being taken away. Well, I actually do believe that your rights are, if you want my honest opinion, I believe that our rights are God-given rights. They're given to us from birth. And that the government that we put in place is a government that's only there basically to, well, they're meant to be there to protect our rights, really. But, you know, and if they don't do that, if they don't do the one thing that we put them there for, then we, as the people, should have every right to overthrow that government, right? Like, it's literally there. In, like, if we all sat there and looked in history and looked up all.
We lost you, bro.
You lost me?
Yeah, you went deaf in the middle
Well,
of
I'm
your
saying,
statement.
if we went and got your constitution, we got the things that are all written there in stone, like from it throughout history. I'm sure, like, this says that these people, like, then they weren't there to rule over us. They literally were there to protect our rights, and they failed at that. So I beg the question again: do you think it's about time that we overthrew our government?
That's
I mean,
that's a
I
tough
reckon some of you, are probably going to disagree with me because you don't agree with the storming of the Capitol building.
What do you
But
replace it with?
I don't know, bro. I mean, I think we have to like take one step at a time. But
I look at it like this. The majority of people that do believe that, the majority of people that do believe that we should take over the government kind of expect, in the modern era and the comfortability of the, modern creature comforts and stuff like that, they kind of expect that the military is going to turn their guns around and point it at the order givers. You know what I mean? Because the majority of people are so comfortable, regardless of these arguments about, the government and how it deals with other governments and the things that they put down on us. They're not ready to put their lives on the line. So when we watch war going on in the Middle East, to going on in Eastern Europe, to going on in Africa, to going on wherever war goes on, the people that are so comfortable, like they pick their side in their brain, but when it comes to their doorstep, are they really going to pick up arms and go to the front line and risk their lives to protect their family and these quote unquote rights? Now, I believe in God-given rights, I really do, but it's a thing where it's like, okay, it's so easy when you're watching from the other side of the world to watch people fight for your rights. You know
Bro,
what I
the
mean?
military would be scared of us. We outnumber them 10,000 to 1.
that's what I'm saying. Like they've got the bigger guns and they've got the fancy tech, but I mean, the sheer numbers of us compared to them is like. I mean, listen,
Right.
I'm no mathematician, but
We're
like, if we were
behind
to do
every
the
bush.
numbers,
I'm
right? If
just
we were to do the
I'm
numbers, I
just
mean, surely the
I'm just
numbers
saying
weigh up in our favor, right? Or am I,
I'm
or am I that stupid that I'm even getting that sum wrong?
just
It's in our
saying
favor.
I'm just saying that there will be, like, in that situation, there will be blood. And if you're of a fighting age male, you are going to be in it. And this fight for your rights, somebody one day may remember your name, but should you lose, you won't be there to witness what happens to your women and children that you were trying to protect their rights and the future generations. And that's why first world countries don't have like internal wars, like, oh, okay, protests where they're burning shit, that's all fine. That's not a war, bro.
Yeah.
There will be blood. If you turn on your government, there will be blood, and there will be generations wiped out. And if you don't win, your children and your wives will be left behind to be controlled by the victors who are the government. If you do win, well, then there's a vacant seat, and well, who's going to take that seat? Because we've done it with the wars that we've been in. And even when you wipe out a dictator, secularist government, guess what? You're just waiting for the next leader to come in and fuck shit up, because you're going to wind up fighting 20 years.
I do agree with that, because that was a good question that was asked. Like, what do you replace it with, Mitchell? I don't know. And the worry is that, like, anything that you replace something with, you still will end up at the, like, even when you talk about like governing ourselves, like if we would sit here and be like, oh yeah, we should all govern, that would never work, and you would end up with a figurehead, if you like, someone at the top, a leader, whether you like it or not. That would just happen naturally.
Yeah,
Always does.
everybody keeps bringing up the Dictator. Trump's going to be a dictator. There are 3 equal branches of government, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you overthrow the government, you have zero government, because the Supreme Court doesn't matter if you overthrow the executive branch. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. But I can't visualize an overthrowing ever happening.
Troy.
Who's laughing?
Me, sorry. Troy's comment. My last divorce was a war.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Troy, man. I hope that was meant.
You can't replace those 535 people with a war. It just won't fly. You got to elect them. They would have no legitimate power. Oh, I think I was going to ask this to Mellows. Jack Smith, the one they sent after Trump, he was never Senate confirmed. So he can't be a prosecutor against Trump. That's how bad this is. Jack Smith was never Senate confirmed, and they picked him to be the prosecutor against Trump. So Eileen Cannon, the judge, is throwing shit back, saying you were never Senate confirmed. You're not even supposed to be in this position. That's how bad that thing stinks, with them trying to get Trump on the documents in his house. They have to use every trick in the book. Obviously, the documents weren't as bad as they want us to believe, because they picked a prosecutor who isn't even eligible. And please fact check me on that.
Hey, you there, bro?
Am I there?
You here?
Well, I'm here, but whether I'm all there or not, it's another fucking story.
I need to delete some stuff from there.
You need to what, bro?
I need to delete some of this stuff from I've got no space.
Yeah, oi, don't delete the good ones.
No,
Haven't you heard space isn't real?
No.
Okay, please elaborate.
It was just something that was said the other day. Space isn't real.
Okay, random.
Space is not real. Space is not fucking real. It was me that said that, and I fucking stick to it. Well, actually, no. Maybe I won't stick to space isn't real. That's a bit, maybe too much, but don't believe everything you're told, right? Don't believe everything you're told.
Just get the boogers out your nose and create some space, and you'll get some air to your brain. You know, that thing that takes up space inside your head?
All right, Mellows, you got me. What would change the landscape to make NATO push in from other countries to add to this war?
Sorry, what was the question?
What would be the factor which would cause the other countries to take up NATO and push against Russia harder than now, like with U.S. forces? like I saw on a map the other day.
Well, you're saying NATO and other countries. When NATO it's actually a separate entity to the other countries. They act without. They don't need America or the Prime Minister or a country to tell them what to do. They've got their own independent autonomy. They make their own decisions, and they're unelected, right? So they're not like they do things that we tell them to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but this man was actually saying that U.S. boots on the ground will be there coming in.
They're right now. What are you talking about? Okay, how many troops do you imagine that have died? U.S. troops that have died in Ukraine already?
Right, but were they volunteers? Because that's a different thing. That's a personal
thing.
thing.
We're talking about enlisted men, right, Mellows? Enlisted.
No, we're talking about specialized, specially trained
SF,
units.
Special Forces, SF.
Yeah. Well, basically, look, we sent a lot of weapons to Ukraine. Okay, like those depleted uranium missiles. We don't just hand depleted uranium missiles to a foreign enemy. They need training. They need all of this stuff to be able to use them. And plus, that's secret fucking shit. We don't just give our secrets to other countries. What we do is send our troops over to use them. So when we sent those depleted uranium missiles to attack Russia, right, for Ukraine to attack Russia, it was our troops that were launching those missiles. Okay? And the radar station that was just destroyed in Russia, that was the weapon Russians, once they realized that Britain had sent depleted uranium missiles on the battlefield, they turned their defense weapon over to detect their radiation, the nuclear weapons on the battlefield. And they knew with precision, and they had destroyed all of those depleted uranium dump sites, basically. And that killed a lot of our troops that were there with those weapons when they destroyed them. Right? So that's why NATO just took out that radar base, because that radar base can see our weapons coming a mile away. This war has escalated, man. It's just people just not paying attention. It's a war, and it's literally got out of hand. And no one, not Donald Trump. You know, when people like Donald Trump say, "Well, only I can stop us from a world war," well, that's when you think, Jesus Christ.
I honestly think it's already a world war. It just hasn't gotten to the cusp of the extreme. You know what I'm saying? This is like what we're watching is the early stages. You know what I mean? Because like America or the United States joining World War II on the European front, like we didn't just jump in there and like, oh, Europe's at war. You know what I mean? It was like, oh shit, like Western Europe is falling to the Nazi regime, and they're asking for our help. So yeah, let's go over there.
All right, Mellows, does the United States have the ability to threaten Russia and make it work?
What's the question? Your question is, does it have the capability to taking on Russia and winning? That's a bad question.
Right.
Well,
to end it, to win it.
It picked a war with Vietnam, it lost. It picked a war with Afghanistan, it lost. It picked a war with Iran, and it lost. So carry on. These were much smaller, much weaker countries than Russia. They haven't won a war since they so-called won a war in Second World War, when they never won a war. They just turned up at the last minute, right?
Okay, if it's possible to get worldwide oil prices down to record lows. Would that hurt Russia?
The people right now, right, those same people, those oil people, the ones that you want to save, are the ones that are making record profits right now. It's them who want the Middle East and the East and the Ukrainian conflict. It's because those two specific regions are what will affect the bottom line, the cost of the oil on the dollar, basically. Yeah. Every time when the minute that we went into war with Ukraine, the energy prices went up, and now with Israel, the energy prices went up. Well, if you're an oil producer and you make money from oil and gas and energy, when the prices go up, you make lots more profit. So when you think that, oh, we got to save these people, we got to do it ain't. It's the same people orchestrating all these things so they can make stupid and stupendous profits, right? Same fucking people who have got the banks, who have got the fucking pharmaceutical companies, who have got the fucking weapons and mass destruction companies that make all the fucking weapons. It's the same fucking people, bro. Same people that have got their hands firmly shoved up Donald Trump's ass. The ones that saved him out and bailed him out. The same fucking people.
No, you guys ever play that game Risk? You don't play that game Risk as a civilian. You don't play that game Risk as a boot soldier. You play that game Risk as a conqueror. You know what I'm saying? And if you look at history, it is the conquerors that get their names written. And even though win, lose, or draw, your name, you will be either famous or infamous. But it's the boots and the people that you should be doing it for that are going to suffer, that are going to lose their lives. Those names, they might be on a wall in your local community park, but we all know that the famous names and the infamous names from this. So when these people who are in charge are playing Risk, they do not care about you. They do not care about their civilians. They do not care about their infrastructure. They do not care about the boots that they are sending to go do these atrocities. They only care about, hey, my name is going to be one of the biggest names in the book that gets written, whether I win, lose, or draw. And that's why I think you have some of these older people that have been in the game way too long doing what they're doing, because it's like, hey, that's what they're after. I think they want to be a name in a book, win, lose, or draw down the line. And I think that's fucking sick. That's it. I think it's fucking sick where we could all shake hands, we could open all borders, and we could all have the same technology. We could all have the same resources and assets, and we could all work together.
Why do you want to open borders?
That sounds
I'm just saying.
That sounds like one. That's not good.
It sounds like socialism, and it sounds like the New World Order, but the way that they're going about it is, rather than shaking hands and maintaining borders and being like, okay, we're here and y'all there and y'all got this and we got this, and you know, and making it work like that. No, it's like, no, well, I want what you got. And if I don't like the deal, well, bombs drop. Because they don't care about us. They don't care about the people that they send to go take that territory that has something. They don't care. Those people that are in those power positions, they don't care about you. Your manager at work does not care about you. They care about getting the job done. It's going to make them look good because they're worried about their income and their family, and they want to raise up. So if I got to fire you or send you something to go do something dangerous, they're going to do it. And they don't care if you get hurt. They don't care if they have to fire you. They are going to send you, and win, lose, or draw, their name is still going to rise. Like I'm not trying to like, you know, be a certain type of way, but it frustrates me because I'm at the bottom. I'm at the bottom of the bottom. But when I run into another person, I don't treat them like, hey, I'm about to use you. Oh, hey, I'm about to trick you into doing something for me that's going to hurt you, but I'm going to gain from it. You know what I mean? I'm just a worker, and that can be tough sometimes. But when you look at it on the grand scheme, and these people are supposed to be shaking hands with other resource holders to make the whole world go round, I do believe in that we should have borders to protect those resources from. But it's on this whole thing is be created because people won't shake hands. It's like, hey, give me what I want, or I'm gonna bomb you.
Anybody notice that North Korea's been very quiet since Trump made a trip over there?
They've actually had some shots fired. I saw within the past day.
They haven't been very quiet at all. They've been
Yeah,
supplying.
they've been quiet. They've been fucking launching all sorts of fucking nuclear tests.
They've also been supplying Russia with troops as well as weaponry for in Ukraine. They've been fighting alongside of the troops.
Well, yeah, they're definitely in with Russia and China, but
They've actually got troops on the ground in Ukraine, bro.
They used to blackmail the United States every year for billions of dollars,
And
get
so
away
has
with
Iran.
it.
Iran has been supplying Russia with their drones. Basically, they've got their unique drones that they use.
Right.
They're very unique, by the way.
But everyone thought Trump was going to get us into a nuclear war with North Korea.
He is. We ain't finished yet. Give him another 4 years and we'll see. We're going to fucking all die, man. Watch, this guy's going to blow some up.
Why?
That's smart.
Yeah, Tom, I have to say Trump's name to equalize everything out. I'm the only one on the panel on my side, Thomas Delasaro.
Great way to make me lose my train of thought, Mellows. Now I'm thinking Jurassic Park. That's the way to that's where we're going. We're going back to the Jurassic ages.
All right. When Trump made his tax cut, he also made it profitable for the country, for the companies to bring back money to the United States of America that's been sitting overseas. Apple brought back $380 billion. Everybody's like, no, nothing happened. $380 billion just from one company returned to the United States.
Didn't return to the United States. That's where you're wrong. It went
All right, where'd it go?
India. Apple's set up in India, and it's created a rivalry unlike anything they've ever seen before. These two countries are going to go to war within the next few years.
Hey, are you sure the money didn't hit our shores banks first?
No, it doesn't. The minute that they do that, it will devalue their money and they'll lose everything. These corporations, they don't trade in US dollars anymore. They throw it away, they give it away. These corporations actually there's no oversight with these corporations. They like banks, can print their own money. You realize that, right?
Corporations can print their own money just like banks.
Of course they can. You understand that concept, right?
You mean in printing stock?
Call it whatever you want to call it. They print wealth into existence, and there is no oversight. They value themselves or devalue themselves just as they see fit. It's just all one big accounting fraud. The inland revenue has no more oversight or control over these corporations than you or I do. Corporations are too big, too powerful for government to control and contain anymore. Did you know that if a government, right, was to do something that would potentially jeopardize the profits of another company, corporation, and that kind of corporation is not based in the UK, that corporation can sue the United Kingdom for those damages. Doesn't matter how stupid it is. I mean, why do you think the WHO? How do you think the WHO is going to take control over our sovereignty, over the rights of our? It's because they're going to have that locked down in court, right? Our governments will no longer, our politicians will no longer have the ability to lock us down like they did before, because that is going to be delegated to the World Health Organization. So when the World Health Organization say boo, everybody's got legally, they have to comply. Yeah. There's someone who didn't get the memo. Sorry, Jonathan. That bus left long time ago.
That ship sailed.
Yeah, it's gone.
Sorry.
Yo, Jonathan, what up? What up?
Back to TPP. What's there for me? Give me one good reason why I should go back to TPP.
I won't be disrespected.
Thomas, I like you, bro, but you know what? Everyone I met on TPP, even if they're members or they still go there, I don't look at them like that, man. The people that I fucking, like and met from there, I like, man. And I ain't gonna stop speaking to them just because I don't go somewhere else.
Nope.
Oh, fuck that, man. I'm a fucking an adult. I'm also a parent, man. Like, that's just a bit childish way for me to.
I go places that are absolutely nothing like both of them, but that's just me, I guess.
No, it's like the other day, whether he meant to, come across that way or whatever. Because again, I like Dubs, but the way Dubs was with you, like, I don't give a fuck, man. Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Sit here and interrogate you about what you've done in your day today? Like, I literally need to know, untrackable, what time you took your shit today. I need to know. Precise time.
We are home, Jonathan. I see you out in Hot Mess's stream. I talked to you there.
I'll talk to y'all later. Thank you, Mama Bear. Sorry. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
He's going to take a shit. A sub-optical. Jonathan, come back home. Remember, we were the what was the word I think was used? UK faggot.
They wanted us gone now. They want us to go back.
You know what I mean? It's all right. You can abuse us here. It's not. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, over here. Hey, Native.
You must have missed the memo, Jonathan. We've got some songs that you could listen to that might bring you up to speed.
Oh, Trump issued a statement. The trial that is nothing more than a distraction from the real crimes of the Biden crime family, which has raked in tens of millions of dollars from China, Russia, and Ukraine. Crooked Joe Biden reigns over the Biden family criminal empire is all coming into an end of November 5th, and will never again will a Biden sell government assets for personal gain. That was Trump's statement on Hunter's. I suppose you didn't read it, Mitchell.
I read anything you put in front of me. I didn't get it yet, though.
Trump's statement. You didn't read Trump's statement.
I'm on the little phone I have here. I can only do so much. But I'm sure I'll get to it. Damn, I keep losing my thoughts. This is getting bad.
What are you smoking on?
Mate.
What are you smoking on?
Well, you know he's bald. He's bald on the top of his head. You'd think more would get through because he's bald on the top of his head.
Well, do you smoke, Mitchell?
Say it.
Do you smoke?
Yes.
I think more would get through.
You smoke weed?
You smoke weed?
Of course, yes.
Is this strong shit?
Oh, there is trouble.
Yeah, good evening.
How you doing?
That's a nice greeting, isn't it?
How you doing, man?
What's that?
Yeah, all good, you?
That's a nice greeting. What's that?
Is trouble?
No, I'll do, just go.
Who said I was talking to you, eh? And on the old ship there, buddy. It's all right. It's just when him and Big G are together. They terrorise me.
We keep telling you it's character building.
Okay, Mitchell. How do you think Trump's mass deportation can and will take place? Is it possible, and how? Mitchell.
You can't have mass deportations. You just have to let ICE trickle through.
So you don't think it's going to happen?
Like a real active force of agents going door to door? No. It's just too messy, and they'll kill him. He doesn't have any affordability when it comes to the media. So yeah, he has to keep himself as clean as possible. He can't get away with regular stuff.
Oh no. Oh no. Guess what? Breaking news, Mellows. Breaking news.
Oh, yeah.
16-time world champ Joey Chestnut was booted from the 2024 hot dog eating contest.
Why?
You ate one too many hot dogs.
He will not take part of this year's event due to the conflict of interest with a different hot dog brand.
Oh, I thought maybe it was hiding them down his pants or something, trying to cheat.
You know the real estate company, Douglas Elliman? Well, the owner of that owns Nathan's Hot Dogs also. He says he makes more money off Nathan's Hot Dogs than he does the real estate company, Douglas Elliman.
That's great.
He recently signed a deal to promote Impossible Foods' new vegan hot dog brand. He would not be vegan because he would love nothing more to have him at Nathan's famous international hot dog eating contest, which he dominated for years. We hope that he will return when he is not representing a rival brand. Oh no. He has gone vegan. He done gone vegan.
I'm going to pop downstairs, take this dog down. Bear, you still there?
I'm here, bro.
Oh, what's it got on the fridge run then?
Just
Fridge run. I'm actually stuffing my face with kebab right now.
Okay.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
I'll say it again, though. We've never had a president, Democrat or Republican, that's had the nerve to touch the immigration issue.
Right. Mitchell,
So unless
I got a
Trump
question
does
for
it,
you.
we're in limbo forever.
I got a question for you. How much is Trump paying you?
Not enough.
More Florida officers.
He's got to start sending me a lot
Did-
more hats.
did I just hear that, Mitchell?
Let's put it that way.
Mitchell,
Yes, sir.
did I just hear that right? You said that he's the only one that tackles the immigration.
The only president that will touch immigration. Yeah.
You do realize they all touch immigration when it comes to elections, right? When it's
Do they-
election
do
time,
they-
everyone
do-
wants to get involved. Everyone
they
wants
follow
to
through?
bring ideas and everything. All of them. Every time when they get elected, they always on that shit.
Do they follow through?
Never. They don't.
That's my
They're
point.
politician.
This guy
He's not going to
followed-
follow through
this
either.
guy
Just like he never
followed
followed
through.
through. He's never
Said he
followed
was-
through last time. He said he was going to jail Hillary Clinton. What happened with that?
Yeah, I'm glad. Aren't we all glad that was just a joke?
It wasn't a joke. He meant it. I'm still waiting for him to do it. What are you talking about? Anyway, I'm going to go run this dog down. I'll be back in a minute.
Thank God he never went or had his Justice Department touch Hillary, who also got the deal of the century. FBI. See, my issue, I got a huge issue with the FBI. I mean, they're horrible.
Mitchell?
Sir?
I remember when liberals used to complain about the FBI. Liberals and the liberal politicians used to complain about the FBI. Now it's reverse. Now conservatives complain about the FBI. Right?
Interesting.
Yeah, when I was in high school, I remember, liberal politicians. Well, they call them liberal politicians. Now they call them progressives. But they used to complain about the FBI all the time. Now it's reversed. And how do you feel about Joe Biden's son getting convicted?
How do I feel?
See, justice is fair. The justice system is fair. See,
not if he's going to pardon him if he was to be sent, like, you know, if he's going to get a prison sentence and then pardon his own son. I mean, that ain't really justice.
I don't think he's going to pardon him, but I don't know. You never know. We'll find.
No. Mitchell has a point. You know, like, yeah, you're not really going to let your son go to prison, are you?
But it's not a real prison, right? It's like a federal prison, right?
Right. Okay.
Or maybe house arrest, right? You can search time at home. I don't know.
Did everyone hear? You guys didn't hear about Marilyn Mosley's case. I know that. Freddie Gray, 6 years ago, they put him in a van and gave him a death ride. She was the prosecutor who went after the cops. Well, during COVID, she decided to take some money out of her IRA, debt penalty-free, 90 grand, bought a couple of condos down in the Keys and started using them as investment property. Only problem is she committed mortgage fraud. Well, the prosecutor was asking for 20 to 40 months, and the judge gave her house arrest.
Yeah, we know about that one.
And the appeal is in for, the pardon is in. And I think she's getting one because she's a friend of Obama. But yeah, the prosecutor was looking at 20 to 40 months for mortgage fraud. And she got house arrest.
Indictment just came down for 4 officers in Florida for a 2019 shootout that left UPS driver and a bypasser dead.
UPS driver.
4 Florida officers have been indicted in connection with a 2019 shootout in a busy street that left a UPS driver and 2 robbers who hijacked him and a nearby driver dead. Their union confirmed Tuesday that the Florida State Police Bolivian Associated criticizes the Brevard County State Attorney's Office for seeking a grand jury indictment of Miami-Dade County officers. They're affected the officers union. God, stop. Their names have not been released. "41-year-old
All right, if Nigel Farage has been attacked again, Michael, I'm telling you now, it's a setup. It's a setup to try and make him look bad. But I actually think that would only go in his favour and sway it, get him votes, to be honest.
Hey, how'd that Brexit thing work out for you guys?
Not very good, buddy.
And what was the overall point of it?
Well, when I find out, I'll let you know. Fucking bastard. No. Oh, mate, our country's fucked. Fucked, I tell you. Honestly.
They've done a piss poor job. They've done a piss poor job of Brexit, didn't they? That's why it didn't work out. They only come out to Europe in the things that they wanted to, and what ended up stitching us up.
Same old story.
I don't know. I guess I was on YouTube and I got a flash of this electrician handyman who gets sent to the hotels in Manhattan There were 5 floors that had no electricity because everyone was using their air fryers in their hotel rooms, and they just break down the system. He says the hotels are trashed, which I have no problem believing. But what happens when they stop paying for people living in 135 hotels in Manhattan?
Well,
Wow.
all the hotels in Manhattan have been turned into shelters.
Exactly. And like I go back to my original statement. I said to the band leader, he says, Mitchell, don't you think we have a better use of $5 billion? I said, you're uninformed. He cut me off, never to speak to me again. Wait till you see these bills come in for, I'm a humane person, but ladies' night is good, but for some reason they don't do it every night at a bar.
What's up, fuckers?
Hey, Dema.
What's up, Summer?
Good live.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I got the end of the live.
Oh,
I was running. I was running the vacuum
Not left.
cleaner.
I had to go get my stuff. It's so friggin' nice down here, man, today. So what are you guys talking about?
Oh, Mitchell's on Trump, and we're still going at him. How bad Trump is.
Oh, y'all leave his daddy alone.
I'm still standing. I'm still standing.
You know what, Mitch? I've told you, you're one of the people that I don't mind getting in a conversation, debate, whatever, with the whole Trump stuff, because we've actually talked, like, you know what I mean? So
Yes.
But he finally admitted that Trump ain't paying him.
Not enough.
Well, not enough. Yeah, not enough was what he said. Actually, he didn't deny he was being paid. It's not enough.
He got to submit that invoice. He's got to submit that invoice so he can get paid. You got to submit that invoice.
I want to get paid in hats signed.
Mitchell,
Sir.
I don't know. I'm thinking about putting a bet on. Like, I wonder what the odds are. Like, do we think that like this time round maybe Trump might get assassinated?
No, they're just gonna cheat.
I don't know. I mean, he might get in, but I mean, once he's in, who's to say they won't just assassinate his ass?
Yeah, that's always a factor.
I mean, the old JFK thing was a while ago now. I mean,
I'm surprised.
again,
Like,
it's all a show, bro. It's all a big show. There's something true. Sorry,
I'm surprised there's been an attempt already.
You're right, Summer. I'm surprised there hasn't been.
Actually, there hasn't there? But he didn't. It didn't actually pull off. There was a lad. I'm trying to think where in the UK he was from, but he literally flew over to the States, went to one of Trump's rallies, and pulled a gun on him. Obviously, he didn't pull the trigger on that gun, I don't think, but he definitely pulled a gun out on him. And I watched the documentary on it, and like he had all intentions of actually going there and doing it. Like, so.
Really?
But yeah, that was crazy. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm not even too sure what. I think he might have even been like allowed to come back here, man. I think you guys fucking went easy on him.
I don't
I
remember that.
saying this now. It's fine.
I'm sure it happened. I just don't remember it. I'm sure it's happened a couple times. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, he's kind of a dick. So, at times. I hope like nothing like that happens because nobody deserves to lose their life. But I'm just shocked that. What the hell was that?
Right. It was in my way.
I think it's gonna get interesting the next couple months. When's this debate? When is that? I forgot.
There is one in June, CNN, but I don't know the date.
That's that's gonna be a fucking shit show. I know somebody was like, oh, they have all kinds of things like timers, mics getting cut off, all that. But I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's still gonna be a fucking shit show.
Yeah, Mello, you there? Yeah.
I am, bro. You hear me?
Put this on the screen, bro. Put this on the screen. I'm gonna put something in the.
Where you putting it?
Yeah, I'm gonna put something in the private. I'm gonna put something in the private.
Wait, what would
Bro,
the chat
get it on
think?
the screen.
What would the chat think about Gavin Newsom
Yeah,
taking Joe Biden's place?
I don't want Gavin Newsom.
Because that's the likely substitution, I think.
For when? Talking about running, period? Isn't that already done?
Excuse me?
I said, isn't that already like the Democrat and the Republican stuff's already been set? So it's Biden and Trump, right?
Yeah, but let's say Biden, something bad happened to him. Let's just say a health thing came up. There has to be a substitution policy.
What's it called, man?
Yeah, well, that's what the vice president seats for.
But they're not in yet.
That's the goal. Here we go. This lad here from the UK.
Oh yeah, I believe you, Bear. 100%, I believe you. I wasn't doubting you by any long shot.
He grabbed the policeman's gun.
He grabbed the policeman's gun and tried to shoot.
When did that? What year did that happen?
18, I think.
2018. It was when he was last running, I think.
I probably heard about it.
17.
Las Vegas. 2017.
Yeah, there's been a lot that's happened since then, so I probably just forgot.
But yeah, I'm surprised, man. Like they went easy on him and let him home and that. Crazy.
Or was it a sire? That's why they let
Maybe.
easy.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows, bro? Can never be sure of anything anymore.
Julian Assange, we got to put him in prison for the rest of his life, right? I mean, seriously, they don't want to bring him over for trial. They'd rather have him sit and rot away in jail the way he is in limbo. They don't want to bring him to trial because they're going to lose the trial. There's a chance that they could lose it. If they lose it, then what have they been doing for the past 20 years? Just wasting more taxpayers' money. I mean, everybody knows now. Yeah, they like to do that. Everybody knows now that Julian Assange is only there because he grassed them up. He spilled all the beans. He told everybody their dirty little secrets. And the thing is, the actual whistleblowers, the military people who whistleblowed and got the files and uploaded them to they're done with. There's no issue with those people. I think some of them done a bit of bird and they're free now to live their life. Meanwhile, Julian Assange, he just built a website, right? So people could upload their shit and grass on their government for whistleblowers. But he's the one who's in jail.
Don't forget, guys, vote. I just put Summer's link in. Don't forget, vote for a ring girl. You vote twice a day.
It's not like he stole that information, right? He didn't steal it. People give it to him. Like literally, whistleblowers uploaded it to his website. Government employees. Well, what about Snowden? Why the hell? He knows he ain't coming back over here, back to the Western world. Do you know what I mean? He knows he'll never ever come back. You know? He would literally live in a black site for the rest of his life.
You all right, Summer? Oh, your camera froze.
All psyops. It's one psyop after another. They're playing like a 5D chess game with us. You can't see the pieces on the board. You can't see the pieces on the board because
yeah, there's so many of them.
Yeah. You ever seen that? You ever seen that 3D chessboard? Has anyone ever tried to play 3D chess?
Nope.
Fucking confusing as fuck.
Oh, I bet you it is. I wouldn't even want to try it.
And that's what's going on right now. We can't see the players on the board. You know, they're playing on a different board altogether. One we can't see.
I wouldn't even want to try it. I wouldn't even want to try to understand it.
Yeah, 5D chess. That's what they're doing. They're fucking with their heads. Like Jedis. Donald Trump is your savior. Vote Donald Trump. He's going to save us from World War III. Vote for Donald Trump.
He's gonna fix it all.
Yeah, man. He is. He's going to fix it. You know, this is what I'm afraid of, right? When politicians say they're going to do something, they always do the opposite. But this motherfucker literally said to us, he's going to save us from World War III. So what's the opposite of that? Motherfucker.
Okay, Mello. He didn't pump things up in Afghanistan. He chilled things out.
In Afghanistan?
Yeah.
He didn't do nothing in Afghanistan. What are you talking about?
He brought us down to 2,500 men just sitting doing nothing.
He brought troops home. That's what he did.
Right.
Yeah, he wound it down.
The
reason why he wound it down is because the Obama administration had wound it up so much. It had to have been wound down because it was just costing too much, and he wanted the money for something else.
No, that sounds like a good decision to me.
What, to wind it down? Yes, it was. But where did the money go when he wound it down? Because it didn't. It's not like we had some change back from it. Because
were we printing it
on top of it? No, you don't understand. He spent 6.2 trillion, and even on a lot of cuts. So where did that money though, with the cuts that he made? Where did that go? What did you do with all that? Nobody's counting. You know, you're saying he wound it down only because Obama wound it up. He fucking wound it up so high that we had troops all over the world, man. We were spread out so thin. We depleted everything, our ammunition stocks, our supplies, our soldiers. We literally almost fucking wiped out platoons of soldiers needlessly looking for weapons we actually knew that didn't exist. You understand what I'm saying? We killed thousands of our own people on sending them on bullshit fucking missions that we knew full well before we sent them that the fucking things they were looking for didn't exist, but we sent them anyway. And I'm going to vote
for country, Afghanistan.
Well, we're talking about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
Oh,
we literally sent them in there, knowing full well there was no weapons there. We not only sent them in there, we sent them in there ill-equipped. There was complaints coming out that the people had not enough armor. The armor plating, the backs of the armor plating was missing. They only had front armor plating and all this shit.
It's like they were cutting corners, sending them wrong ammunition for the wrong weapons and stuff like that was going on. It was just the one big accounting laundry machine. That's what they were doing. Just one big laundry machine. That's why they didn't bring back any of the weapons, the $80 billion weapons that they left behind in Afghanistan. There wasn't $80 billion left in Afghanistan. It was just scrap. It was all shit. That's why they didn't bring it back, because they would have had to account for all of the fucking tanks. Hey, hang on a minute. You said we had 10 tanks. There's only 3 broken-ass tanks here. There's fucking 20 helicopters. Where's the fucking 20 helicopters? There's fucking 3 broken fucking helicopters out there. You understand what's going on here? It's one big accounting fraud. It's one big laundry machine, and we're the motherfuckers are paying for it. And I'm the crazy cunt.
I do agree with you.
They didn't leave shit behind, man. They just left a whole bunch of shit behind because it's cheaper just to leave it there. Literally. We're going to bring back that shit, that broken ass shit that we sent over there. Most of it didn't work, bro. You saw the reports that we were getting back from our troops. This shit is not fucking working. We don't have enough weapons. We've got no fucking armor. We've got no fucking supplies. We got this, we got that. Where was all the money going, man? If our troops are crying that they didn't have the right shit, where was that money going? Because I know we spent billions on that shit. Where did that money go? Who's keeping the books, man?
In their pockets.
Meanwhile, these motherfuckers are buying yachts and fucking mansions and shit all over the world, right? Zelensky's bought 2 fucking yachts, a fucking mansion in England, $20 million mansion. What the fuck did this cunt find $20 million to buy a mansion?
No, I'm with you there.
Failed actor. Where did he find 20 million?
Okay, a lot of people say the money being sent to Ukraine is just money laundering for Democrats. Just filter it back to them.
It's all one big scam, man. The only reason why the Republicans are upset is because they ain't getting any of it.
There you go.
You know, they just want their turn so they can sit in the seat and suck the money. That's the only fucking bit of things. That's the only thing they're upset about. Is that they're not getting enough. They want some. They all want some, man. All of them. None of them go there. You know, they get these positions, right? They pay $200,000 a year. Yet they spend millions of pounds to get this job. I mean, what the fuck, man? I mean, I'm not a great mathematician, but, you know, just, the logic doesn't work there, man. You're going to get 200 grand this year for a job, but you're going to spend fucking 50 million to fucking get the job.
Yep.
How does that work, man? How the fuck does that work? Where's the profit? And then he leaves the job, right? And instead of doing fucking, he's getting 200 grand a year, instead of him leaving with 800 grand or maybe £500,000 because he's had to spend some of it to live. Nah, he ends up with hundreds of fucking millions of pounds. Where did that come from? Motherfucker was bankrupt and became a president, and then he's multi-millionaire again, multi-billionaire again. Right? He was bankrupt before he became.
I'm not sure that he was.
He was bankrupt. Let's go back and we'll look at it. Let's examine that. All right? Don't talk shit. Right? Let me just bring up the receipts. The motherfucker was
some properties are paid for. There's no loans on them.
He moved all his monies around because he was getting sued and shit. So on paper, he's bankrupt. Right? He needed to fucking what's his name to bail him out. He borrowed fucking £500 million to bail him to get bailed out, and he brought and he was basically from 1 minute he's getting sued, all of a sudden he's running for prime minister. All of a sudden he's got money to run for prime minister, but he didn't have no money to pay his lawsuits. Right? The fuck, man. Guy's crooked as fuck, and you want to fucking vote for this cunt? You might as well go and vote for fucking Liv, man. Honestly, he's your best fucking shot as prime minister over there. That guy runs a fucking. If he runs the country as good as he runs that fucking petrol station he works at, he'd be all right. I'm saying
who's this?
anyone else
but those corrupt bastards over there would do a better job. You get a 10-year-old fucking girl and you give them the job, she'll do a better job. You're better off getting a 10-year-old little girl. But like I said,
so what's the worst thing he did?
There's nothing they can do. There's no change. There's nothing they can do apart from spend money. That's the only thing they do. They spend money and lie to the people to excuse them. Basically,
well, I agree with you on that.
Justify the reasons why they need to spend more money. Right? That's all. That's the sole job. They've got no power. He will never be able to change the Federal Reserve. He will never be able to dissolve the CIA. He will never be able to stop the NSA from spying on people. He will never be able to do any of this shit.
Points. I agree with you
Can't
on
do any of
those
that.
points. But there's still certain things in his purview that he can get done.
Like what? How is he going to go against the fucking wishes of the CIA?
I mean, you know,
The
he can't
pipeline
get
to the
that
north.
stuff done.
The pipeline to the north is a guarantee. The reason for that is because there's fuel, there's money, there's resources. It's just a matter of time before they tap into it. It was too early for them. They needed to control other resources all the way around the world, because when they do that, those people can't use that oil and that resources to benefit from. That's how they operate. They're not going to fuck around with their shit in their backyard. Their shit in their backyard can stay there for another 100 years as far as they're concerned. What they're worried about is the fucking oil in Gaza falling into the Palestinians' hands. What they're worried about is the fucking oil in Iraq being used against their interest, funding Russia, who's going to fucking deplete their fucking resources. You know, these are the things that they're worried about. Control. They don't give a fuck. The pipeline, all these pipe dreams that you're thinking about, they're just that. They're pipe dreams. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about dropping the price. These people make money when the price goes up. They're not going to drop the price. They want the price to go up. They'll start wars just so the price goes up.
But we have seen the price go down.
Under Trump. Under Trump.
Yes.
Yes.
So it.
There's a very, very good reason for that.
Okay.
A, he won all your support. B, he managed to fucking make a nice little minty profit from the sale of all of that oil to fill up the reserves. And don't forget, he's the fucking chief commissioner, right? So he's not going to cream off who gets to buy the oil and where he's going to get buy the oil up to fill up the fucking reserves. Don't you think he fucking dipped his hand in the fucking cookie jar when he was filling up the reserves? What about the money that he forced the whole fucking European fucking Union to pay NATO? The 800 billion pound. Do you think he had his fucking money in that fucking cookie jar? Where did his billions of pounds come from if he was bankrupt a minute ago? Think about it.
I'm listening, but I don't know where you got he was bankrupt from.
He was, God, the guy was, all right, let me bring up the receipt.
He's got some properties that are doing really well. I mean, I know he's had bad investments, but I don't think overall at this point he was broke.
How many times he filed bankruptcy?
6.
Although Trump has never filed for personal bankruptcy, hotels, casinos of his wave declared bankruptcy 6 times between 1991 and 2009 due to his inability to meet required payments to renegotiate debt with banks, owners of stocks and bonds of various small businesses, unsecured creditors. He ripped everybody off, bro. Right? Even down to the fucking Miss fucking America fucking contest. You got the little fucking girls fucking got ripped off. Yeah? He ripped everybody off, man. He owes everybody money. He came over here to the UK, right, and bought a whole fucking plot of nature reserve land, right, and turned it into a fucking godforsaken fucking golf course. And the neighbors got pissed about it, so he built these giant fucking mounds in front of their houses so they couldn't overlook his property.
Now they, instead of having this beautiful scenic view out of their homes, they've lived there for a fucking 100 years. All they can see is this big horrible mound that this motherfucker has built in front of their house, right? They came over, he gifted fucking money to some university. They gave him an honorary fucking bullshit fucking degree that he's some sort of fucking, you know, clever fucking dude, some degree. And all the people from that university, once they did that, they all went and burnt their fucking degrees, their PhDs, they just burnt them. They're useless. If you're just going to hand them out to this cunt who's got loads of money, I don't want one. Those videos went viral, right? Donald Trump is a bad dude, man. He's Mr. fucking Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, and they covered that up real good, man. He's known him for a long time. Multiple pictures of him throughout the fucking years, sitting down, laughing, chatting, and chilling and drinking with each other, right? Multiple pictures over the years, not just once or twice. He knew him very, very well. They literally competed with each other over a piece of property they wanted to buy. Remember that one?
No.
They wanted to buy the same piece of land, basically. They put the same home, same house or some shit. He's crooked and corrupt, man. He's a Pied Piper, bro. He's out there to fucking get all these fucking people to fucking vote. Because all they need is your consent. You see, with your consent, they can govern you all by majority, right? The majority rule. Do you understand? So they need more than 150 million people to actually go and vote so they can consent to being governed by these tyrants. If there's only 20 million people voting in a country with 400 fucking million people, that's not exactly a free democratic world, is it? You can't fucking, you know, sell that. It's a bullshit sell. You can't fucking sell that. Nobody's going to believe that story. But if you got at least half of the fucking cunts going out there voting because they fucking think they're going to do something, right? Then that means they've given them the consent. They can see, look, this is on the paper. Look, it's proof. I got fucking consent from the majority. We are a legitimate democratic government, which is all bullshit. They elect themselves, they select themselves, and they fucking laugh about us while they're ripping us off and they're fucking torturing us, murdering us. You understand what democide is, right?
Yeah.
One president that hasn't committed democide. And I'm going to vote for these cunts.
This is off the subject, but did you catch? I might have sent it to you that all of a sudden 571 billion of debt hit the books the other day, and 63 banks are in jeopardy of failing. Out of nowhere, 63 banks.
Out of nowhere? What do you mean out of nowhere? Go
might
back
be
on
failing.
PPP a few months ago. I've been fucking screaming to you, oh, man. No one's listening. Out of nowhere.
Well, it's the first time I saw it pop up here in print. Yeah, just
Bruno,
last week.
you do realise you look sad, bro. Like, grown-ass man thinks that, like, try and lick ass or worship another man is, like, I don't know, it's a bit fucking
Vote
weird.
for Eli. You know Bruno's going to vote for Eli, right? It'll be Donald Trump and Eli as vice president, right? Right, Bruno? Is that your dream team?
That's a team for you right there.
Right? Even you could go for that, wouldn't you, Mitch? Donald Trump and Eli, vice president.
So, are there any other theories besides Biden pooping his pants?
I think it's not long now before Donald Trump's going to be walking around with a nappy.
With a what?
With a nappy.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a nappy? A diaper.
Oh, a diaper. I gotcha.
Yeah. Now what? Maybe one of them piss bags. What's wrong with a piss bag? It's not mobile
Yeah, I
toilet.
definitely think it'd be a good stock to buy adult diapers at this point.
But Donald Trump's not going to do what you think he's going to do, man. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope you're right.
Well, I'm not looking for a
I'm not
whole
gonna hold my
lot except
I'm not going to hold.
close the borders, don't start a war.
He's.
You want to
I
start
think,
drilling?
of course he is.
Yeah, well, we got to drill. You know, it's funny. People don't want to touch Alaska. We have 300 rigs in the Gulf of Mexico, and they make it through hurricanes. So obviously, we can responsibly drill and protect the earth.
Well, that ain't going to be happening any time soon, I don't think, Mitchell.
You know, Mitchell hasn't rated the songs. I'm going to rate the songs, but
Good idea.
June 15th,
Alexander's
I go
going to
see
be
the convicted felon live in Palm Beach County Convention Center.
Alexander's going to be the garbage picker.
Rolling through the block, causing trouble again. Sneak around the corners, creeping in the night. Bruno, you a headache, setting everything alight. Oh no.
oh no, it's Bruno. I've got better ones than that coming, man. Watch. No, it's Bruno.
Hey, Northwood.
Hey, Northwood.
Northwood.
So this video, I'm just going to keep adding to it. Bigger the network gets.
Oh yeah, I meant to slip this in. You guys know we pay Egypt $1 billion or $2 billion a year, also, right? Yeah, Egypt gets a big check every year.
You know why?
Go ahead.
Why would you think?
Say it. I couldn't hear.
Why do you think?
Well, everybody gets a check from us. It's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's because the Americans insist on the world trading with the US dollar. Where do you want them to get their money from? They can't trade if they don't trade with the US dollar.
That's why they have to pay Egypt $1 billion a year.
Well, no, you got to understand Egypt and the Suez Canal is the main central hub for transportation, right?
Right.
So not just do we put special demands on Egypt to do certain things, to do, to allow us special privileges so we can travel through and all the rest of it, the taxations of, because there's taxations and tariffs when you use docks and ports in another country, right?
Yes.
All right, so it's not like we're gifting them this money, right? Does that make sense?
Mitchell.
We're paying for services, man. We're paying for tariffs. We're paying for bills, man. Do you know what I mean? It's part of the Trans-Pacific and the Transatlantic Partnership Agreement.
Mitchell, who owns most bonds to the U.S.?
I don't know, honestly.
China.
What?
China.
Oh, I
You
thought you
borrow
said Trump.
no, China. You borrow money from China to gift
Yeah,
it
no,
to.
yeah, we're in debt to China. There's no question about it.
You're borrowing money. You're giving them money, right?
Right.
You're giving them money, right? Because they're a developing country, right? And you're giving them money because you're offsetting the carbon footprint, right? So you're developing shit over there because you can't develop it in your own country because it'll cause pollution. So that's why you're developing over there in their country so they can show up instead of yours. But you're
How are
paying for
China
those
still getting away
that
with that?
privilege.
How are
Yeah. So you're
China still getting away with that? Developing country.
It's
Yeah, Greg.
because we need them to do that over there rather than do it over here. So we pay them to do it over there, right? We give them money so they can develop shit over there, right? And then, of course, they can't trade without trading with the US dollar. So they've got this sanctions ability. Oh, we're going to sanction you. We're going to raise the tariffs, because they've got control of the money supply. That's why they can change tariffs. Do you understand?
So
Raise the taxes. You remember when Donald Trump said, "I want to"? That's a suicide move. The minute you fucking raise tariffs, what do you think they're going to do? What the fuck do you think China's going to do the minute you raise the tariffs? They're going to raise the tariffs because of course they can. I mean, where the fuck do we buy all our shit from?
So it's China.
Yeah, it's a suicide move.
But
You don't realize the
China.
companies that transport these goods up and down the country, these giant conglomerate corporations that transport these goods, thousands of tons every day, right? These corporations, right, are getting paid to transport these goods, right, to subsidize the cost of these, on the market. So we paying for goods to be transported. Like, here's an example, right? We've got British lamb, right, that's literally locally sourced on the shelf in a supermarket. And right next to it, you'll have New Zealand lamb that's come from halfway around the world. And you'll see the New Zealand lamb cheaper than the fucking British lamb. How does that work? I'll tell you exactly how that works. As the Trans-Pacific and the Trans-Atlantic Partnership Agreement says, right, we subsidize the cost of the transportation of the lamb to Britain, right, in order so we could provide stability in the market, to promote stability in the market, and to drive prices up, so to make it fair and equal trade, right? So open to fair trade. Meanwhile, the meat that we're importing from New Zealand just so happens to be a fucking Mr. Motherfucker House of Lords, right? Who's sitting there making rules for the rest of us, right? Benefiting from free transportation. The British taxpayers paying for his fucking shit to come all the way over so he can sell it in the UK for fucking, and compete with the fucking local meat market. How does that work? I'll tell you how that works. It works when you get a whole bunch of lawyers in the room and they confuse the shit out of people. No one's listening anymore. So then they do what the fuck they want. That's what happens. Nobody's paying attention.
China sells off the bonds and it lowers our debt, or what our money's worth. And China's doing it right now. They're selling the bonds and our money is going down in value and it's crashing our economy.
Guaranteed. Meanwhile, Biden's still selling them bonds.
Oh, who is selling? I don't mean to be. Who's China selling the bonds to? Do we know, or does it not matter?
It doesn't matter who they're selling it to.
Yeah, fuck, if it's cheap, I'll buy some. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter. You can make shitloads of money on the crash.
All right. Well, what do we care who we owe the money to, whether it's China or Mongolia?
Because it devalues your money, becomes worthless.
How? I'm serious. If they just all right, now Mongolia bought the
So the
debt.
money you have in your hands is backed by what?
Nothing.
No.
What's it backed by?
Every time Biden puts a sanction on China, they're going to sell off bonds and say "fuck you" to Biden, to the U.S. we're going to get back at you because we're going to lower your value of the United States dollar.
So now, instead of having your $1, right, and coming to the UK and exchange it, or go to the Europe and exchanging it for €1, for example, or almost €1, what's going to happen is that when you decide to come over to Europe, because your value, the dollar's value dropped so much, you won't get $1, you won't get €1, you'll get 50 cents or 20 cents or something like that. So it's devalued it. It's like when you go to work and you work your ass off for an hour and you're going to get $20 an hour, right? Those $20 where you used to go and buy, packet of cigarettes and whatever, right? You're not going to be able to do that anymore. You'll be lucky to be able to buy a fucking, $20 is not going to be able to buy you a packet of cigarettes anymore. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Packet of cigarettes where you pay your rent's going to go up, but the money that you're earning is still going to be fucking, shit. Do you know what I mean? It's actually just going to be less. That's what I'm getting at. Your money is going to be worthless very soon. And it's by design because they want to offer you the digital solution, right? This is just perfect timing. It's just coincidence, Coincidence,
right.
let's just do this digital thing because it's better, right? We fucked that one up. So let's just start again with this one.
Okay, the only thing Biden left intact was the Trump tariffs on China. Was that a smart move or not?
He's added more
to bad move, bro. Because when you put your tariffs up on China, what do you think China's going to do? Where do we get our stuff from? All the stuff we buy is literally from China. So if we put our tariffs up on China, China's going to put their tariffs up so they could fucking, they're not going to come out of their pocket. They're going to put their tariffs up so they can counter our
really
tariffs.
Serious. Why didn't Biden?
They will put their tariffs up to counter our tariffs, and that will mean we will end up paying fucking 10 times as much for the shit that we importing from fucking China.
Why didn't Biden stop the Trump tax against China of 25% then?
Because he's literally sleepwalking us into an oblivion. I've said this before, even on TPP panel. These people want to take us into a war we cannot win, right?
Okay,
in order for us. Yes, you remember when I said that. They're going to take us into a war.
Yeah, I know. I heard this combined with the 63 banks failing. Somebody said if it wasn't for the tariffs, we'd be done. Is that even possibly feasible? That
the tariffs, all of that won't matter because America's going to fall. The free world is not going to be the same anymore. It's going to be cracked in half. It's going to be divided. It's going to lose its first place to China. China's going to be the new dominant country in the world. China's going to be the new currency that backs all other currencies. China's going to be the new dictator on the block. America is just going to be the Europe, the next fucking bully that can't make his mind up. Is just fighting, too busy fighting with itself. Right? They have done this by design, man. In order for them to bring about a new world order, they have to destroy the old world, which means destroying the free world and changing all the rules. That's why they're going to bring us into a war we cannot win. And then the only solution, the only options for us would be to either surrender or die. And then when we surrender, those of us who surrender will live in this new dictatorship. And those of us who choose to die, they'll help us with that as well.
Look what's happening. Take a good look at what's happening. If you don't look at what is happening, you got to think, Mitchell, you got to think outside the box. You're too into the box. You got to look outside the box. And people need to start looking outside the box.
I wish you was right, Mitchell. I wish Donald Trump was the one and everyone was, and he was half the man that you hoped he is, right? I guarantee you that if he was half the man that you think he is, there would be a crater right where he stands right now. He was too fucking, there's no way that they would fucking allow this guy to continue, right?
If he had the team, if he had the team to take what really is there to fight the fight, but there's other countries that are not there to fight the fight. Do you get what I'm saying, Mitchell?
I'm listening.
But there's not the other countries to fight the fight to fight the China and Russia and all them there. There's not them to fight the fight.
See, I think what controls both those two countries also is low energy prices. They lose their strength with low energy price. Russia, especially, they lose all their strength. Iran too. They win when the price goes way up. They have
It's
the
not
money.
just the energy fight. There's more there than just that.
Oh yeah, but it's the start, and it matters everywhere. I
Yeah.
mean, it pays for all this destruction. Instead of buying one cruise missile, you can buy 3.
So you have to look at the whole picture, not just part. You have to look at the whole picture. Yes, Trump does have a massive following, but you have to look at the whole picture.
Here's my friend from the Netherlands. Come with some new breaking news. How you doing, Roger?
Well, not really breaking news, but hello to you all.
Good morning.
How are you guys doing?
But you have to look at the whole picture, and I'll tell you, I've started looking into the whole picture, and yeah, we may get lower gas prices, but you have to look beyond the gas prices of everything there is there.
Please look up the North American Union. Consolidation of Canada, America, Mexico. They wanted to make one union during the Bush era, but it's still on table. So very interesting to look at that. Basically, the same as Europe, right? EU is a consolidation of countries, and they want to make the same at the American hemisphere, right? So yeah, that's the agenda they're setting.
Trump can't fix the whole problem in 4 years. And that's the thing you guys think he can wrap everything up in a in a pretty package with a bow on top in 4 years. It can't be done to fix this country in 4 years. It can't be done.
Took 100 years to get it that far. It's going to take 4 years to fix it.
Well, that's why everybody thinks the fan is
You
a
need
dick.
to be a dictator for at least 20 years to be able to accomplish fixing the problems over there in America. You would have to turn the whole country into a dictatorship. Only your rules for the next 20 years, so you can get out of that debt and get back on track. That will never happen. That's to happen would make the free world have to disappear.
The problem goes back farther than Biden, goes back farther than Trump's 4 years before that. It goes back past Obama. This country has been in trouble for years, and it's slowly going downhill. And now we're on a fast roll.
Yeah, well, we will see what will happen.
President today. Best president today. Mitchell, your best president today.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah. What do you think? Who do you think has been your best president to date up till now?
Donald Trump.
You picked the worst one, bro. The biggest lying bastard out of them all.
Well,
Humpty Dumpty.
I kind of disagree on that because, if you look at worldwide geopolitics, you see that during the Trump era, there was no war, basically, right? You know, so the whole world was stabilized for once in 4 years, you know, so that's something to put on his record, you know. But
What
still,
time do you think he's going to end this World War III?
well, you have to look at who started it, right?
America.
Someone has to take a
Yes,
shot at ending it.
Well, only those who started it could end it.
yeah. We don't want war, right? But the European elections has made a shift. If you look at France, for example, Macron has stepped down. You dissolve parliament, and there will be new elections. And Le Pen and her National Party were highly voted upon during the European elections. So when you have national elections, Le Pen is a good candidate for a new president. You know, so who knows how the sea will shift, right? You know.
Yes, Big G, I know you like getting people hummed up.
And the Belgian prime minister also stepped down. And if you understand a bit of Belgian politics, it's very complex. Basically, a country with three governments, right? You have the Flemish government, the Dutch-speaking government. You have a French-speaking government, and you have the government of the Brussels, right? The EU. So it's a very complex political situation there. Last time they had elections and stuff, it took like 2 years to form a cabinet, you know, so it's going to be a political crisis.
Anybody checked lately to see when Iran's election is?
That's also pretty soon. I believe it's somewhere in June or end of this month, right? So,
Because they should be having their election soon. Because they were only supposed to have, what, 10 days, I think?
yeah, basically you have a high council selecting candidates, you know, to be president. And
Yeah.
only of one party, the Conservative Party. So, yeah. Who knows what that will bring?
Yeah. And then one of the African nations' vice president was killed.
Yeah, in Malawi, the vice president was killed in a plane crash.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which we also should look at and put a big question mark behind it. You know, what really happened?
Yeah.
Also, the president, the former president of Iran, you had 3 helicopters. They were flying through fog or whatever else, you know, and 2 helicopters make it out safe. One where the president is in crashes. You know, it's pretty obvious.
Obvious what? Go ahead. Come on, let's hear it.
Well, I don't trust the state of Iran, so I don't trust them to tell me the truth. So,
Do you think Israel jammed the computer on the helicopter?
that could be a possibility.
Or
Yeah.
what's your theory?
I have no theory. I just put a question mark behind it, you know.
Okay, 6 people have been chosen for Iran elections for president.
Yep. from conservative to ultra conservative. You have the Speaker of the House, basically, who's selected as a president, you know, or elections. So
why doesn't everybody jump on that fact that Israel's so the likely target? How come everyone stays silent? I'm curious.
I'm not really staying silent about Israel, you know.
I'm just saying the panel. I mean, that went right into my head right away. 3 helicopters and the most important one doesn't make it.
Yeah, it's obvious that they're lying to us. You know, more things happen than they're telling us. You know, so who knows what happened? It's up to us to find out the truth. You know, the media won't tell you that.
Well, that'll be a tough one to ever find out what really happened, I guess.
Exactly. You know, it's like 9/11 all over. You know, you have a very big scale event, such as a president dying or whatever. You know, and they'll never tell the truth. So, yeah, it's very, very hard to determine what really happened. There's so much going on. If you look at the Korean Peninsula, for example, right? You could also put that on the resume of Trump. You know, he tried to unify the Korean Peninsula, but that didn't really work out. And now North Korea says there's no path to unification. There's only war. So who knows when that powder keg will explode?
Yeah.
You also have Taiwan, you know, which China wants to take over. And Taiwan is being protected by allies such as the U.S. You know, and it's also a pressure point, been so for quite a while. Who knows what China's going to do, you know?
Yeah.
Well, all I know is we should have an aircraft carrier.
Hey, what happened there?
They're buzzing us up and down the coast with bombers. Having strategic war games with Cuba. Yep, Google it.
Yeah, that's also going on. I know.
That just makes us look weak.
Well, I'm a European, right? I love America, the republic for which it used to stand for. But now I see it as an empire waging wars everywhere, you know, and no one is holding them accountable. You guys were in Afghanistan, Iraq, you know, destabilizing Syria and stuff like that, you know. Libya, you bombed the hell out of Libya, right? So, who's America to decide, you know, for the rest of the world?
No, America gets all the blame for that, but everybody looks to America when the time comes also.
That's true because it's a superpower, basically, right?
So-called, yes.
Well, so-called. Why are we still under NATO, right?
That's a great question. I appreciate you asking that. That's a great question.
We need peace, not war, right? But it's very hard to achieve peace. It's easier to fight each other than to agree with each other. I may have more words of wisdom, but I'm getting tired. It's been a long day. So,
Thank you for joining us.
I'm always around. It's always fun to hear what's on the table. I thought, why not drop in?
We've
Does
been all over
everybody
the
think?
table today.
Does everybody think Trump's going to sit there and cut checks to Ukraine like Biden did?
Well, Trump said, I'm going to end the Ukraine war. And that's
right. You're going to hold his feet to the fire on that.
That's a campaign promise, and it's up to the American population to indeed hold his feet to the fire, It's up to you. You have to be involved in political decision making.
That's right. He works for us.
Exactly. But it's a two-way street, right? So if he wants something, the population has to stand behind it, So anyway, I'm off. I'll see you guys next time.
All right, boss.
Roger.
Have a good one.
You soon, bro.
Can you imagine there's 80 million people running around like me? Whoa.
Don't know who this David Smidge is. David? You're muted, bro. David Smidge? You want to talk to us?
Thomas, you want a picture of Melania? I have those too. No problem.
David Smidge. Earth calling David Smidge. You're muted. You need to unmute. Talk to us. I don't recognize David Smidge. Does anybody recognize the name?
Nope.
No. All right. Well, you need to unmute. If you don't unmute, I'm just going to put you in the back until you unmute.
Big G, you got to guess who that was. I'll put it back up.
All right.
Who is Mitchell with?
All right. Next victim. Stay a while. Stay forever.
If you do not unmute and show your face in back before you're brought up, you will not be brought up.
Oh, he left on his own. I don't recognize. UKT, you still with us, bro?
Yeah, me, buddy.
You don't recognize that name, do you?
No.
All right, so Donald Trump is going to save us, man. I'm coming again. Look, he's even Donald Biden's. You know what I should have done? I should have found a swamp. It would have been better. You think? Let's find a swamp.
Mellows, did you see today about the court case that's currently going on with the main suppliers of the jabs?
The AstraZeneca
and Pfizer.
And the Pfizer. What the distributors of them? Is that the ones where they let them? They didn't put them in the fridge and they spoiled, basically.
No. Apparently, as a case in the High Court over here and the Supreme Court in America at the moment, what's trying to take away the description of the jab what they gave out as a vaccine, and they're saying that if they managed to take away the description of it as a vaccine, then what also goes is immunity.
Qualified immunity. The immunity.
Yeah, the immunity goes.
Perfect. That's exactly what we need.
Because they was given immunity based on
For
vaccine.
a vaccine. Yes.
Yeah.
I see that. Well, hopefully, if that's true, then we can give them a good royal fucking at the King's Bench. But mind you, this is the king we're talking about, not the queen. This king is a bit of a knobhead, isn't he?
Yeah, look, how far they'll actually let it go, kind of thing, is another matter, isn't it? Like, but I think that's the right way to go about it. Is to get rid of our immunity in it, what was granted.
I believe so, and the fact that they had no right to, they had no authority to give them that sort of blanket immunity. That, in my estimation, was illegal on their part. They didn't have that authority to do that in the first place. See what I mean? I mean, when did they write into law that they could decide that for us? When did we ever agree that these people could make those sort of decisions for us? You know, we're not talking about decisions based on war or economy or fucking. We're talking about our own. But I mean, when in the UK have they ever been able to interject themselves like that the way they have? This is unprecedented. Never before dreamt of since 1930 something. You know. This is literally goes against the Nuremberg Code, right? The Hippocratic Oath that all doctors swear.
But look, what you're going to have there, as far as the doctors are concerned, is plausible deniability, in you. Like
I think
they'll just go, oh well, we was just acting on the information that we was given.
But this is why I don't think that we should try them in a UK court. I think this is for The Hague. I think the ICC should be busy round the clock for the next 50 years, man. Trying criminals after criminals after criminals, man. They need to get them in there and lock them in. Every single one of them are fucking up on charges.
Okay, Mellows. You have a known guy who's responsible for 5 terrorist acts against the United States, and he's known. Can you make a helicopter raid? How do you try him? Are you allowed to go in a helicopter raid and pick him up?
What happened?
Or can you kill him?
What happened? Start again.
You know this man is responsible for 5 terrorist acts against the United States. Let's say you know he's a bad guy. If you can't kill him, are you allowed to go with 3 helicopters and go to another country and pick him up to put him on trial in the United
Who said
States?
that they're not allowed? I mean, who said they're not allowed to kill him?
Well, you say it's a war crime.
Right.
So I was like, okay, let's say that is a war crime. What do you do with...
Well, no, we're not talking. What was your definition? You're talking about somebody who was a what? A terrorist who killed people?
Osama bin Laden Jr. Okay.
Osama bin Laden Jr. Yeah.
He's out there, and we know we got him now. We know where he is. What do we do?
He's a terrorist, right?
Yes.
And you were comparing that to war crimes, as in when we took out elected leaders from another country, assassinated them.
The general in the car.
There's a big difference between the two people, right?
Was he an elected official?
One was a terrorist. One is a terrorist, and the other one is a duly elected leader of his country.
He was an elected leader of Iran?
But the one that they killed, yeah, of course.
In the car?
Yeah.
What was his position? Do you know?
Which one we're talking about?
I thought he was just the general, the one that Trump.
The one Trump did. Yeah, he that was a general. They've killed lots of leaders from Iran over the past few years. You know, it's kind of hard to keep up.
Okay.
They killed the president. They killed the mujahideen.
Could you have gone in and picked him up on a raid? Like, what do you do with that guy?
Where though? What country are you talking about?
Let's just go back to the guy Trump killed.
Yeah, but you're not going to go into Iraq. I mean, they've got troops in Iraq at the moment, and they're sitting there doing nothing like sitting ducks. But you can't really go into another country, right? Invade another country and kill their leaders, although they do it all the time.
Well, let's say he's in Qatar.
Sorry?
He's in Qatar. Can you throw a bag over his head and throw him in a car and take him away?
Well, you'd have to shoot his security first, obviously.
True. Okay, so any way you put it, if you're going to go after one of these guys, there's going to be shooting.
Of course there is. But this is what they do, right? I mean, with Iran, with Israel, they have what they call acceptable losses. They use an AI to target and identify using facial recognition. And they have acceptable losses, right? So for one person which is on a certain level on their target list, they could potentially the losses would be 100 civilians to one target. So they'll be happy. The acceptable losses for them, the AI is programmed to kill up to 100 people per target. Minimum. So the AI now is constantly looking around, looking for faces, looking for targets, trying to work out what's the best way to kill them, and then boom, automatic now. You don't even tell anybody. Nobody's shooting it. It just decides on where to shoot the fucking missile from the drone. They've got drones flying around. Picks a target, boom, it's dead. The AI does that, and it's like I said, acceptable losses. 100 people just to get one person that they want dead. They will kill 100 people, and that is what they consider acceptable losses. So if they're going to go after 100 people, right?
Yep.
How many people in those groups? There's a few thousand, right? And like the other guy said earlier, Gaza wasn't about hostages. It was about oil and gas. It was about building a port. It was about building a new fucking canal right through Gaza. There's going to be a new port and a new canal, and they need to move everybody out of the way. Ants molehill, right? I mean, you're building a road here, right? And you need to go from A to B, nice straight road. And all of a sudden, there's a fucking anthill in the way. What do? You know, you can't hurt the ants. You're going to build around the ants. No, you're going to fuck the ants and you're going to build right fucking on top of them. Right? Palestinians are just ants to them. They don't give a fuck about any of us. We're all just ants to them.
Can I just respond to Michael's comment there?
Not,
well, that isn't completely true, is it, Michael? Because not everybody did have a choice, did they? They had a choice to either take the jab or lose their ability to feed the family.
And they also had the freedom to be coerced and intimidated and bullied by everybody. And yeah, I remember all of that. I remember all the juicy, beautiful freedoms we had, especially when my uncle died and no one could go and visit him, but only a handful of people, and everyone's arguing about who's going to go. Yeah, I remember that. You know, anybody remember that shit? Or about when my uncle, before he died, and no one will allow him, any of his family to visit him in his last fucking moments. Yeah, does anybody ever remember having that fucking experience? We had a free choice then, didn't we? These lying bastards. They did that to all of us. You couldn't even fucking walk down the street without getting fucking picked on, bullied and harassed and fined. You couldn't even go to a shop without putting a stupid fucking and suffocating yourself with a stupid mask. That's proven without a doubt that never works. Couldn't work even if you fucking wished it. But no, you had to wear this mask that doesn't work. And you had to stand 6 feet apart. That doesn't fucking prove a fucking thing that it solves any fucking shit. But you had to do all of these things. And everyone was bullied and harassed and assaulted multiple times. But now we had freedom, right? Michael, you remember things differently. I remember people getting pulled over. How many videos was you guys watching? And how many people getting pulled over for no bullshit reason? Going to work, getting a fucking fine for going to work. What are you doing? Well, are you allowed to go out? Are you a key worker? Key worker! Everyone's a fucking key worker. If you don't fucking work, you don't eat. Isn't that key enough? How are you going to pay your rent? Key worker. Everyone's a fucking key worker. If you got a job, you're a fucking key worker. It tore families apart. It destroyed families. People still today are not speaking because of fucking bullshit arguments that these bastard politicians forced down our throat. Just like that, just pulled the wool over everybody's eyes and fucked everything up. Cost us hundreds of billions of pounds, but let's just bury our head in the sand and let's just vote for Donald Trump, the motherfucker who was at the tip of the spear when he did it. And he didn't know. He was our savior, wasn't he? He was fighting against us, wasn't he? He was telling us about fucking bleach and everything. Motherfucker. He took the piss out of everyone. That's what he did.
All right, got to roll and make some dinner. It was good chatting with you guys. And I'll see you soon.
They tore families apart with that bullshit.
Take care, Mitchell.
Take care, Mitchell. See you later, man. They tore families apart with all that bullshit, man. And I remember every fucking minute of it. Even if people have forgotten, I won't let them forget. You know? They turned this whole country into a bunch of fucking moron slaves. Everyone fucking paranoid or working. You should have seen the state of these people, man. They were putting bags over their heads. They were putting fucking washing gloves on, right? You know, touching things with the fucking rubber gloves and shit. They've had everyone paranoid as fuck, man. Everyone was afraid to touch anything, to talk to anyone, to go anywhere. And you've forgotten all of that shit they did to us. That post-traumatic stress they induced on everybody. That chaos they unleashed. So forgiving. I'll never forgive them for that. Never forgive them for that. And I won't forgive all the fucking idiot morons that fucking went along with it.
I agree. In like it brought out the good in some people, but it also brought out the fucking horrible in others.
It was like a litmus test, isn't it? Like a test. You know? It's definitely separated the men from the shit. You know? The ones with the real courage. The ones that stared fear in the face and said, "No."
And yeah, Michael, I think I chose well. I didn't have it. Didn't have any of the jabs, and it kind of put me off when I had to drag a woman out the car and do CPR on her for half an hour, waiting for an ambulance when she'd just come back from having it.
Right. I remember videos coming back, man. People dropping all over the place, man. Do you remember that shit? They were just dropping. I think it was in Australia. There's a bunch of fucking people who just dropped out of nowhere. You know what I mean? After taking the vaccine. That was madness, man. They literally separated all the brainwashed morons. You could just see them all. Boom, you could see them all. These are all fucking brainwashed. Not one of them capable of critically thinking, even if their life depended on it. And their life did depend on it. All their governments turned them all into guinea pigs, and they were blind to see the fucking wood through the trees. Right? And I was the fucking crazy one, right? Literally, my whole fucking family fucking turned their back on me, man. Still today, some of them don't even fucking talk to me over that bullshit. Right? Why? Because I tried to warn them, right? But I'm the crazy one with the conspiracy theories. The one with the conspiracy theories that are actually fucking coming true, right? There's not many of them that I've got left that haven't come fucking true. By the way. They turned the whole world upside down with that bullshit. They turned everyone against each other. You couldn't have more than 6 people in your house. You couldn't stand more than 6 feet apart. You couldn't fucking have more than 6 fucking inches shoved up your ass. What's with all the 6s, man? You're gonna fuck me? Fuck me. Get over it. Get it over with. 6 this, 6 that, 6 of these, 6 of the other. 60s, 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 60s. No, it's nothing to do with Satan. Don't worry. There's nothing to see here. These are not the droids you're looking for. You're fucking with everybody with these Jedi mind tricks, and everyone's fucking bamboozled. Daydreaming. Literally a bunch of snake oil salesmen, right? I got a video of Matt Hancock. Do you remember that prick, UKT?
Yeah.
I got a video of that cockhead, right? You can actually Google it right now. Back in 2016 in Davos, boasting that he had 600,000 shares in BioNTech, and in the future, this is going to be the state of the art, fucking, this is going to make loads of money, and he's fucking happy about it. In 2016, this motherfucker, right? And then just so happens, fucking 2019, he's the fucking health secretary making all the fucking deals, and BioNTech is up there.
Yeah, making fucking serious money. How much money did that motherfucker walk away with his shares? Just with those shares that we know about, that he boasted about. 600,000 shares.
I think truth be known, I think a lot of politicians walked away with a lot of money.
I know he did. I can count how much, most of the money, some of the money that he walked away with. I've got fucking receipts for it. From his own mouth, you know? It doesn't take much to calculate how much the shares were then and, you know, that he said he has and calculate how much they're fucking worth when he fucking sold them.
Oh, well, that's what Sunak says, when that he wasn't going to chase down the money what was frauded from the
because he frauded
by companies claiming for wages for staff during lockdown and that.
It's because he's as dirty as the rest of them. I mean, he's not going
to. Because his wife claimed over £500,000, and she hasn't got now members of staff in this country at all.
Exactly. You know, her daddy's got the big fucking telecom company in India, right? It's like in comparison, in the stock market wise, it's something like 10 times the size of our BT company. You know BT? Yeah, this company her daddy owns is fucking huge. It's like a big fucking BT in fucking India, right? And they all do all kinds of things as well. It's not just fucking telecommunications. They're in bed with Bill Gates, with all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? This guy, he literally, not him, his father-in-law is literally sucking Bill Gates' cock. Right? They're in bed together, business deals and all kinds of shit. So he has conflicting interests there. Straight away. Him, his wife owns 1%. 1% of her daddy's fucking fortune, right? And 1% is worth almost £1 billion. Imagine the fucking wealth these fucking motherfuckers have, right? His daughter, she's the only one that owns 1% of that company, and it's worth almost £1 billion. Imagine. Magnitude, you know, these are trillionaires. These people, man. They're in a different world.
It's
Hi there,
it's
my buddy Mello.
Hey, Brandon. I've got another video for you, Brandon.
What he said? What did that Marvel use?
UK Transparency made that one for you, Brad. I have a new friend.
Yeah. What's
UKT,
that?
you're gonna go watch some cartoons with him, bro. He's gone quiet. UK Transparency made that one for you, man. I'll send it over to you.
My favorite, this new avatar has bugs on it. My favorite's Roadrunner and Coyote.
I'll make you a new one, bro. I've just been a little bit busy. I will make you a new one. I'll make you two. Roadrunner and Coyote. I'll make two. One with Roadrunner, one with Coyote. You can switch.
Uh-huh.
Just not today. Today, we're coming to the end of this live now. It's 11:08. We've got another 20 minutes or so before we wind it down. We've got a few people watching. If some others want to jump up on the panel, I know certain other channels are not running, so I don't mind spinning another panel if people want me to keep it going.
If you don't want me to keep it going, let me know.
Oh.
Everyone in the chat, I'm talking about not just Alice, everyone in the chat. If you don't want to continue this panel going after this, I'll spin another one up. If not, I'll take a break and come back in the morning or something. But, you know, unless you guys come up and take over the conversation, you're just going to have me ranting about fucking, especially with Big G gaslighting me in the chat.
Put a one in chat if you want to spend another one.
We'll play some music while
Yes.
let's see what we got.
They only got one.
Oh, do we still have our special guests?
Yeah, Mitchell dropped off.
No, I meant the oh yeah.
No, I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah. Forget all the chitter chatter right now, that doesn't matter. LIU from New York, and all you got is some camera. The real auditors are out stacking the chips and sexing your chick. LIU just max, now we all know you ain't SLA. You told us we have free speech, you told us wrong. And that horse face Gina, she wears a brief, not a thong. Really, you want me to believe that you best in New York, easy cars just running New York. I leave fake auditors like you resting in New York alone. The only time Alexander McQueen had sex when he on his phone. Yo, Bruno, I'm freestyling, I ain't writing no more. Alex, keep talking, we gonna bring more than our phones. Yeah, Alex, keep talking, we gonna bring more than our phones. Yeah, Alex, keep talking, we gonna more than our phones. Yeah, more than our phones. Alex, keep talking, we gonna more than our phones. More than our phones. Forget all the shit and chatter right now, that doesn't matter. LIU from New York, and all you got is the camera. The real auditors are out stacking the chips, stacking your chick. LIU just max, now we all know you ain't that. Forget all the shit and chatter right now, that doesn't matter. LIU from New York, and all you got is some camera. The real auditors are out stacking the chips, sexing your chick. LIU just max, now we all know you ain't that. Forget all the chitter chatter right now, that doesn't matter. LIU from New York, and all you got is some camera. The real auditors are out stacking the chips and sexing your chick. LIU just max, now we all know you ain't SLA. You told us we have free speech, you told us wrong. And that horse face Gina, she wears a brief, not a thong. Really, you want me to believe that you best in New York, easy and cars is running New York. I leave fake auditors like you resting in New York alone. The only time Alexander McQueen had sex when he on his phone. Yo, Bruno, I'm freestyling, I ain't writing no more. Alex, keep talking, we gon' bring more than our phones. Alex, keep talking, we gon' more than our phones. Yeah, more than our phones. Alex, keep talking, we gon' more than our phones. More than our phones. Alex, keep talking, we gon' more than our phones. Yeah, more than our phones. Alex, keep talking, we gon' more than our phones. More than our phones. Yeah. Auditors like you rested in New York alone. The only time Alexander McQueen had sex when he on his phone. Yo, Bruno, I'm freestyling, I ain't writing no more. Alex, keep talking, we gon' bring more than our phones. Yeah, more than our phones. More than our phones.
You working with the bullies, you working with the cops, you working with the pigs. I heard you was collaborating.
Yeah, you working with the pool, you working with the cops, you working with the pigs. I heard you was collaborating. You're not on my side, Eli. You working with the pool, you working with the cops, you working with the pigs. I heard you was collaborating. You're not on my side, Eli. You don't know what you did, you don't know what you did. Licking boots and kissing feet on the L-Lo. Taking pictures with the pigs, it's a no-no. Working with the blue G and using bird sharing info with the law and everybody heard when you broke it down. Talking foul, talk of us do it to last. And if we get out of composure, we don't have no class. We have mentality of slaves, we need to learn how to behave. You have the freedom of speech, we gonna give you a pass. I had the feeling, I knew you was like the rest of them. Try not to talk about your brothers when you're next to them. In order to look good, you making us look bad, yeah. You just working with the PO, you working with the cops, you working with the pigs. I heard you was collaborating. You're not on my side, Eli. You don't know what you did, you don't know what you did. You working with the pool, you win with the cops, you working with the pigs. I heard you was collaborating. You're not on my side, Eli. You don't know what you did, you working with the pool, you working with the cops, you working with them pigs. I heard you was collaborating. You're not on my side, Eli. You don't know what you did, you don't know what you did. New plug, new connect, new job to you. Seen the people as emergence, what the boys do a two-faced line, bitch. It's the only way to describe you when it comes to the loyalty, the trust, the passion and the love. How can I speak like a baby when I'm the one above? I know you know the purple work for me. So if you work for them, that means you work for me to keep on licking them boots like a lollipop. Oh, so hard to see you licking them boots like a lolly, Lord. What can I say? We know you working with the police, you working with the cops, you working with the pigs. I heard you was collaborating. You're not on my side, Eli. You don't know what you did, Eli. You working with the police, working with the cops, you working with them pigs. I heard you was collaborating. You're not on my side, Eli. You don't know what you did. There's an old saying, snitches off your stitches. There's an old saying, the snitches often get stitches. Yeah, there's an old saying, the snitches often get stitches. Yeah, there's an old saying, the snitches often get stitches. There's an old saying, they snitches off, get stitches. I heard you was collaborating. You're not on my side, Eli. You don't know what you did, Eli. You working with the police, working with the cops, you working with them pigs. Heard you was collaborating. You're not on my side, Eli. Is a collaborator. You don't know what you did. There's an old saying, the snitches often get stitches.
Yo, TPP got me twisted, ain't down with the flow. Bad mellow is the fine fellow, man with a blow. Leader spitting drama, yeah, dirty lies unfold. Loving chaos, it's treason, watch the drama unfold. Team podcast, fucking thinking they the king. Say otherwise, LLE, swing the band, hammer ding. Penalize your speech, censoring the free. TPP's ruling nothing, just a petty decree. TPP in my...
I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' kill me for this. Probably put me in my grave for the lyrics I spit. Been exposing the truth and all the secrets they're covering. If I die, it was big pharma or government. They put in too much truth in my songs. They gon' stage a suicide and say I chose to move on. Probably cutting my brakes, so when I toured too long, I'll die in a crash. Say I was driving and drunk, but the little Illuminati real. They tryna make you dumb, tryna numb you out with pills, tryna make you broke, tryna tell you it's a deal. Processing your food, so now none of it is real. You're eating super good, but you still be getting ill. You're working super hard, but you still can't pay the bills. Silencing the visionaries, revising the dictionaries. Now you just can't find the right words to say and express how you feel. Target on my back, I think they're coming for my head. I know I recognize a vet, I bet they wanna see me dead. They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna kill me if I go too soon. You should know I said they would kill me. I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' murder me. Wouldn't be a problem if nobody ever heard of me. But I'm famous, so they'll probably try erasing me with urgency. Infect me with a sickness and deny me any surgeries. Stop stop me from exposing all the medicine and currency. And terrorism always been controlling us so perfectly. I'm telling you with certainty, they say it's for security. They monitor our lives like we live in Nazi Germany. They want to microchip all the people, you don't believe it. Your fingerprint unlocking your phone, oh how convenient. They trick you to believe it, all the angels and demons. They say you'll go to hell if you ever go disappoint Jesus. I got a backbone and a platform and a tap phone. Never asked for it to be that known. To my passport, to my dashboard. It's the back door to stake this place. It's the Truman Show. See upcoming rap shows. Get your tickets for your favorite artists. You might also like clone rappers. Tom McDonald, Don't Let Me Go. MGK, Barbie, Jaden and Alexis. Target on my back, I think they're coming for my head. I know I recognize the van, I bet they wanna see me dead. They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna kill me if I go too soon. You should know I said they would kill me. I admit it, I'm afraid I'll disappear. They won't issue me a ticket for a minor misdemeanor. They gon' try to lock me up before the moment while I'm here. Just let me take a minute to make sure you see it clear. Cancer has a cure, they kill Biggie and Pop. One thing I know for sure, 9/11 was an inside job. They stamped dollar bills with "In God We Trust." Well, a single dollar bill, the only thing we got. I think they probably think they got us fooled. Distort the information and curriculum to school. They ain't making you a scholar, man, I'm making you a fool. They're making you a felon if you choose to break the rules. This is not a game with a million ways to lose, no. I admit it, I'm afraid I'll disappear. They won't issue me a ticket for a minor misdemeanor. They gon' try to lock me up before the moment while I'm here. Just let me take a minute to make sure you see it clear. Cancer has a cure, they kill Biggie and Pop. One thing I know for sure, 9/11 was an inside job. They stamped dollar bills with "In God We Trust." Well, a single dollar bill, the only thing we got. I think they probably think they got us fooled. Distort the information and curriculum to school. They ain't making you a scholar, man, I'm making you a fool. They're making you a felon if you choose to break the rules. They design a game with a million ways to lose, no.
Yes, any doxing, you will get banned and blocked on multiple
I
channels.
was about to say, man, I know it's been on the screen, but straight up, any doxing, man, I'll fucking block your ass quicker than you can fucking dox anyone.
And when I first met you, you said, I'm your favorite channel.
Yep. What's up, Brandon? You good, mate?
You're a good news. I did give you a shout out.
I know you did, mate. I do appreciate it.
And most people say I have the best streams on YouTube.
I'm sure you do, Brandon. You're a nice, friendly guy. People like friendly guys.
When you want to return to my channel?
Pardon?
When you want to return to my channel?
When do I want to come to your channel? Okay, Brandon. Next time I'm free and I'm not busy and you're live, and I'll go to your channel. Other than that, yeah, I'll check it out, man. Don't worry. Check it out. I'm literally self-medicating myself now. Not that you know what the fuck I'm going on about. But I am self-medicating now, and then I'm going to bed.
Well, this is where I'm thinking of spinning up another live, or whether I should, because we're coming up to 11:20.
Up to you, bro. You've been going 11 hours.
Well, I mean, if there's enough people that want to keep it going, I know certain other places are not running, so. Yeah.
I been going to bed way too late, so I'm still going to bed late now, but it's a bit earlier.
Cool.
It's a bit earlier. It's fucking, you know what it is? I'm going to bed at like fucking 1:30. And being up at like 4:30, man, fucking. By the time I'm fucking halfway through the day, I feel bollocks, man. Crazy. Hey, UK, actually, while you're here, you know the antibiotic eye drops that the vets give us, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you do them just for the 7 days that it said, or did you do the whole thing?
I just carried on, but I am still putting a sprinkle of dry turmeric in the food as well in the morning, because that's a natural antibiotic.
That email was done, by the way. The transfer thing.
Yeah. I'll send you a message on Discord.
Oh, yeah, okay. I don't fucking say, I don't even remember messaging you. Okay. I need to get some fucking late. Who we got in the chat then? Who we got in the chat?
You're a good user, Mello.
Thank you, bro. I like to try not to use as much these days.
Oh, full court press.
Moderation.
I'm going to leave that one for now. I was going to say, again, yeah, New York Tyrant Hunter was on here the other day.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, I know UKT sub to him. It was nice having it up there. It's nice having some people up there. The map the place there, I can't move to.
You can see it? Yeah.
What's the sub count now, Brandon?
Bless you. Untrackable.
Why have you got Britain Audits as a name of a channel for you? Stream?
Not for me,
You're
for
the most
Grim.
subscribed YouTuber in Melody.
Say that instead of Grim Reaper, let's say Britain. Fine. No, it says it.
You know what? Fucking cunt. I'm still, you know what? My excuse is I'm still adding to that anyway, so I could change it on the next one.
Yeah, well, you know, let's not wish that upon people. One of me's bad enough. I'm fucking let alone three.
You see what I did is I obviously copied and pasted it and changed the avatar.
Let's go again. Let's go again.
The new one, he's a lot more vibrant. Because I did a fuck up basically.
So, are we going to get? We're going to get funny cartoons on the go.
Yes, I've got some brilliant ideas. I'm not going to spill the beans just too soon. Yeah, I've got some good ideas. And it was actually thanks to Brandon. Thank you very much for the idea, Brandon.
Thank you, buddy. You're awesome.
Yeah, so are you, man.
But you do say I have the best channel?
Undoubtedly. Hands down.
Why Ben has the best channel?
Yeah.
That's the best channel.
On the next intro, we're going to have to put that Brandon has the best channel.
I told you anyway, Brandon. Do you think you've got the best channel?
Yes.
There we are. That's all that matters, bro. Why don't anyone else do it?
My shoulders, my neck, I'm stiff and down. I think Mama Ben is. How you doing, Mama Ben? I think Mama Ben's song is probably the best one I've heard so far.
Mama Bear's is good. I like Miss Rummy's as well.
Yeah. That image that Mama Bear sent me, I want to see if I can animate it.
I want you to send me some of these tracks, Mellow, the MP3s from bro, so I can add them to my playlist.
Yeah, I've started to upload them to the radio, so you'll be able to download them from there.
Ah, okay.
Play them randomly, or
I like it. Yeah. This one. Yeah.
I ain't got time for a fake friend. Need to be able to sleep when the day ends. No 0 to 4, 6, 8, 10s. Only real ones, only way it makes sense. I don't make friends with no industry folks. Whole game full of snakes and sharks, yeah. I don't break bread with the enemy, so they mad, don't know they are, yeah. I used to have a problem, I'm okay now. I ain't tripping cause I finally found my bros. No one switching up, my homies stay down. Grab the shovel, dog, and help me dig this hole. My friends probably wanna meet your mom. My friends so nice, they can walk your dog. My friends don't fight when there's nothing wrong, but my dogs will bite if you piss them off. Me and my bros will hide a body. My bros don't talk to cops. Me and my gang was in the army. My gang got perfect shots. Me and my folks are like my family. My folks been through a lot. Ain't no way that you can stop me, cause you can't fuck with us. Only got time for a real one. Need to be someone to be able to lean on. I don't need them if they change the seasons. I ain't down with the demons. I don't make friends with the guys in suits trying to rob you for your dreams, yeah. I don't make time for these YouTube rappers. I am out the league, yeah. I used to have a problem, I'm okay now. I ain't tripping, I ain't on my own. All the homies riding and they stay down. Grab the shovel, dog, and help me dig this. My friends are sweet, they can talk to kids. My friends and me, they can watch your crib. My friends and me, we don't often trip, but if y'all brought a beef, then my dogs will flip. Me and my bros will hide a body. My bros won't talk to cops. Me and my gang was in the army. My gang got perfect shots. Me and my folks are like my family. My folks been through a lot. Ain't no way that you can stop me, cause you can't fuck with us. The whole world thinks that I'm crazy. If If you think this is bad, you ain't seen nothing, baby. You should meet my fans, cause HOG is an army. No guns or planes or tanks, just some crazy motherfuckers ain't afraid to be. And my bros will hide a body. My bros won't talk to cops. Me and my gang. My gang was in the army. My gang got perfect shots. Me and my folks. My folks are like my family. My folks been through a lot. Ain't no way. No way that you can stop me, cause you can't fuck with us.
That thing's hard, bro.
I've got a new one I'm cooking up.
That thing's hard, bro. I was thinking I want to make a track, bro. The title of the track I've already got. We're gonna call it something like "Are You Mad, Bro?"
With some lyrics, man. I'll give it a.
Hello?
I know, you need to come up with something. I need to literally, like, it's been a while, man, since I've sat there. Like I say, I need to write lyrics, so it should really be easy. This should be easy. But, yeah, I'm going to give it a go, bro. Oi, Mellows, how do I find this radio then?
Which one?
Where can I find these tracks, man? I want to download them. Where can I find them?
Which one?
That track I just played. I want that track.
That track. What was that one? My Gang.
My Gang, yeah. Just you might as well just send me the MP3 file for that one. Send it me on Telegram, bro. And download that. Need some new tunes probably when I'm at work, man. They split your punches and hit you with the uppercut. Boom!
Mayor Goodman, what were you doing 25 people on a panel?
Kick the ball. I'd probably kick the ball, Brandon. 25 people would do my fucking head in. I'm not going to lie.
I probably would unsubscribe if you got that many.
I'd kick the ball, I'd kick the bastard, everything. No, I'm joking, I'm only joking. And mind my language. I apologise, shouldn't be swearing. Yeah. I don't know what I'd do, mate. I don't know. I tell you what, though, Brandon, your channel's starting to get about. I was in a live stream yesterday, and they were talking about your channel.
Yes.
Yeah. Brandon's channel's getting round on the YouTube street.
Where do you want this sent? Where do you want this sent?
What do you say?
Telegram. Put it in private message me in Telegram, and I got it. Like I'm saying, I'd love to like actually. I still need to do that. I'm gonna get on to it this weekend, busy generally. But I want to shoot some music videos for some of these tracks. That'd be cool, man. Something different. Download.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. You?
Right.
Hmm.
Moved on.
What about 50 people on panel?
We can get 50 people on the panel if we really wanted to. I can do that.
I probably will unsubscribe if you have that many on panel.
You probably want to unsubscribe.
What you said?
What did you say? You're probably unsubscribed.
What about all brandings?
All Brandons. Jesus. All wanting avatars and all wanting intros and outros. Every one
You
of
will
them.
have 1 million subs.
I'm walking out the darkness, and I barely made it. Hope this reaches all the people who cannot escape.
Well, Mello, if you put that track together, yeah?
Yeah.
You're helping me use that, yeah?
Hope this reaches all the.
Sorry, mate?
You're helping me using that, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to use a little part of that song and have making an intro for my videos, I reckon.
That's what I intend for them to be for.
Yeah, man, I'm going to start.
Can't use anything else. You know what I mean? Anything else is going to get us
Yeah,
fragged. You can create
yeah,
fucking content like this that people can use, you
mm-hmm.
know, and get around the shit. And it's an excellent way of helping our community, I thought. You know what I mean? That's why I said, what lyrics? You give me the lyrics. Anybody in the chat, if you want me to make a song, you just just tell me a few lines of the lyrics you want, kind of song you want me to make, the kind of music you want me to make, and I'll make you a song. I'll even put your name in it, and it will be your song. You know? It takes literally 2 minutes. It's no skin off my nose. 2 clicks, you know, maybe a copy and a paste.
Copy and paste.
Yeah, I'm the copy paste king. Bro. I literally speak fluent Google.
200 million. How about 100 people?
A nappy bong. I've never tried a nappy bong before. What's that?
How about 100 people?
100 people.
Yep.
What are we gonna do with them?
It'll be too crazy. A lot of people you probably lose all your subs.
Why would I don't understand. 100 people on the panel.
What about 100 brandings?
Oh, jeez. It'd be funny, actually. I could do that, you know. Create a screen with 100 Brandons on it.
Brandon Leach's best channel in YouTube, next to Eyes of an Adult.
Have you heard Northwood's new tune?
He says that's the best channel.
What was that, Mellow? I missed that.
Have you heard the tunes we made for Northwood?
No, where are they? All there in the chat.
No, it's just I haven't downloaded them all. I've got a few of them, about 10 of them. Can you mute up there, Brandon, bro?
What?
Your dog's part of the show.
Yeah, good before.
Bringing you the scoop when our cameras come around. Deep in the Northwoods, back 40 ground. Bringing you the scoop when our cameras come around. Ooh, fucking ooh.
I think that was my favourite one.
Deep in the Northwoods, back 40 ground. Bringing you the scoop when our cameras come around.
I'm into that.
Deep in the Northwoods, back 40 ground. Bringing you the scoop when I can. Deep in the Northwoods.
Yep.
Deep in the Northwoods, back 40.
Yep.
Deep in the Northwoods, back 40 ground. Deep in the Northwoods, back 40 ground.
So you gotta do like 10 of them. You gotta do like 10 of them, all different genres, just to get the right one. You know what I mean? That's the ideal way of doing it. Just do like 10 different ones, because you spin them two up every time. You know, so you do one in rap, one in country, one in like in another one. Every time you do one, you spin up 2 different versions.
I've got an idea that I want to do.
It's just the lyrics, basically. That's the hardest part. To come up with the lyrics and then change them enough to fit in, because it only gives you 3,000 letters, and some of the lyrics that you might want to use have 6,000 letters. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So the best way I found with that is to split up the verses. So if there's like 6 verses, I'll do 3 and 3. You know, 3 verses. So I'll do 2 parts of the song. That way I can maybe get 2 versions of the song and then stitch them together and make one whole song. So does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Whoa, fucking whoa, man. I would shout, but it's late.
Could do with a DJ. Anybody out there is a bit of a DJ and mixer, can mix some shit.
I don't have the equipment.
Tracks and you just mix them together. You know what I mean?
I don't have the equipment in. Unless you've got the software.
That's the only thing I'm gonna have to do is literally grab the software and start fucking around with it. What other option do I have?
Well, hold fire on that, because I may have a...
Cyberlink do a fairly easy software to use, Audio Director.
Yeah.
Nah, but that's where I need to go, Mountain Girl. That's where I need to go to bed. Just finishing the bedtime joint, and that's where I'm going.
Well, we've got to wind this down now. We're at 11:49.
Hey, no
So
food in a Nightingale.
I'm not sure how you guys feel. I know Bear's going to bed. Mama Bear, you probably need some rest. UKT, I don't know what you're doing, man. If you're still up for it, I'll spin up another one. I don't mind.
I'll be going to sleep as well soon.
There we go. So,
I know it's hard to believe, but this face still needs a bit of beauty sleep now and again.
I don't know. Maybe I'll open up Jitsi.
I reckon what you should do, you should probably open Jitsi or something. But that way, at the very worst, you can get been on here 11 hours, bro. 12 hours. You know what I mean? And then, like, I don't know, if you're still up, fire another one up. I'm sure people are coming. They'll get a notification. Fresh live, or if not, just wait until the morning or whatever, bro.
Yeah, because I'm just going to end up falling asleep. And then no one will come up. And Joe Biden. Who the hell is Joe Biden?
Yeah, you know I've got to let him know. Oh, look, here they all come. Oh, should have a little bit of fun before we go.
We're going to end this.
What's up, crackhead?
Fellow Americans, it's time we stand united on our common goals. I promised when I came into office we would make America great again. Now is that time. I am appealing to you to stand up for America. In 3 months, we will start construction of our largest effort ever to secure our borders.
Right, that's one gone. Anyway, next, Joe Biden, what you saying?
I like little kids!
Oh, that was interesting.
All right, so I think maybe we can just wrap it up here. We'll just lead into the outro and.
Well done. Well done to the trolls. Well done.
Actually, what we'll do is.
Well, sorry.
That look worked out all right. Do that again.
Do that again.
Yeah, put the.
Yeah. They've actually done it.
Yeah. All right. So what should I do? Should I just? I don't know. I don't really want to drop the Jitsi link in the chat because all the trolls are going to start coming. I fancy that.
Drop in Telegram, man. Drop in Telegram.
I'll drop the Telegram link. Everybody knows where the Telegram link is. It's in my About Us page on my channel. If you don't have it, see you over in Telegram. In Telegram, you see there's the Jitsi link is pinned in Telegram. So as soon as you join it, you'll see the pin link and you'll be able to join the Jitsi room.
Otherwise, tomorrow evening, Mellows, I'll have a chat with you during the day, actually. I'll leave it for now. I'll chat to you about it during the day tomorrow.
Just jump into Jitsi. We'll chat to it there before.
All right, yeah, all right. We'll do that then.
Yeah.
All right, so big up everybody that's came in. UKT, Mama Bear, love as always. Everyone in the chat, big up. Take care, bro.
Take care. See you guys. See everyone in the chat.
Yeah, and everyone in the chat, big up yourselves. We will see you on the next one. Peace out.
Quickly play the intro. I'll open up the Jitsi room as well.
Signing out.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert.